Yes, the countdown has begun and it is ended. Okay, good morning. Namaskara. So, hua ye ki I think this side has had more idli or paratha for breakfast and this side is fasting. Good morning. That's the kind of energy that's needed for a program like this, which is getting people, मतलब भारत के हर कोने से, तो people just say it like that. But in this program, it's actually true that there are people, some of you who've come in from the farthest corners, remote villages, गांव, शहर, अपने अपने स्कूल और विद्यालय से यहाँ पर आए हैं and हार्दिक स्वागत है. It's a very warm welcome that we want to give you for this program that we call Wipro Earthian. Once again, तालियों से. So that's a good thing. When you come on stage, they also put your picture up on stage. These are the good things of being an anchor ya sutradhar. Quick introduction. Mera naam Vasanti Hari Prakash. Enoda peer Vasanti. Yende peer. Some people have come from Kerala, and that's such a beautiful language as well. They've come from Sikkim and, so many different places that we're going to be meeting you. So what do? I'm a patrakar. I'm also the founder, chief storyteller of a place called Pickle Jar. And Pickle Jar, we tell stories of India that's like this, that's vibrant, that's making wonderful things happen. And we go behind the scenes to see who are the people making this. And I feel really privileged that every year I get called to be the anchor sutradhar for this program. That is all about sustainability. Sthirta jise kehte hain Hindi mein. So, Paryavaran, the environment, all these are such huge things that we need to be aware about. And what are we doing about it at the stage when we have to learn it? Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, all the girls, students and boys, all the teachers, all the stakeholders, all the jury, everybody from Team Wipro, even Flo, everybody, I think they've done a great job in putting this together. It is India's largest sustainability education program that you all are a part of. And once again, welcome you to this 12th edition. Now, we are really excited to bring back the winners of the school and the college level winners, competition, contest, projects, whatever you may choose to call it. Because you have worked on these and there's a jury that has gone through all your work and the excitement is palpable, especially because हम लोग 3 साल से नहीं मिले ना. We didn't meet for 3 years. Yeah? Okay, how many of you, even teachers, came online last year? Which schools? Yes, I see some hands going up. So you all were joined by your students, and this program kept going on despite the lockdown and the pandemic. And that's, of course, a great thing. In the next couple of minutes, please allow me to tell you a little bit about the sustainability education program. It is a program, Ondu Karyakrama, that endeavors to create a platform that will enable different stakeholders in the school and higher education ecosystems to come together and co-create. How can we have new pathways in this sustainability education? So it is this perspective in mind with that the program was created. Now, what does the program do? It engages with colleges and schools in addressing some of the big questions about environment and sustainability. Let me give you some statistics to tell you what you are a part of. Since 2011, when the program started, Wipro earthian has engaged with more than 50,000 institutes, 150,000 students, 20,000 teachers year on year, and this number is only getting bigger. Last year, we saw the launch of the highly successful Wipro Climate Challenge. It was a 6-week challenge that saw talented students across India come together, and you all built a data-driven circular economy solution and business model. Naam se bada lagta hai, par at the grassroots level, how is it that we can work towards this sort of sthirta, where you talk about environment not degrading further? What is it that you can do locally within your schools? 24 innovative data-driven circular economy solutions were pitched at the finale of the Wipro Climate Challenge, and the jury picked up 5 teams who we have today in our audience. This audience is full of sparkling gems. The students have done such wonderful work, and in the next few minutes on stage, we're going to see you come up. And this is a schools program. The Wipro earthian team has received close to 1,200 submissions just in this year. 1,200. Now, from this, the jury has selected 20 top winning entries, and unme se, adilirundu 20 shortlisted entries. So this is nothing but proof that the enthusiasm, the commitment, the passion that hundreds of students and educators have towards this program. So it is a joy to have you all. Once again, let's have a round of applause for all of you. Now, I have said all this. You'll say, Vasanti, okay, fine. You use some words which look like jargon. Kya tha? Matlab kya tha us sabka? What is it? Which is why we decided to play you a video, because this shows you some of our winning and shortlisted schools and captures the whole spirit of this program.
Wipro earthian are taking a lot of measures, and we as students are getting aware about this, as we are the future generation of the nation, and we are doing a lot of steps even.
Wipro earthian के जो जितनी भी एक्टिविटीज़ हैं बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग हैं, बच्चे इसमें बहुत ही बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लेते हैं, और जब वो अपने परिवेश में जाते हैं, परिवेश मतलब अपने गांव में या अपने माता पिता के पास या अपने आस पड़ोस में, तो वो इसकी बात करते हैं.
Wipro earthian ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಟ್ಟು 3 ಥೀಮ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. One is on biodiversity, one is on water, and one is on waste management.
There are many good things about Wipro earthian, but लेकिन जो मुझे सबसे अच्छा लगा that कि Wipro earthian मुझे और मेरे दोस्तों को इंस्पायर कर रहे हैं नेचर को केयर करने के लिए.
இப்போ வந்து மரம் இல்லாதனால தான் மழை வர மாட்டேங்குது. நம்ம எப்போதுமே இப்போ ஒருத்தவங்களுக்கு பர்த்டே வந்துச்சுன்னா நம்ம சாக்லேட் கொடுக்குறத விட ஒரு மரக்கன்று கொடுத்து அப்படி கொடுத்தாங்கன்னா அது மரக்கன்று வந்து மழைக்கும் யூஸ் ஆகும்.
It was pretty well, very exciting, very inspiring. Okay, and I really loved it.
बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज़ की, बाहर गए, इंटरव्यूज़ लिए, तो उससे इंटरेस्ट लेवल और बढ़ गया.
So the booklets they made, they are very completely activity based. Children know everything based on their first hand experience.
मोटिवेट तो बहुत हुए सर, अभी मोटिवेट तो होना ही था, और वहाँ से कुछ नॉलेज भी बहुत लेके आए.
अवार्ड सिर्फ मोटिवेशन है, लेकिन असली जो अवार्ड है वो तो ये है कि हमारे कैंपस में क्या चेंज आ रहा है.
थीम वैसे ही बहुत प्यारे थे, वेस्ट वाटर एंड बायोडाइवर्सिटी, तो ना करना अपने आप के लिए बिल्कुल भी वाकिफ नहीं, जायज़ नहीं था मेरे अपने लिए. सो बस एक ट्राई था, और इस सफ़र ने बहुत ही रोमांचक बना दिया इस पूरे सफ़र को.
ಅಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಬರೆದವರಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅವರ ಹತ್ರ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟನ್ನು ಇನ್ನು ಬಿಡಬೇಡಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ತದ್ದನ್ನು ಬೇರೆಯವರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ.
I won't even waste time asking you whether you liked seeing the film. Of course you did. But before I call the person who's going to be telling us more about this program, and he's right there in the first row of this audience, let me put out a few rules. That first of all, you have to feel free absolutely in this program. ऐसा नहीं कि oh, I don't know what people will think if I ask this question. ये बेझिझक आप लोग पूछ सकते हैं. There is going to be plenty of opportunities. Before that, let me quickly ask you that what do they call nature in your mother tongue? Let's have this quick, मतलब wherever you are, you can just stand up, language name and what they call it. What do they call nature? Students, I want to hear from the students. I know teachers are very enthusiastic. Telugu Prakriti. Which language? Assamese, Prakriti. Malayalathula enda? Konkani? Saim. Okay, they call nature as Saim and Konkani. This is how we are going to be language learning as well today. Okay, Telugu heard, Assamese heard, Konkani, yes. Mizoram? You'll have to be louder to be heard. Can someone help me? Spell it, please. Lai kon. All right. I think I really need more of these aids. This is a talk back, of course. Wonderful to actually hear from the Mizo language what nature means. We don't get to hear this. Yes.
Kannada Prakriti.
Kannadadallo Prakriti. Yes. By and large, Marathi. Nisarg. Actually, ma'am, even Kannada में भी निसर्गा बोलते हैं. हम तो हर चीज में आ लगा देते हैं ना. Yes. Any other language? Yes. Ladakhi. Rangjun Ikam. Okay. Not bad. Got that one. Thank you so much. Tamil, Iyarkai. Tamil Mori. Yes.
We call it Prakriti as well.
And you're from?
Sikkim.
Sikkim. Prakriti in Sikkimese.
In
You
Punjabi, Kudrat.
We are from Bengal. We are called Prakriti.
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 Prakriti. बस एक रसगुल्ला अंदर रखा and बोल दिया Prakriti. You know, I go on solo journeys, we create podcasts, and what I get called in Bengal? Bashonti. They don't call me Vasanti. And in Tamil Nadu, the moment I come, they'll say Vasanti. Vasanti. So these are the kind of variations. But just look at this root word for nature. This is what? Punjab se koi aaya hai?
Yes, ma'am. Kudrat.
Kudrat. अरे सुंदर, एकदम सुंदर.
मैम प्रकृति.
प्रकृति कौन सी भाषा में?
मैम हिंदी.
हिंदी. भूल ही गए थे कहीं हम राष्ट्रभाषा को इस बीच. कहाँ की हैं आप?
मैम उत्तर प्रदेश.
अरे
उत्तर प्रदेश.
Yeah, of course, UP. The biggest one has to be counted. Thank you so much. Okay, are we done with most of the languages here? कि किसी और को बताना है कि प्रकृति? Yes, I see a hand up there. Maithili. Maithili Prakriti. Okay, quickly, I know, we don't have too much of time. But because Maithili he mentioned, and my area of interest is dialects, do you all know that Maithili, which is spoken in regions of Bihar mainly, doesn't have a gali in its word. Am I right? There is no bad word. Even if you want to fight, no, you're very angry. You want to fight in Maithili? No word. Sorry, bhul jao. So you will have to reach out to a Hindi or English or other languages where we can lend in plenty. So that's as sweet a language that Maithili is. Wonderful. Thank you so much. With that, we move now to call upon stage, and please join me in welcoming Mr. P.S. Narayan, Global Head Sustainability and Social Initiatives, Wipro Limited. Here is for PSN.
Thank you, Vasanti. Very good morning and very warm welcome to all of you. आप सबको स्वागत है. It's a matter of great delight to host you at our Wipro campus here and in Bangalore. I'll just spend 2 minutes. Vasanti has done a wonderful job of laying the context of Wipro earthian. I'll just spend 2 minutes in giving you an overview of why we do this every year and what you can expect broadly over today. This is the 12th edition. When we started in 2010, what was there in our minds is that the problems of sustainability as we see it on, on a day-to-day basis, which we experience, whether it is a changing climate or scarcity of water or urban decay, biodiversity loss, many of these issues are probably because of inadequacies in our education system. And therefore, it's logical to bring sustainability and education together. That's how we started this program 12 years back. Today marks the culmination of several months of individual and collective effort from all of you. Every year, we're just amazed at the kind of things that you come up with. We give you a framework, of course, but what you do with that is really magical. So we really like to thank all of you for the kind of engagement and enthusiasm you bring to this program. We have 3 themes on which all of you would have worked: waste, biodiversity, and water. And more than 1,200 teams participated this year for the schools competition. This year for colleges, we started something called the Climate Hackathon, which asked college teams to apply artificial and digital tools like AI or data science to address different aspects of this humongous problem called climate change. And again, we were really overwhelmed by the response from colleges across the country, and we have the 5 winning teams here with us. Later today in the afternoon, we will host the All India Finals of the College Sustainability Quiz. This is the 8th edition. Again, more than 2,000 teams start out, and then we finally, over multiple rounds, bring it down to the 4 teams that are going to, battle it out for honors today. And interspersed within all this is a number of talks and discussions from some of the best minds in ecology and conservation. And we're going to end with a sparkling musical performance. So that's what is laid out for today. Tomorrow we have a filming of the Oscar documentary, The Air That You Breathe. So for those of you who are going to stay back tomorrow, that's another treat that is lined up. So let me, call out a couple of things about the Wipro earthian program. Very clearly, the reason why we do it every year is because of you. The challenges that we have on environment are definitely, of a very high order. They're very complex. And the brunt of it is going to be faced by future generations, which is you. What we bequeath to you, what we've given you, is not something for us to be proud of. And therefore, in many ways, the task of taking it forward, of resolving it in different ways, is with you. And that's the underlying premise of this program, that we act as a catalyst. Wipro earthian, we are not providing solutions to you. We are not telling you what to do. It's you who are engaging with it and who are coming out with ideas, thoughts, actions. And that's what this platform is meant for. Because we think that what you do in your school years and in your college years, we think it will stay with you in your later lives. And therefore, in some sense, it will act over a period of time that spans intergenerationally or across generations. And from that point of view, what we've seen every year is really gratifying to us. The jury will tell you, and we all know, some of you who would have climbed up the stairs would have seen some of the displays of the work that you've done. It's eye-opening, and we learn a lot from you, from all of you. So from that point of view, we're really, really happy that Wipro earthian has evolved in the way it is. Wipro earthian is, of course, a Wipro program, but I think much more than that, it is your program. It's you who have given it life and who's made it what it is today. So on that note, thank you very much again, and I welcome you. And I hope you have a very fulfilling and interesting event today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, PSN, for giving us a big picture, because it's so important that hum log jo program, whatever we have come to see here, what exactly is the mission and vision? You get an idea of all this. So while we thank PSN, we are going to invite the next speaker. I'd like to invite Rishad Premji, Chairman, Wipro Limited, to say a few words to all of us.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you and welcome. It's great to see so many people here in person for this event. It's great to see so many people that I believe have logged in online. So welcome again and welcome to Wipro. Welcome to one of our first campuses here in Sajapur. Thank you, and thank you for your passion and commitment to this effort on sustainability, which I really believe is so incredibly important. A lot of stuff has been said, but I'm going to repeat it because I think it's so important. I want to spend a few minutes talking about the context of this Wipro earthian program that we began back in 2011. At that point of time, we as Wipro were already quite seriously committed to both education and to sustainability. And while these are two different domains, something that very simple but profound struck us was that many of the problems and the challenges of sustainable development that we face are perhaps due to the inadequacies in our education system. And so we came up with the idea of Wipro earthian as a conviction that the convergence of sustainability and of education can make a critical difference in the way people think and act, not just when you are in schools and colleges, but hopefully through the course of your life. Over the past decade, the program has grown in scale, scope, and geographical reach. This year, as PSN said, more than 1,300 schools have participated from 29 states and 3 union territories on the themes of biodiversity, water, and of waste. We have designed the exercise such that each team spends more than 3 months of intensive effort involving observation, measurement, recording, reflection, and writing, and in which the teacher is closely and intimately involved. This has been done to maximize experiential learning through deep, hands-on engagement. And we believe what this results in is that all the teams come out richer in terms of insightful learning, which in itself we think has great value. This year we also launched the Climate Hackathon for colleges, a 6-week-long exercise where teams use data analytics and other digital tools to come up with innovative solutions for different aspects of climate change. We received more than 1,000 entries, many of which stood out for their innovative approach and attention to detail. And that's why it was an even harder task for our jury to select the 5 best teams which are here today. Over the last decade, this outreach has touched over 58,000 students, over 10,000 teachers from over 16,000 schools and 1,300 colleges spread across 200 districts. So it really is pervasive and all present across the country. I also want to spend a few minutes to proudly talk about the efforts we as Wipro are driving on our sustainability agenda and journey over the last 15 years, so almost 2 decades. Our ecological footprint as a company comes from energy and resources we consume in our facilities, like the campus you're in, across India and across the rest of the world. Our goals are therefore centered on reducing and minimizing our energy, carbon, water, and waste footprint. We have set ourselves some bold goals. For example, in 2021, we have committed to formally transform to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2040, with a clear interim target of 100% renewable energy by 2030. Our goals are aligned with the scientific imperative to cap average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. We have also committed to 100% electrical vehicle usage in our leased fleet, so all our cars that we use to transport many of our employees. Against this, Our renewable energy footprint is now nearly 60%, which will increase to 75% in 1 year. Our recently built new campus, which is Kodati, which is about 4 or 5 kilometers down the Sajapur Road here in Bangalore, has been built and based on sustainable architecture and building design. Innovative technologies like underfloor cooling and an IoT sensor-based energy optimization. Over the last decade, our energy efficiency and renewable energy measures combined have resulted in more than 500,000 tons of cumulative greenhouse gas emissions saved or avoided. You know, we're also very cognizant of the criticality of water and have set ourselves ambitious goals to conserve and reduce freshwater usage in our campuses by more than 60% by the end of 2030. In most facilities in India, in most facilities across our campuses, nearly half of our water requirements are met by recycling using nanofiltration technologies. We also work extensively with partners in developing a science-based understanding of water in the cities in which we operate. For example, we've partnered to develop a detailed map of a 33 square kilometer area of aquifer for which this campus is dependent on water. And our efforts to make this, to make these exercise is a very participative approach where citizens come together to work jointly to come up with these solutions. The reason I'm sharing these examples is to emphasize that it is absolutely critical for organizations like us, but for all of us collectively, to engage on these issues with a sense of deep responsibility. Our commitment is driven by our values of sensitivity, unyielding integrity, and our respect for people. And yet, we believe this is hardly enough. Much, much more needs to be done, given the size and nature of the challenge in front of us. We are therefore completely committed to this path of sustainability as we move forward as an organization with a deep sense of commitment to the communities in which we live and breathe. But before I end, I just want to quickly come back to the Wipro Earthian event, which we are all here for. One of the things that has remained constant for the Wipro Earthian program since its beginning in 2011 is the enthusiasm and energy and intensity of the engagement all of you as students and teachers bring to this program. And frankly, that is what has kept us going, what has kept us energized for this last decade. Our planet faces several critical challenges of climate change, water stress, biodiversity loss, urban decay. These are complex issues, the brunt of which your generation is going to bear the most of. And so it's incredibly important that we act, and we act now. But what we see from people like you gives us great reason of hope and energy and excitement, and most importantly, optimism. Let me end by congratulating all the winners and the teams that are going to be recognized today. The credit goes to each one of you, your teachers and your schools. Thank you again, and my very best wishes, and enjoy the next 2 days, please. Thank you.
Rishad, may I request you to please stay for a few moments on stage? Because, you know, after Rishad has spoken about the need to conserve and what Wipro as an organization does, जो पानी की सुरक्षा, बचत, इन सब चीज़ों के लिए और जो जैव विविधता, the biodiversity, तो इन सब चीज़ों के बारे में आपने सुना. I want to tell you all that on the 12th, that is tomorrow, in this very auditorium, there is going to be a screening of the Oscar-nominated film, All That Breathes. शायद इसका नाम आपने सुना हो. If not, I recommend that you stay back to watch this. It's a Hindi language documentary film. It's directed by Shaunak Sen, and it follows siblings, जो दो भाई हैं, Mohammad Saud and Nadeem Shehzad, who rescue and treat injured birds. So we are going to have a trailer, but before that, I'm going to tell you that we are delighted to share that Nadeem and Mohammad will join us for the screening and take questions from you after that. They were also the recipients of the Wipro Nature Forever Society Citizen Conservation Award in 2014. And both of them are in the audience today, I'm told. Are you here? Yes, you are. May I request you to please step on stage to accept a token from Rishad Premji, after which we will watch the trailer. You all can join back in the audience. So please put your hands together to welcome Mohammad Saud and Nadeem Shehzad, makers of this Hindi language documentary film, which is called All That Breathes. And I think we have to give them all our best wishes. It's nominated for nothing less than the Oscars now. So तालियां जो हैं और energy के साथ अगर मिले, it should reach right up there. I'd say that many congratulations and thanks for making this film. It's so needed. And after this, we will now watch the trailer, I'm told, that can be played out. And we'll also get set for the Wipro Earthian Award ceremony. But for that, the trailer first.
जब हम पहली चील घर लाए, मैं देर रात जागकर उसे घूरता था। खूंखार रेप्टाइल लगती थी किसी और प्लेनेट से। मैंने अपनी पूरी लाइफ इसको डिवोट कर दिया है।
मैं चश्मा ले गई मेरा।
क्या है इसको? उंगली क्यों दिखा रही है मुझे तू? मेरे ऊपर एहसान कर रही है क्या? तो भाई अगर हम अंदर जाके लेटेंगे तो चीलें हमें भी खाएंगी क्या? जाके लेट के देख ले।
जिंदगी खुद एक तरह की रिश्तेदारी है। हम सब हवा की बिरादरी हैं। जो जो चीजें सांस लेती हैं, उनमें कोई फर्क नहीं दिखना चाहिए।
If this was a trailer, how is the film, how is the documentary going to be? How many of you are going to be in this place tomorrow as well? Wow, lucky you. Lucky you that you will get to see this film, All That Breathes. Once again, a hearty round of applause from Mohammad Saud and Nadeem Shehzad for documenting this. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sure बच्चे जो हैं वो आपसे बहुत interact करना चाहेंगे. We will have our tea break and lunch break as well. Moving on, we now have the Wipro Earthian 2022 award ceremony. It's time to invite Rishad onto stage once again. Also, let's welcome Anurag Bihar, CEO at Azim Premji Foundation, to join Rishad on stage to felicitate all the winners. Before we begin, the Wipro Earthian team would like to make a special mention of all the teachers and educators who have guided the school teams over the years with a deep passion and commitment towards sustainability learning in schools. Big thank you. A special shout out to the Climate Collective team who have tirelessly worked towards making the first ever Wipro Climate Challenge a grand success. Also a big thank you for school partners. Because as I mentioned right at the beginning, there are thousands of schools have conducted hundreds of teacher training programs, and it is fantastic to have that entire representation in some form. We'd also like to thank Center for Environment Education and CPR Environmental Education Center, Wild Ecologs, and finally, our sustainability educators belonging to a total of 16 partner organizations and representing the states of Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, Kerala, Himachal Pradesh, Ladakh, to name a few. We'd also like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the Wipro earthian jury members who are right here, who have put in a tremendous effort to select each one of our winning school teams. So ये जो इतना note है, this is so important for all of us to know what actually goes inside this program. So this year we have selected 20 winning and 20 shortlisted school teams who are being recognized for their exceptional submissions. Before we have all of you come on stage, let me make an announcement that I would be announcing one name in advance just to save time. Please make an entry towards this side to my right and the exit towards the left side of the stage. So, here we go. I have great delight in announcing and welcoming the very first team, the winning school teams first, on the theme of water, Aravinda Model School, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. I'd like to invite Hema, Yuktika, Geeta Vennela, Mary Prashanti, Satvika Chaudhary and the guide teacher, Mrs. M. Varalakshmi, Andhra Pradesh nunchi vastunnaru. Meanwhile, the next team from St. Joseph's Educational Institute, Chandur, Goa, please be ready and start making your way towards the stage. All the idli and parantha that you've had for breakfast, dosa, whatever, has to count. Let's cheer every team. Every single student who's here has played such an important part. Aravinda Model School, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh, winning school team, Wipro earthian Awards on the theme of water. Thank you, congratulations. And now St. Joseph's Educational Institute, Chandur, Goa. We have Elita Joy Cordoza, Jaden Vegan Antau, Vanzila Fabiola De Costa, Anstrea Castanha, Lindsay Alizia, my apologies, Lindsay Alia De Costa, and the guide teacher, Miss Teresa Furtado. St. Joseph's Educational Institute, Goa. May I meanwhile invite Kautilya Vidyalaya, Mysuru, Karnataka. Dayaviಟ್ಟು stage ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಬರ್ಬೋದು. You can be ready. We have meanwhile students from St. Joseph's, winners in the water, winners in the waste category. On the theme of waste, their project has been. I'd also like to tell all our audience members, friends from the media, that many of these are displayed outside. There are very colorful pictures that have been shared from their projects. Please do have a look. Meanwhile, Kautilya Vidyalaya, Mysuru, Karnataka, Aditya M. Patil, Atharva Sinha, Shobhita K.R., Utpala Jagadish, Yashas, and guide teacher, Miss Usha Mani. Swagata and congratulations, theme of water, Wipro earthian Award winners. आगरा उत्तर प्रदेश प्राइमरी स्कूल कागरौल हैं आप लोग यहाँ पर? यस, आइए मंच की तरफ आप आ सकते हैं और तैयार रह सकते हैं. Great, we can hear काफी तालियां from this side. Please keep the energy going. Excellent. Meanwhile, on the theme of waste, primary school Kagarol Kedagar block Agra Uttar Pradesh se Jagrati, Sangeeta Solanki, Updesh Kumar, Bilal Ahmed and guide teachers Shri Satyapal Singh and Shri Manoj Kumar Varshne aaye hain, and their theme on Wipro earthian Award has been waste as a theme. Congratulations. City Montessori School, please be ready next. You know, there are certain names that I'm so familiar with. Over the years, these schools have been participating, and City Montessori School is one of them. Badhai to students of Agra Uttar Pradesh Primary School, Kagarol. Again on the theme of waste, City Montessori School, Gomti Nagar Extension Branch, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Akshita Gupta, Pavi Bharadwaj, Rashmi Sharma, Kriti Patel, Anusmita Rathore. Guide teacher, Kavita Sharan Shahil ji. Kavita ji bhi aa chuki hain. She's been here and it's wonderful to have all the teachers and students. May I meanwhile invite Sikkim. Sir Tashi Namgyal Senior Secondary School, please be ready for your turn. It's wonderful to have all of you coming, participating, winning, applauding. Taaliyan bani rahe is baar for Sir Tashi Namgyal Senior Secondary School on the theme of water. Deepak Sharma, Dev Ashish Subba, Dorji Namgyal Bhutia, Tenzing Dadul Bhutia, Kavya Agarwal and the guide teacher Shri Binod Pokhrel Sharma. I can see that Rishad and Anurag are looking very good with the Sikkimese, the scarf and stole and shawl. Government High School, Dher, Punjab se. Tusi aa jao yahan par. It's your turn. Many congratulations to every winning team. After Sikkim, we go straight to Punjab. Harjas Singh, Anurag Gariwal, Surinder Singh, Aditya Kumar, Chandan Kumar, and the guide teacher, Nirupam Kalia. Welcome to the stage. How many of you have been to Punjab who are not from Punjab? Not too many. I think you should make a trip there. It's beautiful. As a child, I grew up in Bathinda and I can tell you what a land of hardworking people. Government High School, Dasgrain, Dher, Punjab se. On the theme of waste, they're winning entry. On biodiversity, Wayanad, Kerala, we have SKMJHSS. Imagine the name of the school ही इतना बड़ा तो students का काम और कितना बड़ा हो सकता है. Kalpetta, Wayanad. We are seeing the girls come onto the stage. Charuta K, Lakshmi R. Nair, Ruti Shaista, Krishna Vega V, Sri Bhadra K, and their guide teacher, Miss Smita E. R. Welcome, ma'am. May I meanwhile invite, yes, the land of sweets, West Bengal, Shubhasgram Navortara Vidyalaya. Please be ready. Meanwhile, this is a state that gets called God's own country. How many of you have been to Kerala on holidays? See, there is of course more hands now. But jab bhi mauka mile, make sure you travel lots and lots across India. Congratulations. On the theme of water, we now have the school which has done its winning project on Wipro earthian, Shubhasgram Nabotara Vidyalaya, South 24 Paraganas, West Bengal, Samyajit Singha Roy, Rahul Haider, Rinki Haider, Mahua Roy Chaudhary, Namaste, Swapna Kamari, and guide teachers Biti Sampui and Sajal Kanti Sheet. Yes, namaskar. Meanwhile, may I invite from Ladakh, that beautiful state, Changchup Choling Monastery Zangla Zanskar. The students who worked on the theme of waste, they come here with their beautiful uniforms, the robes. How adorable they look. Meanwhile, namaskar and badhai once again to West Bengal, the school. And please join me in welcoming these little lovely souls from Ladakh. Tubstan Ladon, Sering Angmo, Stanzin Skidzom, Stanzin Yangdol, Sonem Ladon, and their guide teachers, Stanzin Jiksal and Kumari Sushma Devina, who have made it, ladies and gentlemen, through heavy snowfall that's going on right now, and all the way they've come to Bangalore from Zanskar. Thank you. I think you can use the time in the break to ask them about their experience of traveling. Meanwhile, from Goa, that land where there's lots of snowfall, isn't it? May I invite the government high school Ambedam, Nagargaon, Satari se, on the theme of biodiversity. There they are. Please welcome them. Sarika Shrikant Paryekar, Geeta Sanjay Chorlekar, Aditya Sunil Gaikwad, Sairaj Chandrakant Mankar and the guide teachers. Welcome ma'am. Neha Narayan Shirodkar and Madhura Madhav Vez. May I invite students from Mizoram who are here, who had earlier answered our question, all the way from Aizawl, St. Paul's Higher Secondary School. Please make your way to the stage. If Goa worked on biodiversity, and we all know the beaches, the marine life that exists there, we have the school from Mizoram working on Pani, water. St. Paul's Higher Secondary School, give them a rousing welcome. Thang Noam Aizawl, the students being Sahyog Sarki, David Zodin Mawaya, Lal Rinomi, Lal Rosangi, Rinchani Pachao and guide teacher Natalia Rosengliani Silo. India has got such a, rich variety of names, surnames, so I'm sure I'm kind of, not doing justice to the pronunciation. My apologies in advance. You can guide me when I come down. So meanwhile, we also have the school from Himachal Pradesh, yet another land of snow. St. Luke's School, are you here? Yes, you are. Meanwhile, may I call upon yet another school from West Bengal, Kasba Jagdish Vidyapeeth. But meanwhile, from Himachal, let's welcome Manan Asi, Varuni Sood, Mehak Sampla, Nehal Gupta, Janvi Rajput and their guide teacher, Miss Monica Sharma, all the way from Himachal Pradesh. Very warm welcome. Their theme for Wipro Earthian as a winner team is biodiversity. Definitely, it's going to be such a special picture in each of your homes. I think it would be, framed and enlarged, and that's how it should be. It's so wonderful to be a Wipro Earthian winner. From West Bengal, may I invite now Kasba Jagdish Vidyapeeth, Misti Maiti, Mansi Paik, Khatija Khatun, Payal Majhi, Soma Naya, and guide teacher Miss Saheli Chandra. Meanwhile, we go to yet another beautiful state that lies in the northeastern part of India, Nagaland. We have the school from Mokokchung, Nagaland. Please be ready. Are you all here? The school from Nagaland? Yes, they are. Yes, it's so wonderful that you've come probably from Kohima or even the parts nearby. I would like to quickly call upon the next school, Government High School, Pisurlem, Goa, to please be ready. Meanwhile, who's joining in from Nagaland? Please give a round of rousing applause. Nuk Sung Pong Yadin, Akum Jungshi, Aim Sutila Longkumer, Senso Jungla, Mei Yanger Yadin, and the guide teacher, Mary Ni Minla. I would love to be in the school. Just so lovely to have all the students who have worked on the theme of waste. Rajeshwari Karuna School Tuli from Nagaland. That's who we just saw. Meanwhile, may I invite the students from Goa, please. Welcome. On the theme of waste, we've had Shriya Santosh Samant, Shaurya Sanjay Chari, Kanika Gunaji Desai, Diti Gokuldas Gaude, and Eastdev Shanidev Maurya and their guide teacher Nanda Vithal Majik from Goa. Rajasthan राजकीय उच्च माध्यमिक विद्यालय के जो छात्र हैं, जो टीचर हैं, please come on stage now. I'd also like to invite the school from Ajmer, Rajasthan, Rajkiya Uch, who are coming in now. And the next school would be New Guwahati Adarsh Higher Secondary School from Assam. But for now, from Rajasthan, इनका नाम भी सुना सुना सा है. कितने सारे अवार्ड्स जीत चुके हैं ये. लखपत सिंह, मनीष सिंह, भूपेंद्र सिंह, रणवीर सिंह, युवराज सिंह and their guide teacher Shri Narendra Singh Rawat. राजकीय उच्च माध्यमिक विद्यालय. अरे वाह. Even without my saying, इतनी सारी तालियां कैसे बजी? Maybe because of the scout caps, was it? Meanwhile, I'd like to invite the school from Assam who are here ready. From Assam, we have Kaushik Kalita, Nilamoni Roy, Nikita Deka, Bhumika Das, Raktan Kalita, and guide teacher Binita Burman Datta. Welcome, ma'am. That's such a beautiful sari that you've worn. That's the beauty of Indian handicrafts and weave. That's also one specialty that all of us have to learn about. The one which I am wearing is, by the way, from Bhagalpur, Bihar. Very proudly. So we have the school from Assam who have just now received their Wipro Earthian awards. Now we have two schools who could not be present with us, but we have their messages. These are the schools from the Andamans who couldn't be, here with us for some reason. We first have from Andamans, a government senior secondary school, Kadamtala, Middle Andaman, Deepayan Roy, Mohit Kumar Roy, Abhijit Mazumdar, Ishant Tete, Abhay Singh, and their guide teacher is Chanchal Singha Roy on the theme of biodiversity. Is it possible to play their message?
Namaskar. Good morning, Wipro earthian 2023.
We are from Government Senior Secondary School, Kadamtala, Middle Andaman, Andaman and Nicobar Islands.
This is hat-trick year for us.
In year 2018, 2022, 23, 2022, our school won Wipro earthian National Award.
Mohit Kumar, Abhijit, Deepayan, Abhay, and myself, Rishad, wish you all. Bye bye, Wipro earthian.
I wish they were here to receive this in person, but this is the next best thing. The next team, Kamraj English Medium School, Middle Andaman, on the theme of biodiversity, Archa S. Shiny, T. Indu, B. Kavya, R. Surya, and their guide teacher, Ms. M. Chandralekha.
Wipro is a very good platform for the students to think beyond their curriculum. We have been participating in this Wipro earthian since 2015. And this is the second time we became the national winner.
We have got a very good exposure. Many activities connected with nature was very interesting.
We have learned several things that we earlier never heard of. We developed a keen interest in investigating every aspect of our nature.
Each and every activity helped us to understand even the most critical problem in a very simplest way. Even it was very satisfactory for us as we contributed in saving our mother nature.
It was a very good experience. My one of the favorite game was jump. I enjoyed it a lot.
There. The winning team from Andaman. Now I can't resist playing quiz master every now and then. Capital, anyone? Of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, but a lot of people have been reading, isn't it? Anybody wants to tell me? What's the capital city of this? Good. Up, teacher hai na? Anyway, wonderful. I think you will probably spend time on the map of India. Meanwhile, we now move on quickly to the shortlisted school teams. And I'm going to only read out the school names. The shortlisted schools on the theme of waste. Government Senior Secondary School, Kadamtala, Middle Andaman. Government Senior Secondary School, Subhash Gram, Digipur, North and Middle Andaman. Madhyamik Vidyalay, Yadav Wadi, Maharashtra. Government Senior Secondary School, Pahanda, Durg from Chhattisgarh. Government Girls Higher Secondary School from Leh, Ladakh. Mahatma Gandhi International School, Gujarat. Shri Shiksha Yatan School, Kolkata, West Bengal. DAV Public School, Sundarnagar, Mandi, Himachal Pradesh, GGSSS. And this school is in Solan, Himachal Pradesh, Vijayanand High School from Bicholim, Goa. There's also the biodiversity shortlisted winners, Kautilya Vidyalaya, Mysuru, Shri Bharat Vidyashram CBSE Senior Secondary School, Agaram, Puducherry, Kendriya Vidyalaya, Gomti Nagar, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh, the Hampanakuppe School from Aluru, Hassan, Karnataka, that's a GHS school, St. Thomas Matriculation Higher Secondary School, Pantalur from the Nilgiris, Rani High School from Kamrup, rural Assam. And on the theme of water, those who were shortlisted include Kautilya Vidyalaya, Mysuru, once again, and St. Columbus High School, जो बिहार के हैं, संतोषपुर ऋषि औरबिंदो बालिका विद्यापीठ, West Bengal, Samaritan Mission School, High School, that is from West Bengal. Now, we move on. Of course, we should have talia for this as well. All the students who are shortlisted, it's as good as them winning. We really wish them well. Wipro Climate Challenge winners. The theme was on Residential Energy Evaluator. The College Institute of Engineering and Management, Kolkata. Are you here? Meanwhile, may I invite, in the interest of time, MIT ADT University, Pune, to please be ready. First, let's welcome the team from Kolkata, Kausar De, Mobani Sen, Kaustav Laskar and Shubhajit Bagh. May I tell you to all the students, the team Residential Energy Evaluator has developed a solution that reduces the energy demand of residential buildings through tech intervention so that you meter and monitor the energy and water consumption. जो एक बिल्डिंग है वो कितना पानी लेता है, उसमें कितना उसका बचत कैसे किया जाए, उसका एक मॉडल जो डेवलप किया है. And this team from Kolkata, let's have a round of applause. आप सिर्फ स्टूडेंट्स को ही अपलॉड करेंगे, अगर कॉलेज वाले आए तो. So now we have another team, Terra Green. That was the team MIT ADT University from Pune, Ajinkya Kothekar, Riya Sancheti, Omkar Vagmare, Sarang Gharge. Let me tell you that this team has developed a solution for the enormous food waste issue, जो खाने का जो wastage है, and minimizing the use of single-use plastic by replacing them with bioplastics, incorporating artificial intelligence, AI. May I quickly invite Vellore Institute of Technology, Chennai. Please, also a note for the Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women. You can be ready. Let me now tell you about the Chennai team. Sumo Pro Max, that's their theme and team name. Sushmit Singh, Vinjamuri, Manogna, Abhay and Nimmagadda. Now this team has built a solution that will improve inventory management and logistics. VIT Vellore. Alright, this can be corrected. They are from VIT Vellore. And analyzing the condition of a food item of interest and provides a predictive track of a food item within given parameters. I think this is such an important theme to be addressed. Please welcome Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women Entropy team, Geetika Vadali. Namaste. Wonderful to see you all. Prisha Sharma, Nikita Srivastava, Yashika Behel. Team Entropy has built an AI-driven dynamic pricing system that works to help food storage facilities optimize their operation to reduce wastage of perishable food, chahe wo phal ho ya sabzi ho, tarkari, idella halu, hannu, and all this is prevented. So they have built such a model. I would like to now finally invite the team of IIT Madras. Green Aadhar, Panchal, Nikhil Kumar, Rajnikant Bhai, Abhijit Bhakte, Arun Kumar M. Team Green Aadhar has developed a solution to improve supply chain efficiency of plastics waste And by leveraging blockchain technology, and to make this entire process transparent, traceable, and trustworthy. That's a great picture. I'm sure all of you have had your moments of sunshine on the stage. So, collective congratulations to all the winning and shortlisted school and college teams. I think we should give nice claps to these two gentlemen also. Yes, thank you so much, Rishad and Anurag. Anurag, you may, of course, step back on stage after a few minutes. We are going to have a chat now. And if the stage can be set, just give us a minute. Yes. Okay, I told you all that after this conversation, there's going to be questions. Question time. And that time belongs to you. So, how many of you have, come from, let's say, places where they said snowfall, right? So, how many of you have seen snowfalls? A snowfall? Not too many of us. There are about, that's about 12 of us in the room. Okay, and say, so people from Ladakh, please take us there. Please take us. And so, while we are at the Wipro Earthian Award winner award ceremony, as soon as it's question answer time, wherever you are, please stand up, tell your school name, your name, and ask your question. Make it brief, but please ask. Do not be shy. There's going to be a lot of music. There's also a lot of, talk. I'm sure you have seen the program agenda on the, the panel discussion. There's going to be the band Swaratma, which will make us all groove and, dance from where we are. May I meanwhile invite once again P.S. Narayan, Global Head of Sustainability and Social Initiatives, and joining him would be Anurag Bihar for the much awaited interaction. So, one of the things which will also be wonderful is to have you all share your experiences. So many people, so less time. Make sure that you use the break time. After this, we are going to have a little tea break. Make new friends. Go up to the next person who's not from your school or who's from a totally different region, जो आपके प्रांत से नहीं हैं, जिनकी भाषा अलग, जिनकी खान-पान अलग, cuisine, culture. ऐसे लोगों को दोस्त बनाइए and you'll be able to take back many memories as well as, phone numbers and addresses for friendships for life. So, it's conversation time. We will have Narayan as well as Anurag joining us on stage.
Good morning. आप लोग सब वसंती को ज़्यादा enthusiasm से respond करते हैं. So good morning. Thank you so much. I felt much better there.
Good morning. Thank you.
Okay. So we've been doing this now for 12 years, right? And what we will do basically is that we'll have a chat with you. Is that okay? Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So how do we do this? We have some questions that we have from widely collected questions. And we have questions, I'm sure, here. Isn't it? यहाँ पर भी आप लोग जो बैठे हुए हैं, आप लोगों को भी दिलों में, मन में कुछ सवाल होंगे. ज़्यादातर सवालों के हमारे पास जवाब होंगे नहीं. लेकिन फिर भी we can have a chat. Isn't it? ठीक है. So how do we do this?
I think we'll start with those some of the questions that have come in earlier, and then we'll intersperse it with questions on the side.
ठीक है. So इतना बड़ा प्रोग्राम है. यहाँ पर आप लोग जो हैं, the teams that are here, they're just a few of the teams that have participated, right? So the questions that we have is from any one of your participating teams, not just the winning teams or the teams that have been shortlisted. So what we'll do is that since you have the wonderful privilege of being here and us talking face to face, we'll take some questions which are from the other teams. Yeah, let's do that?
Sure.
Okay, fine. Sure. So will somebody ask the questions?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
So for Anurag and Narayan both, we have the questions and we have the students who are going to be asking them. So we probably will identify, and Aditya Patil from Kautilya Vidyalaya, are you here?
Sir, I wanted to ask a question. Like in our parents' time, lakes used to act like drainage systems. Like when it rains, first lake used to get filled, then excess water used to not get wasted and it used to get filled in the other lake. But now we have so much technology and we are living in concrete jungles, but still we are not able to avoid floods. So what is your opinion? How can we create a system like that currently?
First of all, I mean, it's a very good question. And as we said in the beginning, I don't think there are good answers to this. There are people in the audience who know the answers better, including, somebody here sitting in the first row, which is Vishwanath. But what you said is very true for Bangalore. Bangalore, 100 years back, was indeed this interconnected network of lakes that used to drain into each other, right? And if you lived 100 years back, then the chances of extreme flooding that you see now every year in Bangalore and other cities would have been much less because this network would have taken care of the problem. So on one hand, while the question about technology that you raised has actually put us at a disadvantage in terms of being able to handle flood situations better, because we have concretized our cities in such a way that it has actually blocked off this interconnectivity, right? And that's the primary reason why we have what we see every year, right? How do we reverse this? I mean, it's a very difficult question because it's such things take a long time to evolve, and it's based on nature-based solutions and so on. It's really a difficult task for us to reverse something that was done with so much of vision.
Huh. You sit down. I'll just add a few things. Before I add, I just want to know how many people present here, those who are present here, how many of you don't know or can't follow Hindi? Those who can't follow Hindi at all, if you can raise your hands. So, okay. There are a few here. Okay, all right.
Here too, just want to repeat Anurag's questions. Hindi जिनको समझ में बिल्कुल नहीं आती, वो हाथ उठाएं. No, the reason why he's also asking is that we might have some simultaneous help. So everybody understands Hindi except those 4-5 people?
Yeah.
Yeah? Thanks.
So the 4-5 of you who don't understand Hindi at all, please bear with us if we speak in Hindi a little bit here and there. Is it okay? Okay. So what I wanted to add was that, see, this question ki concrete jungle buildings bana di hain, we have set them up, and therefore they have stopped the natural flow of water. And we are in the city of Bangalore, we are flooding. I mean, see, those of you who are not from Bangalore, जो लोग Bangalore से नहीं हैं, उन लोगों को शायद ये नहीं मालूम होगा कि अब 3-4 महीने पहले आपने जो अखबारों में पढ़ा होगा that Bangalore was flooded. I don't know whether you read it. Huh? Bangalore was flooded. It was right here. Huh? Right here means just outside in this road. The worst affected areas were this. So that's a very, very live issue. And it's a live issue which tells you that if we don't do things thoughtfully, अगर हम लोग जो भी काम करते हैं सोच समझ के नहीं करेंगे, तो उसका असर ऐसा ही होगा. Whatever we do, we should do it thoughtfully. And thoughtfully is not just about कि हम लोगों को आसानी होगी. Being thoughtful is not just about what is easy for me, what is convenient for me, what is good for me. Being thoughtful is what is good for everybody. Right? हमने बिल्डिंग बना दी, हमने ये कर दिया, हमने वो कर दिया, हमने कभी सोचा ही नहीं that बिल्डिंग बना देंगे, रोड बना देंगे, बड़े बड़े कुछ कुछ बना देंगे, उसे सारे लेक से कनेक्शन कट जाएंगे एंड देन फ्लडिंग होगी. लेकिन उस सवाल में, इन दैट क्वेश्चन, एक्चुअली देयर इज अ सीड, बीज है उस मुद्दे का, द पर्टिकुलर मैटर, which is actually the core of all matters on sustainability. That whatever action we are taking, whatever we are doing as individuals or a society, are we thinking through what is the implication of it, not just on us, but on our neighborhood, on our community, on our city, on our country, on our planet? And that is really the core of sustainability. It's a wonderful question. Okay?
सही कहा अनुराग जी ने. I think Vanzila Fabiola DeCosta has a question for us. St. Joseph's Educational Institute, Chandor, Goa is where she comes from. Yes, Vanzila. A mic will reach you.
Good morning, Sir Narayan. Good morning, Sir Anurag. I'm from St. Joseph's Educational Institute, Chandor, Goa. And my question is for Anurag, sir. So one of the best experiences we have in this project while doing it is elective activity, that is packaging problem. We are curious to know the motive behind Wipro earthian project having this activity.
I think PSN is better placed to answer that question.
You worked on the theme of waste, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, when you look at waste as a full cycle things, a lot of people will tell you that actually there is no such thing as waste. And a lot of people will also tell you that if you look at nature, that is indeed true, right? The byproduct, or what is called the waste of one part of the whole cycle, is an input to another cycle. Now, in our industrial systems that we built over the last 200 years, what has happened is that has deviated from that circularity or the cyclical model and has become a linear model, which is called, take, make, and throw. Means you take some raw materials, you make some product out of it, and then, during the process, you throw the byproducts, and this product itself you throw after some point of time. Now, the change that is happening is that how can we avoid that to as large an extent as possible? How can we reuse, recycle, or upcycle, as it is called, not only the byproducts that come when the product is being made, but also the product itself at the end of its use. Now, packaging is, we all live in a packaging-heavy society, right? Packaging is an integral part of a product. But it is also, something which gets thrown away very easily, whether it is a cardboard package or a, thermocol layer or whatever. It gets thrown away very easily. And it's probably one of the biggest contributors to landfills, right? So, if you want to introduce this whole cyclical thinking into this, packaging is a very important part of that. Now, how do you reuse it? How do you, where it cannot be reused, can you recycle it, and so on? That's the reason why it was introduced as part of it. So it's not just about the product, but also the packaging.
Sir, can I just interrupt? Actually, there was a second part for that question. So whatever case study that we mentioned in the project, we just was a little curious to know whether, supposing if we mention a particular product, is that producer, informed that such a product has, such a problem has been cited by the society, by the group, by the student community in the society? Because in the last 2 years, online shopping has been at its peak. And a number of waste generated is, I think, majority that has come from the online products. But it was nice to see in this 2023, in the month of January, that Amazon has cut down on their packaging. So we just, wanted to know whether our messages are really reaching the producers.
Right.
And, is this as a result of what we have put up in the project? Maybe I'm sure a lot of number of students must have put it up. So we just wanted to know whether our work has somewhere, created an impact on it.
Right. Absolutely. The one good thing is that over these years, producers or manufacturers are also becoming increasingly aware of this need to recycle packaging, reuse it, and so on and so forth. Is the situation perfect today? Of course not. Lots more needs to be done, but increasingly more and more companies are looking at how to reuse it. I think there are different channels through which messages go to them. Some of it goes from, maybe the customers themselves. Some of it goes from, media reports and so on. And what we do from our side is to put up all your projects on the Wipro earthian website. It's available there. And also we do a lot of socializing of, the work that you've done through videos and so on, as you saw. The hope is therefore that, a lot of people who see it will get influenced and will act in some way. So that's what we do from our side.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we have some questions here, but why don't we have some questions that might be there with you? Yes, madam. And I will take your question, but I would insist that, oh, it's not you. Okay, wonderful.
Excuse me. Hello. Here.
Hang on. You'll have to raise your hands and I'll pick you on. There is one here first. Okay?
Sorry.
Go on. Go on. Stand up, just stand up. Huh? Yes.
Hold it. She's blushing, but then she has a wonderful question to ask. Yeah.
Come on.
Your name? Huh.
Okay, we'll all close our eyes.
You tell your name. Tell your name.
My name is Angmo.
From?
From Changchup Chuling Nandi Sangha Sanskar.
Okay. क्या पूछना चाहते हैं आप सर से?
हम साफ करते हैं पर उस कूड़े को कहाँ रखेंगे?
Actually, this is a little region specific. Our village is very small, and mostly what happens, we have cleanliness drive, right? But the question is, after that what? Like, we have made the people aware, they have started segregating, we have started reusing, but still we are left with number of things which cannot be reused, which cannot be recycled. So what to do with that? And they always ask me this question, that now what? Like, okay, this much is reused, this much is like being used. Now what to do with all these things? This is what she's asking.
उसने ये पूछा, उसके शब्द ये थे कि हम कूड़े को साफ करते हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद क्या होगा?
Yes.
ये कहा था ना? किसके पास जवाब है भाई? ये बहुत ही बढ़िया प्रश्न है. क्या नाम है बेटा तुम्हारा?
मेरा नाम सिरिंग आंगमो है.
Siring Angmo.
Give her a nice clap, round of applause. So wonderful. So nice that is, huh? एक्चुअली सही बात तो ये है, तुम सुन रही हो हैं?
Yes.
सही बात तो ये है कि हमको ना बहुत चीज़ों का थोड़ा कम इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए. जितना कम इस्तेमाल करेंगे ना, उतना कम कूड़ा होगा, है कि नहीं? जितना ज़्यादा, अगर तुम खूब सारा बिस्किट खाओगी तो बिस्किट का पैकेज ज़्यादा होगा और पैकेज को फिर क्या करेंगे, ये सवाल उठेगा, है ना? लेकिन बिस्किट नहीं खाएंगे, रोटी खाएंगे या चावल खाएंगे तो कम पैकेट निकलेगा ना. तो एक तो है कि कम इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए, ठीक है? दूसरा ये है कि जितना इस्तेमाल किया उसको रीयूज़ करने की कोशिश करना चाहिए, लेकिन वो इतनी आसानी से नहीं होगा, है ना? तो इसके लिए ये ज़रूरी है कि आप जो बच्चे लोग हैं यहाँ पर और जो यंग लोग हैं, वो लोग जब बड़े हों ना, तो वो सब लोगों को समझाएं कि ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए. ऐसे चीज़ों का ही बनाना चाहिए जिसका आप इस्तेमाल फिर से कर सको, या वो अपने आप मिट्टी में मिल जाए. कुछ चीज़ें मिट्टी में मिलती हैं ना, हैं? जैसे घड़ा होता है आपके यहाँ? घड़ा.
They don't know about that. That's pumpa. That's called pumpa.
हाँ, just tell her that. हाँ? वो तो मिट्टी में मिल जाता है ना. तो ऐसी चीज़ों से बनाना चाहिए जो मिट्टी में मिल जाए. लेकिन ये सब हम लोग नहीं कर सकते, हम लोग बहुत बूढ़े हो गए हैं अब, ठीक है, आप लोग जब बड़े होगे ना तो सबको समझाना, ठीक है?
ठीक है.
हैं? ओके, वेरी नाइस.
Thank you so much, teacher.
Okay, somebody had a question there, right? Yeah, I just want to see 2 more hands, huh? So we'll take that next. The lady there, yeah. Give her the mic. Give her the mic. Yes. And one more hand, a second hand, huh? Somebody else. Here. Okay, yeah.
So my name is Sahyok Sarki from St. Paul's Higher Secondary School from Aizawl. And my question is, according to the DSM annual integrated report back in 2012, their main criticism on sustainability was it makes it poor and it's hard to put it on practical. So what do you think will be the best way to put this in practical so that people are not poor and they also have that sustainability, like, what do you say? The way that they have more like a sustainable lifestyle even for the future generations.
This is which report you said? DSM?
Yeah, DSM integrated report.
Okay, the company DSM. In some sense, what you're saying is correct, because sustainability is it's a very complex issue. Very complex, and it's very interconnected. Everything is interconnected. Problems of water, for example, interconnected with biodiversity or warming temperature, and so on and so forth. So if you try to come out with a solution that addresses all of this together, it has not happened till now, and it's not going to happen overnight also. The most practical way of looking at it is, or addressing this, is to look at parts of the problem while being aware of the larger interconnections, and chip away at it, or work on parts of the problem. For example, in this whole waste cycle that we're talking about, one part of it is behavioral, as Anurag was saying. How do you consume less? The other parts of it, some of it is technology. Some parts of waste can be processed today much better than it could earlier. Some parts cannot, right? So it's a mix of behavior, it's a mix of technology. Some of it comes from government policies, right? Just the fact of the matter is, all of these things do take time. They happen gradually and slowly. For companies, for individuals, for all of us, I think the mantra to live by is to look at, practically speaking, what can you resolve on a day-to-day basis, or what can you do better, but at the same time also being aware of all the interconnection. And that's a short but not a satisfying answer, because that's the nature of the problem.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. My name is Kriti Patel, and I'm for City Montessori School, Lucknow, Gomti Nagar, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. So we worked on the topic of waste, and I was really curious that we came across many organizations and even individuals who work to save the environment, like Fool, Ecosys, Blue Nudge. These were some examples. So I'm really curious, does their effort will be very helpful in bringing the environment back to normal? So will that actually happen, the environment come to normal?
आप लोगों ने प्रश्न समझा ना? मतलब बहुत ही अहम सवाल है, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण सवाल है. मे बी इट्स द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस. कि इतना सब करने के बावजूद, आई मीन, विल ऑल आवर एफर्ट्स, ऑल दीज गुड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, all their efforts bring the environment back to normal? I mean, bring it back to a good environment. That's what she's asking. The beautiful question, huh? I don't know. I really don't know. What do you think? I mean, my guess is that all of you believe that if you are doing all this, it can be brought back to normal. Isn't it?
Yes,
That
sir,
is the hope.
That is the belief that we are working towards it.
Isn't it?
Yes,
That's the
sir.
dream they're working.
Yeah? Isn't that the dream that you're working towards?
Yes, sir.
Correct? So, the thing is that, how do you want me to respond? Do you want me to respond truthfully, or do you want me to respond Untruthfully.
Sir, truthfully.
सच बोलूंगा.
Yes, sir.
सच सह सकोगे.
Yes, sir, because I will face it.
You will face the truth.
Yes, sir.
बहुत अच्छी बात है. हाँ, देखो बड़े जब हो जाते हैं ना, when we grow old, so we feel that बच्चों को ना सारा ट्रूथ नहीं बताना चाहिए. उनको लगता है ना कि बच्चों को प्रोटेक्ट करके रखना चाहिए ट्रूथ से. लेकिन मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता है. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि बच्चे जो हैं या यंग पीपल, they can actually deal with the truth.
Yes, sir, we can deal with it. That is
है ना?
why we want you to answer truthfully.
You know, the truth is, I don't think any of us knows. Huh? I think the truth is that we have to try. All of us, the organizations that you talked about, all of you present here, Wipro, there are many other organizations, many other thousands and millions of people who are trying. Right? We see this spirit a lot more in the younger people than I think perhaps in PSN and my generation. The thing is, we don't know. Right? We don't know what is going to happen in the next 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years. PSN and I won't be there in 30 years' time, right? But you will be. We don't know what is going to happen. And in a situation like this, when we don't know what is going to happen, what we know is that some things that we are doing are really problematic. Right? Really problematic. The way you're using water, the way we are doing things because of which biodiversity is getting lost, the way greenhouse gas emission is just going on, and we are still not able to control it across the world, right? These are deeply problematic things. So, the only way forward for us is to recognize that these things that we are doing, not as just individuals, right? We as a society, we as a country, we as a world, right? We as humanity. This cannot go on. Now, will we be able to control that? Will we be able to change things fast enough such that, everybody is happy in 30 years' time and there is no problem? We don't know. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I would say fortunately, it depends on what you do. Right? Not you as individuals, but you as a generation. So the truthful answer to your question is, we don't know. And sometimes, and we must learn this, and people like me learn it very hard after many decades, that sometimes the most important thing in life is to say, you don't know. We don't know. We can only try. We can do our best. And what we can say is we are very heartened that in 2010-11, when we started this whole program, every year we have seen increasing energy, increasing activity, increasing ideas, increasing implementation of these kinds of things, right? So there is hope. We have hope. We have dreams. And I think those hopes and dreams you will fulfill. Yeah, that's the truthful answer.
Well.
Huh?
Sir, our efforts.
Yes, through your efforts. So thank you so much. Huh?
Thank you, sir. I'm Hema from...
Wait, 1 minute. There was somebody here, huh? Yeah? No. We've done with the first round? Are we done with the first round? Yeah. This was the second. Okay, then we can take yours. Yours and yours then, huh? First her.
I'm Hema from Arvinda Model School, Andhra Pradesh. I just want to know that, did you implement any ideas of the students in your company? As the Wipro earthian program was started, is there any changes in your company? Mainly the ideas of the students.
That's a very truthful question. See, I'll say this for sure, that we get a lot of inspiration from all of you, from what you, your submissions, what you have to say, the way you say it. It really inspires us to look at these issues, in a way that is not too pessimistic, or often what happens is if you think very rationally, you end up, being pessimistic. So, but what your entries and what your participation has shown us over the years is that it's important to look at all this with a sense of hope and optimism and with a sense of being inspired, right? So I think that's the most important thing that we have learned from Wipro earthian, right? As far as specifics are concerned, companies like us have always try to improve what we are doing. So we do a lot of work on waste. About 97% of our waste is either recycled or reused, right? Water we try to do both inside the campus as well as outside, right? So I think ideas flow in from everywhere, and it sort of collectively, settles into our consciousness and translates into action. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, excuse me, a simple extension for this. So we do feel that from children through this program, we are learning a lot, and each and every employee, as it's a big organization of Wipro, so we do feel that every employee in Wipro, are they aware about all these sustainability program? Even it is a staff or non-teaching, even a sweeper or a great employee or anybody. So, they following the vision regarding this Wipro, as it's very important because it's not a one-man show, and each of every one of your thousands and employees must follow this. So, and it's very important to bring awareness among each and every employee in your vast organization. So, is it going on? And we do feel that it's very important to bring a change in every aspect about sustainability.
Yeah, you're right. And it's not just Wipro and Wipro's employees. Huh? It's also if you look at Wipro's employees, there'll be 200,000 of them, right? But actually Wipro's overall ecosystem is much bigger. Just think of the vendors that Wipro has. Just think of the customers that Wipro has, right? So we are talking about actually lakhs and lakhs of people. So that is absolutely right. And that's true for all organizations, right? Because if organizations sort of embed this basic value of sustainability in everything that they do, and every individual becomes sensitive about it, the world will change for the better. So that is true for all organizations. Correct. Somebody was here? Yeah.
गुड मॉर्निंग माय नेम इज़ कौशिक कोलिता फ्रॉम असम. मेरा क्वेश्चन ये था कि हम सब ने आर्सेनिक वाटर के बारे में पढ़ा है, कैसे वो अलग अलग स्टेट में इश्यूज़ क्रिएट कर रहा है. स्पेशली हमारे असम में एक बहुत बड़ा इशू क्रिएट कर रहा है. तो मैं जानना चाहता हूँ हाउ सीरियस इज़ दिस, एंड हम इसके बारे में क्या कर सकते हैं इसको रोकने के लिए.
इसका जवाब तो भाई वो विश्वनाथ जी दे सकते हैं. विश्वनाथ जी को जानते हैं आप लोग? ही इज़ वन ऑफ द कंट्रीज लीडिंग एक्सपर्ट्स इन वाटर.
सुना है.
आप देंगे? अच्छा, वो आराम से देंगे उनके साथ बैठ के. बहुत ही एकदम सटीक टेक्निकल सवाल है. ठीक है ना? ओके ओके. आई जस्ट चेक हाउ मच टाइम वी हैव. 4 questions, but that depends on how long my answers are. Right? Okay.
Yeah. That's what I was kind of, wanting to say, that we have about 3 more question times. I think he was generous and he said 4.
Okay. Can we see hands? I want to see hands, please. Please keep your hands up. And I would, just keep your hands up so that we can do. So we'll take from this girl here. We'll take one from there, just there. And one from, that's very hard, huh? Very hard. Oh my God, she's asking again. Oh, no. Okay. So we will take one from there. The 3 of you, just decide who amongst the 3 of you there. So 1. Oh, there's so many questions. What can we do? You want to do a rapid fire? No long answers, rapid fire. Okay, let's start here first. 1, 2, 3 there. Yeah.
मेरा नाम जागृति है और मैं पूर्व माध्यमिक विद्यालय कागरोल आगरा जिला उत्तर प्रदेश की छात्रा. मैं आपसे क्वेश्चन करना चाहती हूँ कि हमारे शरीर में लगातार जा रहे माइक्रो प्लास्टिक को किस प्रकार रोका जा सकता है, सर?
Microplastic. बहुत कठिन सवाल है बिकॉज वो कठिन इसलिए है क्योंकि वो माइक्रो जो वर्ड है ना उस इसलिए कठिन है इतना छोटा है ना माइक्रो प्लास्टिक वो कैसे जा रहा है फूड सिस्टम में कैसे घुल मिल रहा है और फिर वो सब जीव जंतु के अंदर जा रहा है साइंटिस्ट लगे हुए हैं माइक्रो प्लास्टिक का प्रॉब्लम लास्ट 2-3 साल में इतना पब्लिक अवेयरनेस में आया सो साइंटिस्ट लगे हुए हैं इसको क्या कर सकते हैं आज अगर इस सवाल का जवाब कोई अच्छा जवाब है कि आप पूछेंगे तो नहीं है तो क्योंकि सब पूरा फूड सिस्टम का हर एलिमेंट में मिला हुआ है तो अनलेस you grow your own food in your backyard and eat that and only that practically speaking very difficult thing.
हाँ जहाँ तक हो सके आप अपने आसपास का खाना खाइए एक ठीक है ना जहाँ तक हो सके हैं और दूसरा कि जो दुनिया भर में लोग फैक्ट्रीज़ में जो भी बना रहे हैं उनको ये कम करना पड़ेगा उसके लिए हम लोग आवाज़ उठानी चाहिए है ना लेकिन जहाँ तक हो सके आप अपने आसपास का खाना खाइए लोकल सब्जी खाइए लोकल चावल गेहूँ आपके यहाँ तो बहुत होता होगा नहीं ठीक है ओके गुड वेरी नाइस somebody was here, no? Who was next? If you because there's so many hands up. Yeah.
Hello, sir. My name is Tenzin. I'm from Ladakh. So my question is, there is mostly the narrative that is being built that the consumer is responsible, and rarely on the producers. So can we use Wipro earthian to build the producer's narrative as well? Is it possible?
No, that's very true. Actually, the answer to that is again a very mixed kind of answer. There are many companies who have adopted what is called producer responsibility. Okay, for the way they make things, using less energy, using less water resources, and so on, and also taking back products at the end of use and so on. But there are many companies which are not. Right. So if you sort of add it all up, probably there are more companies which are not doing this than companies which are doing this. So that's what it is. The needle has been moving gradually over these years. Whether it is moving fast or not, fast enough or not, is of course a completely different question. Okay. So one of the UN SDGs, which you must be aware of, is producer and sustainable production and consumption. So they've sort of put both things together. It's as important to produce sustainably as to consume sustainably. Yeah, hopefully, the critical mass of companies which do this will be reached sooner rather than later.
Two things. One is that 2006, that's like 16, 17 years ago now, right? So 17 years ago is when PSN and I sort of started working on this at Wipro. And I would think that there's been a sea change, absolute sea change in the attitudes and awareness of producers. Is it sufficient? No, it is not sufficient. But isn't it a dramatic shift from what we saw in 2006? It is. There's no question about it, right? So if we keep going at it, those things will change. So that's point one. Point two is, see, I think it's important not to dichotomize this, right? If you start seeing the world producer, consumer, we are all in it together. Huh? Yeah, it's a big problem, this kind of dichotomization of anything. Huh? Wo or main, you against me, producer against consumer. Sabki zimmedari hai. Everybody is responsible, right? Everybody has to bear their responsibility, the share. Otherwise, whatever she asked, what did you ask? You said ki wapas hoga kya environment, na? Something like that. So if we keep passing on the responsibility here and there, it's there everywhere. Huh? And clearly, large companies which are doing a lot more of this, they have a greater share of responsibility. But you and I have our own small share of responsibility, right? So this dichotomization, this perspective, this way of thinking, let's see we against them or dichotomize things, वो उसको थोड़ा अलग करना चाहिए, ठीक है? Okay, we'll take one last question.
Thank you, sir.
One last. So you grabbed the mic, is it? Achha, okay. No, but we'll take one more. We'll take one more question from her. Okay. So then we'll end. So one question from you and then last question from her. Okay? What happened?
Mic is not working.
You can speak. You have a loud voice, yeah.
Next month. So my question is, there has been a lot of talk about waste, and today I was happy to see like little kids talking about waste management, which is a very close issue to my heart. We are talking about, always talking about new solutions, IT related or tech driven solutions. So sir, my question to you is it the right time that, like, I'm a 90s kid and I remember that, we used to buy cold drinks in glass bottles, where we used to have some security deposit and we used to give it back. And then it got replaced with plastic bottles now. We used to have kullar chai, when nowadays for this generation might be a fancy thing to see, but kullar used to be a very, very normal thing in our days, in 90s. So is it the right time that we should start going back to those old solutions, and then, like, rather than talking about banned plastics or single-use plastics, rather than try going back to those old solutions? And I have seen there's a lot of bias towards, IT-related solution. Even today, like, we are talking about Chat GPT, or we are talking about, blockchain technology, which is a good thing. But do you think that, you being a part of Wipro, which is one of the biggest, IT companies, is there a big bias towards IT-related or tech-driven solutions? Or should we have that balance between IT-related solutions and also some old-school solutions, which might not be sounding very fancy, but will also be contributing to solve the problem of waste?
You've said a lot of things, and I don't think we can do justice to that in this. But I don't think, at least Wipro and most people who understand sustainability at its fundamental sense will adopt a tech-first kind of approach. Technology obviously has its role, but technology as an entry point is not something at least Wipro does. Huh? And by and large, I think it would be fair to characterize most people's approaches as that. There could be a few players who look at that as the primary driver, but I don't think that is the main issue. On this other thing, I don't know, because if soft drink companies have moved from bottles to plastics, etc., there would have been a number of reasons for it. For them to go back, whether it makes logistical sense and so on is a different kind of thing. But I want to call out one issue, that in any matter of sustainability, you will come to trade-offs, and you will come to issues which tilt the scales on the positive direction on one hand, but maybe on the negative direction on the other hand. One of the reasons why companies adopted plastic much more than earlier alternatives is it actually makes it more lighter, brings down your not only your cost of transportation, but your carbon footprint of transportation, right? It of course leads to more waste, right? So there is a trade-off there. If you look at IKEA, for example, in their sustainability vision itself, they say that plastic is the center of their sustainability vision because it reduces carbon footprint enormously. It's much more durable, and so on and so forth. So the essential point is, how do you arrive at something that sort of balances out all these forces and issues? I don't think there is a single answer to that.
Okay. No. But we have been told that we have one. Vasanthi, I'm going to take one more question and end. Is that okay? It is absolutely essential we take
Absolutely,
that
I can see that.
absolutely essential we take that question.
Hello.
Loudly.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
My name is Tenzin Yangdol, and I am from Changchip Chilina Nadi Sangla Sanskar. हमारे संस्कार में तो टूरिस्ट आते जाते वहाँ पर बहुत कचरा फेंकती है, और उन सबको कैसे पता हो कि हमारे संस्कार में नहीं कचरा नहीं फेंको और ऐसे मत करो, कैसे बोलो हम?
नहीं, मुझे समझ में नहीं आया बेटा.
May I repeat?
Yes, please.
What's her
Actually,
name?
Her name is Tanzin Yangdol.
या टांजिंग
from
एंगोल ने ये
Zangla.
पूछा कि हमारे संस्कार में लोग आते हैं और कचरा फेंकते हैं, फेंक के जाते हैं, उनसे कैसे बोलें? हाउ डू वी टेल देम प्लीज डोंट मेक संस्कार डर्टी?
Exactly. This
Please
is the
don't
question.
put kachra in Zanskar.
Because
How
tourists
do I
are
tell
not
them?
the same person. It keeps on changing. So making them aware is a task. So this is what she wants to ask. How to tell them Ladakh is very beautiful. But then again, we have this issue over there.
Who keeps changing?
Tourists.
The tourists.
Oh.
Every time there are different tourists who
Exactly,
come and make
exactly.
Zanskar dirty with garbage, and she wants to know कैसे वो उनको बताया जाए कि कचरा मत फेंको यहाँ पर. What a beautiful question, right?
Yeah, I mean, that question itself deserves a loud round of applause. You know? एक तो टूरिस्ट को आने ही नहीं देना चाहिए. नहीं, बहुत गड़बड़ करते हैं टूरिस्ट, बहुत गड़बड़ करते हैं. मुझे मतलब कई इस सवाल के जवाब कई स्तर पर हैं, कई देयर आंसर्स एट मेनी लेवल्स. एक तो ये है कि जितना वहाँ पर कम्युनिकेशन किया जा सके करना चाहिए, बोर्ड होने चाहिए, ये होना चाहिए, वो होना चाहिए, ठीक है, वो दैट इज़ देयर. टूरिस्ट वहाँ आएँ, एयरलाइंस जो उनको लेके आती हैं या जो लेके आते हैं उनको कुछ करना चाहिए, है ना. तो कम्युनिकेशन जो है वो उनको ये करना चाहिए कि इतनी सुंदर खूबसूरत जगह है, उसको आप देखने जा रहे हैं तो उसको आप बर्बाद ना करें. आपके बाद जो आएंगे और जो वहाँ रहते हैं उनके लिए वो ऐसे ही छोड़िए जैसा जिसके लिए आप देखना जाना चाहते हैं, है ना. तो वो मेरे ख्याल से एक बात है, वो ज़रूर करना चाहिए, हर तरफ से कोशिश करनी चाहिए. लेकिन दूसरी बात जो मुझे लगती है वो ये है, एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई फील इन सम सेंसेस इज द कोर ऑफ ऑल दिस दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट, राइट, विच इज़ दैट how is it that every one of us gets this sense inside us? And it's, you know, her question is an extraordinary metaphor for what we are doing to the earth, right? I mean, we are here like tourists and we are throwing all this and we are going away, right? So that's what is happening. So I think it goes to the real heart of the matter that every one of us who's here, I mean, of course not here, all of you who are here, you feel like that. But how do we get this sensibility that we have to behave responsibly? Whether we are chairman of Wipro like Rishad, whether it is me or PSN, whether it's a student, whether it is running large steel plants, whether we are in the parliament, how do we get this sense of responsibility that this legacy of earth that we have, this nature, Prakriti, that Vasanti beautifully talked about in the morning, that is all ours and it's ours only temporarily, right? We have to leave it perhaps better for the people who will come, the generations who will come after us. So I think that feeling, that empathy, that, that sense and sensibility is the core. And that is why we are here. So thank you for that question that goes to the heart of the matter, absolutely. Thank you so much. So with that, I think we'll end. Vasanti, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. What a wonderful session this was. And yes, PSN, you had a word?
No, I just said thank you.
Yeah, but I'd request you to stay back for just a couple of minutes because we will have the group photograph now, which is a very, very rich tradition in the Wipro earthian Awards program, where we have all the school children first join on stage and then all the school college winners as well. So the media friends can get ready and I'm going to call them. But just to add one, Anurag, I may just add एक आपके सवाल के लिए. From Ladakh, when I travel, and I travel, मतलब मैं बहुत घुमक्कड़ हूँ. My column used to be called Ghumakkad. And you know how when I travel, I follow 3 rules. And I just did a recent travel in Uttar Pradesh for the Chunav. And what I do is that, I travel by public transport, mostly wherever possible. जहाँ भी और मैं गाँव में भी जाती हूँ. Second thing, I carry my own tumbler, spoon, chammach, plate. So I make a little kit. I can share pictures from my social media. And I refuse even tissue paper because all that goes into the landfill. And I speak about that as well. So these 3 rules, of course I'm a reporter in a sari, and public transport in this thing. If at all we can get this message, all of us across and travel like that, Yes, thank you. We can. Wonderful question. Okay, I'm told the group photograph will be right after this little felicitation that we have for somebody who has put this together, right? I mean, the jury, first of all. We'd like to extend a heartfelt appreciation to the Wipro earthian jury members, and therefore would like to invite on stage Suhail, if he's still here. Suhail Kader from Nature Conservation Foundation, S. Vishwanath from Biome Environmental Solutions. If you could please come on stage. Also thanks to Harini Nagendra from Azim Premji University and Chitra Ravi from Azim Premji University, who could not be here with us today. Harini and Chitra, you're much fondly remembered. Suhail and Vishwanath Srikanthaya, both of you, many thanks for the work that you do. So to all the students, I would like to say कि आप जो काम करके अपना entry भेजते हैं, वो jury, जो judges, you're seeing right before you. You know, they go through all this work and they themselves are such wonderful environment experts. Suhail as well, and in case you have पानी के बारे में जो भी सवाल पूछना हो, so there is Vishwa, as you can call him, the लंबे जो लंबू आदमी है ना, वो और Suhail, please wave out, though they know you. You can keep all your nature questions. Please pester them and trouble them lots. Thank you, both of you. Can we have, from the Climate Collective team, Neha Naikwade and Bhaskar Pratap Raju on the stage? Thank you to the jury members and the Climate Collective team for all your efforts. The reason why we also, when we see them on stage, we know that, okay, we can connect with them, उनसे जुड़ सकते हैं, उनसे सवाल पूछ सकते हैं. Nim prashne ye nidruno or nakel bodu, please make use of all these opportunities. Welcome to the stage. From the Climate Collective team, PSN and may I also invite Bhau Saheb to be ready to come on stage. Bhau Saheb Kasar. And all the teams from schools and colleges can also be ready to step up on stage after this. Now I have a little... Thank you. Okay, मैं एक छोटी सी कहानी, मतलब 3 लाइन की कहानी मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि जो सज्जन हमारे साथ अभी हमारे सामने स्टेज पर आने वाले हैं, he is a very lovely teacher, बहुत ही खास अध्यापक हैं वो, भाव साहेब कसर, who is now an author, comes from Sherankhel, Tal, Akole district, Ahmednagar, Maharashtra के हैं. It's a small village in western Maharashtra, India. भाव साहेब जो हैं, he works as a primary school teacher in the Zilla Parishad Sarkari School. He has been active in the field of education, social work और पर्यावरण for the last 23 years. And you know what he has done? His team of students from Zilla Parishad School, Bahirwadi, won the 2015 में उनको award मिला था. लेकिन भाव साहेब ने वो जर्नी जो है, जो उनकी यात्रा रही उन बच्चों की, जो पहला एक ट्रिप था बैंगलोर, so he has spent the team's experience to travel to Wipro earthian program to Bengaluru for the Earthian Awards and wrote a book. वो उस किताब को है अभी अनुवाद किया गया है from Marathi to English. It's called A Flight Well Deserved. Bahirwadi to Bengaluru. Please give a round of applause to Bhau Saheb Kasar. We are happy that the team at Wipro earthian has supported the English translation of the book. May we have the book on stage? I now invite Anurag and P.S. Narayan to release the English translation of the book called A Flight Well Deserved. And you can see it's such a, a school girl and a school boy looking up to that flight, jo udaan thi unki, that anubhav has been captured, and many, many congratulations. बहुत बधाई अध्यापक श्री भाव साहेब कासर को for having brought out this book. I'm sure with this translation in English, many, many people will be able to read it. So with that, we come to a wrap of this. I'm told that the group photograph can happen outside at the stairs. Is that after the chai break? All right, so since we are breaking for tea, all these conversations and charcha can carry on over chai. But before that, all the winning school teams, please make your way to the stairs. Jahan se aap chad ke aaye the, ninge enga vandinglo, anga please collect there, just so that we can have a group photograph where Anurag and PSN, you would be joining all the winning teams. The schools first and then the colleges. Yes, and so let me also play the timekeeper. I have to remind ourselves, time is very short. So jaldi se photo and jaldi se chai, and we shall be back. So it's now 11:30. Before 12, we hope to be back in the same room for the next set of wonderful programs. I'm Vasanthi and I'll meet you again. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Attention, attention. The moment I say check, 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 it means that all voices now become silent and we get to hear what's the next speaker going to say on stage. But before that, did you all take your photograph? Joint? Not yet? Two groups, yes, right, sir. In fact, school, college. So school teams together you have? Was it done? How many of you got taken that photograph, that school get together? School winners. Only this many. Ah, okay. How many of you are happy with the way you look in the photograph? I can see somebody putting out both hands. Welcome once again to Wipro Earthian, this program, Sustainability Education. I know many of you have been with us right since morning, but there are some of us, some people who got delayed, and therefore a very, very warm welcome. So how do we welcome new people who are coming into the stage? With all our energy. With all the energy of sandwich and then, correct, biscuits and cookies, right? My name is Vasanthi Hari Prakash and I have great pleasure in welcome you once more. And let me waste no more moments in inviting our very special speaker. Her name, please note, is Nirupa Rao. Nirupa is a botanical illustrator. Now for those of you who think, wo kya hota hai? Adentadi, what is botanical illustrator? You're going to ask Nirupa this question. Because her work is inspired by field expeditions. She actually goes on the ground. And it's informed by close collaboration with scientists, जो वैज्ञानिक लोग हैं उनके साथ. Now with each of the projects, Nirupa hopes to help overcome plant blindness. You see, you get to hear so many new words. This is your chance. मौका है कि सीखना है कि नई चीजें. And kotta vishayalu, you can make sure that you note them and ask them. Nirupa, with each of her projects, hopes to help overcome plant blindness and reintroduce India's native flora and fauna into a collective imagination. Even those पौधे जिनके बारे में हम भूल चुके हैं, जिन्हें हम नहीं देख पाते आजकल. So what's her book called? It's called Hidden Kingdom. Fantastical plants of the Western Ghats. And for this work of hers, Nirupa got herself the National Geographic Young Explorers Grant. Please join me in welcoming Nirupa Rao onto stage. Nirupa also illustrated the cover of Amitav Ghosh's latest novel, Gun Island. She rejacketed 4 of his older novels and she was featured in the BBC documentary Nature and Us, A History Through Art. And she was the youngest artist featured in the Kew Botanical Gardens Indian Botanical Art. In other words, we have a fantastic person in our midst. And Nirupa is also presenting her film Spirit of the Forest here for us today. And the stage is all yours, Nirupa.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And also for doing such a wonderful job of emceeing and organizing everything today. It's really lovely. Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to speak to you all today. मेरा नाम है निरूपा और मैं एक बोटानिकल आर्टिस्ट हूँ. इन सिंपल वर्ड्स मैं पौधों के चित्र बनाती हूँ. सो आई पेंट प्लांट्स. सच कहा तो ये एक अजीब सा करियर है. मैं चांस से इस पे आया. I came into this by chance. I have not actually studied botany and I haven't studied art either. But I always loved plants and I always loved to capture all those details that I saw. किसी फूल में या किसी पत्ते में या किसी पेड़ में. And though I grew up right here in Bangalore, every school holiday my parents would take me to these mountains just a few hours away. They're called the Western Ghats. They go along the west coast of India and so many of you here are from that region. So here we would be able to play in the streams and run up the mountainsides. And sometimes when we'd go to the jungle, we'd also go on safari. But while everyone else was busy looking for leopards and tigers, my eyes were just on the bamboo or on the palash flowers. And I think most people seem to think पौधों और जानवरों के बीच animals are more interesting now. But I really wanted to show everyone just how exciting plants can be. So luckily, मेरे cousin Siddharth, who I grew up with, is now a botanist. He's a plant scientist. So together we decided to work on a project. We wanted to make a book. So he would choose the most amazing plants that he could think of, Western Ghats se hi, and we went looking for them in the jungles. And then I would paint them. So here are some of the plants that we chose. These are called sundews. They grow in rocky areas in places like Karnataka and Maharashtra, जहाँ मिट्टी में इतना nutrition नहीं है for the plants to grow. So the sundews use a little trick. You see these tentacles that come out of the leaves. Those are the red things that you can see in the plants are actually the leaves. And they have these sticky tentacles that come out and ये पास से गुजरने वाले कीड़ों को पकड़कर खा जाते हैं और उनसे न्यूट्रिशन लेते हैं. So these are actually called carnivorous plants. I'm sure all of you would have learned about some carnivorous plants or other in school. And even when I was in school, we did learn about carnivorous plants, but the only example that we were given in those days was the Venus flytrap. If you've heard, it's that flower that opens and closes like this and catches the insects. Now, that's a wonderful, amazing plant, but it comes from the Americas. It actually comes from the Americas. And it's lovely to learn about plants that come from all over the world, but I would have loved to learn about the plants which come from my own state. And these sundews I can actually find just outside of Bangalore. So I was really just, during the break when I was able to see some of your posters, I saw from the Kasba Jagdish Vidyapith, you had done these field journals of the biodiversity in your region, or even in Kerala, SKMJHS. And government senior secondary school, you'd all done all of these like catalog of wild edible plants or local resource maps. So I was really excited to see that nowadays kids are going out and looking at their own local biodiversity. That's a really nice thing to see. Okay, I'll show you one more plant. So another plant we chose was the Neelakurinji. And this grows in South India. So जब ये फूल खिलता है तो जब ये फूल खिलता है तो इसके फ्लावर्स पहाड़ को एक बहुत बड़ा सा कंबल की तरह कवर करते हैं. It covers the whole mountain side like a beautiful carpet. इससे हमको नीलगिरीज का नाम मिलते हैं. Blue hills, नीला पहाड़िया. The Neelakurinji flower is special because it doesn't flower every year like most other flowers. Instead, वो अपनी सारी एनर्जी इकट्ठा करके 12 वर्ष के बाद एक बार खिलता है. The bees and other pollinators have nowhere else to go but to these Neelakurinji flowers. And after producing seeds, the flowers will die, but the plant remains. चुप चुप के उनके अगले परफॉर्मेंस के लिए इंतज़ार करते रहते हैं. So अब यकीन आया that when I say that plants are amazing? Yeah? Okay, cool. Chapter 2, I'll tell you how I started painting plants. A few years ago, I was visiting a botanical garden in Kerala. As usual, I sat with my sketch pad, drawing trees, when two conservation scientists approached me. Their names are Divya and Sridhar, and they live in the same mountains that I played in when I was a child, the Western Ghats. So actually, Divya and Sridhar first loved animals. But they soon realized that इन जानवरों की रक्षा के लिए उन्हें सबसे पहले अपनी घर की रक्षा करनी चाहिए. Matlab, the jungles and trees that these animals and birds are dependent on. So they realized that first they need to save those animals and the jungles and trees that the animals are dependent on in order to actually protect them as well. So असल में ये सारी systems आपस में जुड़ी हुई हैं. They're all interdependent. And one type of squirrel likes one type of fruit from one type of tree, and one type of bird likes to make its nest only in another kind of tree. And in turn, these trees may require those same squirrels or those birds to spread their seeds, dur dur tak. So Divya and Sridhar grow trees, but not just any trees. Those trees जो इस भूमि के लिए सही है. The trees that are actually appropriate for this landscape. And they wanted to photograph these trees somehow, but बहुत मुश्किल था. First of all, ये बहुत ऊंचा है, up to 140 feet high. मुझसे 26 times लंबा है. Another problem was, जंगलों में इतनी सारी plants है that if you take a photo, हम सिर्फ हरा भरा देख सकते हैं. हम किसी एक पेड़ को अकेले नहीं देख सकते क्योंकि वो पूरे मिलजुल के दिखेगा. So, as you can see from this photograph, I think you'll agree that you can't see any one tree, right? Everything is just green. So when they saw me sitting and drawing a tree, they thought, this is perfect. Photography को छोड़ दो, हम painting का इस्तेमाल करेंगे. Now actually मैं और एक सच बताऊंगी. When I was standing there in front of the tree, it was so big that मैं पूरा पेड़ नहीं देख सकी. I myself was not able to see the whole tree. So instead I stood in front and I drew just the bottom of the tree. And then I climbed all the way to the top of a hill that faced that tree, so I could see the top of the tree like jungle के ऊपर. Then एक puzzle की तरह मैंने इन अलग-अलग टुकड़ों में एक साथ जोड़ दिया एक painting में. So you can see this is the final tree that I was able to join those. I was able to join the pieces of like a puzzle, put them together into one painting. So like this, I managed to paint 30 tree species, which we could consider to be iconic keystone tree species from the Western Ghats, along with their fruits, flowers, seeds, and leaves. For many of us, ये paintings देखने से ही हम पूरे पेड़ देख सकेंगे. And this actually gave me one more idea. मैंने ये फंडा flip किया, painting से puzzle बनाई. And I saw there was another school outside. I think it was, who was it? Can you say? Yes, this is a banyan tree, but there was one school who did the same thing. They've made puzzles out of their own paintings. Who was that? I think it was St. Luke's. I saw, okay, never mind. I saw it on your boards that you had put outside. So yeah, this is a banyan tree. I'm glad you recognized it. And this tree is very, very important for the ecosystem because it produces fruit any time of the year. So most other trees will only produce fruit in one season, right? But because these kind of trees have their fruit available all year round, it's very important for the animals and plants. So yeah, they really like to live in this sort of tree. So my idea in making a jigsaw puzzle was that as people put together the pieces of this puzzle, they can discover all these different animals that like to live here. So finally, I'll tell you about one last project. Okay, this is just a close-up of the same tree in case you wanted to see some of the squirrels and the orioles that live here. So finally, I'll tell you about one last project. When I was traveling through Karnataka with my cousin Siddharth and my friend Prasen as well, who's a photographer, we found a very special place, and these are called Myristica swamps. The name comes from a plant जो हमारा जायफल spice का रिश्तेदार है, जो English में nutmeg बुलाते हैं. Those of you who come from Kerala, Karnataka, even Goa, this habitat is found in that region and only in this region in the whole world. इसका फल और बीज बहुत सुंदर होता है with the bright red or yellow coating around it. You can see that around the seed, right? because this area is a swamp, एक दलदल है, it's usually submerged in water. और इसलिए इन पौधों के जड़ें ज़मीन और पानी के ऊपर ऊपर उठती हैं सांस लेने के लिए. So because it grows in a swampy area where there's so much water for most of the year, it has these sort of aerial roots that stick out of the tree trunk. And in that way, they're able to breathe. And otherwise, there would be too much water for them to be able to breathe in the soil. So, and these swamps are actually very old. Actually, scientists का कहना है कि संभव है कि इनमें से कुछ पौधे इंडियन सबकॉन्टिनेंट जितने पुराने हैं. So there are some scientists who think that possibly these swamps are as old as the Indian subcontinent itself. Do you all know here that the Indian subcontinent was not always in the same place on the map where it is right now? How many of you knew that? Okay, wow, your teachers are doing a good job. So about 200 million years ago, all the world's continents were actually joined together in one piece. Then they slowly broke apart and they began to move to the position that we see them in today. And that movement is still going. It just takes many millions of years for this to continue. And during this time, the Indian subcontinent broke away. और इतने सारे प्रेशर में हमारा वेस्टर्न घाट्स का जन्म हुआ, हिमालय से भी पहले. इसी समय में some plants in the swamp began to evolve. So there are scientists who believe that the same plants that we can see now can be traced back to that time, the same time as when India was beginning to form. Nowadays, these swamps are found across the Western Ghats in small areas. And ये surrounding areas का water supply के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है. There was a student who asked about how these things are all, the water systems are all interconnected, right? And so the local people from this area knew that at that time. And there are so many reasons why these swamps, any kind of wetland is so important for our ecosystem, because whenever there are heavy rains, it allows the water to percolate, to go through the soil, and it's retained there. So that also prevents flooding, right? If you just have concrete everywhere, then it's not able to seep through, and later on that water is retained in the soil and it can be replenished. So the local people knew this, and they've always protected these swamps for those reasons. And because of that, they actually remain pure and pristine habitats. We can see almost from when the swamps were made itself, it's barely been touched by human hands. I wanted to make a story about these swamps for children to understand this history. So I visited these swamps, and I studied the plants, and I painted them. But I wanted my story to come to life somehow. This painting is there's an actual tree like this. It's that big. The roots of the tree they go like as much as these chairs are. That's how big the roots go. And I really wanted this painting to come to life. So I asked my friends, जो animators हैं, जो cartoon बनाते हैं, to draw animals.
Nirupa, I think the next time आप एक पेड़ बनाना चाहेंगी, आर्ट, आपको काफ़ी आर्टिस्ट मिल जाएंगे यहाँ पर. Who wants to draw trees like Nirupa? Who wants to draw trees with Nirupa? I think it was a film that was so simple, एक तरफ से, but so deep. Particularly going back to the great-grandfather who taught, including us, to preserve the forest for all of us. And are we doing that for the ones who come next onto the earth? And all this via this little girl who came, you see, and got to see the spirit of the forest. Once again, a great round of applause for the creator of this. And for all your team who have animated it and voiced it and scripted it so well. I think it's just something which a lot of people will take away images from. And in case you do that, in case you land up drawing a tree or a plant or podha in your own thing, please reach out to Nirupa. Are you on Instagram and stuff like that? Do you want to just stand up and say, Nirupa, how do people... only on Instagram or other...
I mean, Instagram and email, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah. On Facebook as well. Nirupa
Right,
Rao,
right. Email bata dijiye sabko so that they can write to you, right?
hello@nirupa-rao.com.
hello@nirupa-rao.com,
Yeah.
which is HELLO, Hina?
Yeah.
Yes, there you go. Okay, so make use of that. Meanwhile, I have great pleasure in welcoming three people who are going to come up on stage and tell us more wonderful things about our own planet. I'm first going to call someone who's been a writer and editor, print and digital for over 20 years. She has been part of the core teams that started and helmed Lonely Planet Magazine India, National Geographic Traveler India, Nature in Focus, Save Us Wildlife. The person who I'm talking about, her past work includes JP Morgan Editorial and Femina. You'll find her words in newspapers, magazines, including Scroll, Mongabay, Indian Express, Hindu, BBC, Top Gear. Please get me some water, somebody. She's a published fiction author for children's books and one feminist anthology. She worked on the outreach and science communication for Marine Life of Mumbai. It's an initiative that's creating awareness about the city's biodiverse coastline, right? The Samudra Tat. So her book on coastal animals, Superpowers on the Shore, was published by the Penguin Random House in 2022. Please join me in welcoming Sejal Mehta on stage for... Hello Sejal, welcome. Any of, आप कुछ भी chair ले सकती हैं. It's all... And we have the next guest who joins us on stage. He's a wildlife scientist working on the link between economics, anthropology and conservation. And this interdisciplinary, यानी कि एक subject और दूसरे subject के बीच में जो connection है, he uses that academic training of his and he studies human as well as animal behavior to design and implement conservation projects, currently based out of Northeast India, where he's been working on human-elephant coexistence. That is wonderful reason for us to welcome Arjun Kamdar on stage. Welcome Arjun. You can have any but one chair. So आपके लिए भी choice है. Please choose. And the next speaker, the final among the, the trio, who's going to be coming in, she is a pioneering television journalist of Northeast India. She cut her teeth in journalism with the National Broadcasting Network, Doordarshan, in 1989. She also worked with the country's first private English news channel, New Delhi Television. That is where she and I were colleagues. Till 2009, she's a recipient of the Chameli Devi for journalism in 2001 for interpreting the region to others and within. She returned to her home state, Nagaland, in 2010 to begin work in environment conservation issue as a managing trustee of the Nagaland Wildlife and Biodiversity Conservation Trust. She's a recipient of several conservation awards, including the Sanctuary Wildlife Service Award in 2016, also the Nari Shakti Award in 2017, and led the conservation efforts of the migratory Amur falcons in Nagaland with late Ramki Srinivasan of Conservation India in 2012. Is ek parichay ke baad, it's as big an applause that we should give the guest here. Bano Haralu, please welcome. Friends of the Amur Falcon campaign to conserve the migratory raptors which roost in the Doyang Reservoir in Nagaland's Wokha district. Bano. Yes, all your introductions are so long. Why did you all do so much work and make my job so tough? So, it's now over to you, Bano. Do you have your mics with you?
I do.
Yes. You can take the podium. Yes. Are the mics? Can the mic be reached? What would you prefer? You've gotten mic'd up. All right. So the stage is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm deeply privileged to be standing here and sharing with you some of my journey over the years with conservation issues in the Northeast and particularly in Nagaland. The slide. Yeah. So I have a small slide PowerPoint presentation in which I want to just introduce Nagaland and the ethos and the philosophy of the culture and the traditions of Nagaland. In fact, it seems very apt that I should be speaking after Nirupama's wonderful depiction of the spirit of the forest, because that is something that was very innate in the Naga culture. You know, the spirit, we believed in the spirit of the forest, spirit of the water, spirit of the trees, spirit of the stones, and so on. And so there was a deep reverence for nature. But, okay, so here we are. That's why I titled this as Natural Nagas. As you can see, we are many tribes, all speaking very different languages, all in a very compact, small area. And we sometimes have different ways in which we deal with our different conservation and environmental and ecological challenges. But in this, I said natural Nagas because we are a people who drew a lot of our lifestyle, a lot of our dependency was on nature around us. And we, as I said, diverse communities. Nature was always an inspiring being out there. And we can see that in all of our daily artifacts that we use, from the headhunting days, from the machetes, or the dhows that we call, or the spears, or all the handicrafts. You know, sometimes we just gloss over the handicrafts, but when you look at them closely, they are each of them such wonderful works of art. And we draw our inspiration also from for architecture, from nature, and they are attuned to the rainfall that we receive. So you will never get flat roofs in Nagaland because the rainfall is so intense and it's heavy. So for the water to slide off, we have homes like this, and they are sloped, and they used to be made with all natural. This is, of course, made with either straw or it's the taco plant, which is woven together. And on this side is what I talked about, the spirits of the trees. And, to make, I don't have a picture of the log drum here, but even to choose a log drum, there is an entire ceremony that is attached to choosing of that particular tree. It should be without any defect. And so there's a lot of preparation that our ancestors, they carried on and they practiced for many, many centuries. But of course, as modernization came, we also embraced different lifestyles, we were exposed to knowledge, the book, and education. Yet, in our agriculture today, we still practice sustainable agriculture. These are the terrace fields that you see. And in most areas of Nagaland, you will see terrace fields like this, because then the water is retained in these terrace fields and the paddy cultivation can happen. And there are areas where we only terrace our fields for cultivation just once a year. In the agriculture sector, everyone is involved, but women take a great lead in this. And currently, about 68% of women are in the agrarian sector, in the rural areas. And contrary to popular belief and popular understanding that we Nagas consume a lot of meat, but actually leguminous plants and green leafy vegetables make up a big part of our daily diet. And we can see that most of this comes from the forests, and they are foraged from the forest. And so the importance of having very natural and very fertile forests is incredibly important for us as a people, for the source of vitamins that we get from our food. But in this unique biodiversity of the state, we have at least 5 agroclimatic zones in that small state of Nagaland. But we do face challenges. And one of those big challenges, as we can see, is it was always with us, our wildlife and nature. And it was depicted in our shawls. This is a rich man's shawl. It has pictures of these are embroidered figures. This is the elephant. And of course, we had elephants once upon a time which roamed. Arjun will tell us more later. But this side is, it's depicting the mithun. That's another animal, our state animal. It's quite a unique, it's not even a bison, it's not even a buffalo. It's a bovine, but it's very unique to this part of the country. This shawl can not be worn by anybody. It is earned. You have to have given a very, very big feast in the village to be able to qualify to don this shawl. Also, why I showed these sketches is these form a part of the Ao Naga tribe, and we have a team from Nagaland here, from Mokokchung. So this is something that you will see in your shawls. And these were all they depict animals that were once seen in our territory. But the story, of course, is very different today. Our strong hunting traditions have continued. And today, although there are several attempts to regulate this community hunting in the state of Nagaland, it's still a very big challenge. And this is where the challenges to our unique biodiversity is we are struggling with that even now. The strong hunting tradition is linked very much to our cultural practices and to the social status that is connected with hunting and with hunters and being a very good hunter. All that's very well, but in the past, because there was one element that was missing, and that was guns. But today, with the guns, you can see that, even children are being introduced to hunting at a very, very young age. And a classroom that's supposed to have students can sometimes be turned into a den of trophies. This is especially during the holiday season and during the winter seasons, when hunting parties can be seen across villages. But then comes education, which took us away from the innate practices of our forefathers and the deep reverence that they held for nature, and not extracting more from nature than what we actually need. And this came in the form of conservation education, and it came with the story of the Amur falcon, the migration, with which I had the privilege to work with many colleagues, amongst them Conservation India, and my late friend Ramki Srinivasan, who has photographed this and many other images of the Amur falcons that you see. This is also another of Ramki's photographs. These are migratory raptors that come every year to Nagaland, and they came for many, many years. This is the route that they take. and elderly people would talk about, the sky is getting dark over this particular region dominated by the Lotha tribes in Wokha district. And what was happening here over the years was that when this dam was created, the birds began to conglomerate over this reservoir, water reservoir. And then the next thing happened was hunting. But we used education, we used methods of reaching out to the young, to the next generation, because it's difficult to change the habit of the elderly and the adults. And so we engage in conversations around conservation with young people. We formed eco clubs where young people were introduced to their wealth around them, the biodiversity wealth around them. And this kind of triggered off, it was a catalytic movement that also influenced the village elders to take a decision and not hunt and trap the Amur falcons that they were doing in the past in large numbers. And so it was quite a dramatic overnight. The very next year, the thousands, lakhs of Amur falcons that were being trapped it came to a total stop in this area. And that story, that initiative of the community then spread to other districts and other villages in Nagaland where the Amur falcon flew or roosted, and they also then in turn took up the challenge to conserve these birds. And then it crossed from Nagaland, the story crossed over to neighboring Manipur and neighboring Assam. And so unwittingly, the Amur falcon became a kind of a mascot for conservation, and around it, a lot of conservation workshops and a lot of engagements with NGOs from across the country has also begun. And networks, one of the biggest inputs and one of the largest factors which made the Amur falcon conservation program or the Friends of the Amur falcon campaign work was by building networks across. And so for any campaign, what we've learned is that forming networks, building partners is a very, very important criteria to have like-minded people on board. And this is what we did with the Northeast Network. They had already launched what they call Under the Canopy education program, which we also emulated in the areas where we worked in the Doyang Reservoir in Wokha. And another thing I want to say is that in your endeavor to conserve, it's so important to have role models, to have a mentor. And my mentor, my role model, and my assistance, my support came from Conservation India, and the lead person, my late friend Ramki Srinivasan, who was really the architect of the Friends of the Amur Falcon Conservation Program. He's not with us anymore today, but what he's done lives on. And not only in Nagaland, he's contributed so much to the world of wildlife in India. With that, I want to say thank you. And I just, we were talking about the spirit of the forest, and one of the reasons, why do we conserve nature? Why do we do what we do? Why are we all so connected with nature? And I think one of the joys that we get is, one of the reasons is that it just inspires you. And as human beings, we are meant to be inspired. And that's exactly what happened in the short visual or poem which has been visualized. This was a poem written by Anuradha Hegde. She's from Bangalore, and she visited Nagaland to watch the Amur falcons 2 years ago. And I'd like to share her poem with you, and which she wrote 15 minutes after she encountered the armored falcons in flight over the fields in Nagaland. Thank you. Please play the video.
How do they know where they must go? That knowledge secret in their deepest being kept. When comes the call, as one they stir all, rising from the Siberian pole, a dark wave unfolds. Beckons the land golden, they must do as bidden. To the Naga forests and fields, they must fly Godspeed. Now there is none, then comes just one. For a while, it's 3 or 4. We fear, are there no more? Then, without warning, on sunset's timing, one by one they arrive, like bees from a hive. From 10 to 1,000, it all happens in seconds. Above us, they form a cloud, their chirping gets ever loud. In waves they rise and glide, wondrously never collide. It's a symphony of grace, filling our inner space. Slowly they rest on the forest's crest, revived and ready for the morrow's journey. Over mountains and seas they would soar with ease, through the drama of savannah of distant South Africa. At the dawn of the morn, it's time to move on. As they sweep across the horizon, their memory lives on.
Right. Thank you. That was fantastic. So, it's only fitting that I talk after Nirupa's wonderful movie and Bano's talk of elephants and the Northeast and the philosophy and how we're working to change behaviors. So today we will talk about a wonderful region in Northeast India where two of the most intelligent species on the planet interact and share spaces. It's here in Assam on the north bank of the Brahmaputra River. And our goal as conservationists is to enable these two intelligent species, humans and elephants, to share spaces safely. Now, every winter, these elephants, sometimes their herds are as big as 100 individuals. They move from the foothills of the Himalaya in the north down to the Brahmaputra and the river islands in the south. It's maybe 50 or 60 kilometers, and they pass through human areas a lot. And sometimes they're tea estates or small patches of natural vegetation, fields, etc. And over the past few years, we've got to know some of these elephants quite intimately. Like here is Ramu, a very large tusker who is very habituated to humans and doesn't harm them at all, and just kind of goes about his own business eating bamboos, the patch from which he's just emerging here. There's Bordoi, who keeps moving through and you can never know where he is, but he's everywhere and nowhere all at once. And then, of course, there are these other smaller groups that fragment out and spend time. So this photo is clicked on the Brahmaputra.
Wow.
Now, these shared spaces, it's not as smooth as one would expect, right? With close to 80 people and 25 elephants dying each year in just the state of Assam due to these human-elephant conflicts. And not only that, the constant fear that people and elephants live in this landscape leads to a deterioration in the quality of life of both the species. And there are methods, that there are ways that people are trying to make these things work. Here is a school which has the midday meal ration being stored inside it, being broken by elephants because they're in search of food. So a host of methods are used to implement and to kind of help humans and elephants to share spaces safely. And for my work, I went out into the Northeast to understand these better. And from all of these several methods that there are some that there is one that is the most effective and the most widely used, which is these non-lethal solar electric fences. So what this does is it gives a shock to anybody, any animal or human that comes in contact with it, but does not harm them. It doesn't kill them. It just jolts them. So this creates a psychological barrier. And this then can be used to protect people's houses and crops and also keep the elephants safe from retaliation. And this works very, very well, at least in the Northeast. In South India, people over here, might have seen them and have found out that they don't work very well, which is, here you can see it in practice. But they work in general very well. So for this, despite this good effectiveness, there is one surprising question, which was that people were not maintaining these fences. And these fences need to be maintained. The undergrowth needs to be cleared out so that the voltage doesn't leak out, and the battery and the wires need to be checked and make sure they're in place. Not much work really, but yet people didn't really maintain them. So I sought out to ask, why is this so, with a fantastic team of advisors, which we'll come to a little later in the results. And I wanted to understand to what degree is this because of ecological reasons, which means elephants are learning how to adapt to these fences as they have here, and they kind of break the fence, which one of our forest department staff finds very funny. But so to what degree is it because of this? And to what degree is it because of sociological reasons, which is how people come together, because a village has to come together to solve this. If there are 10 of us in a village, and if 9 of us do it, but one person does it, it doesn't work for anybody. It's a collective action problem. सब लोग को एक साथ मिलके इसका solution ले आना पड़ेगा. तो वही चीज़. तो मुझे देखना था ये कितना मतलब हाथी की वजह से और कितना आदमी की वजह से. और ये चीज़ को समझने के लिए I used a range of tools, which is some things that the Earthian program has given you a good insight into, such as these semi-structured interviews, लोगों के साथ बात करना, उनका opinion लेना, उनके बारे में थोड़ा समझना, context क्या है वगैरह. और मैं यहाँ पे जिसका खेती था, whoever had crops, I would also spend long days with them, partaking in everything that's there, so I can understand the context better. And then understand really what is driving people's behaviors. So I stood guard over these crop fields for a long time, understood what are the dynamics at play, that kind of stuff. And of course, used all the papers that I could find, like somebody today was mentioning how they referred to reports about, waste and the works. So everything that could be found, सबको एक साथ इकट्ठा किया और उसमें से ये patterns ढूंढने किए. और ये काफ़ी and these were our results, but ये काफ़ी complicated है, अभी मैं उसमें नहीं जाऊँगा. But मैं ये slide इसलिए दिखा रहा हूँ दो कारण की वजह से. The first is in line with what PSN and Anurag were talking about today, right? That it's that wildlife science and conservation, and I'm sure is what Banu and Sejal have also Sejal will talk about, Banu has covered, and Nirupa has also covered, is that ये conservation के लिए सिर्फ साइंटिस्ट लोग की ज़रूरत नहीं है. और ये जर्नी में जब हम इसको वापस इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए गए कि हमें पता चल गया, ओ अच्छा इस टाइप की चीज़ें हैं, उसमें सारे लोगों का इनपुट्स बहुत काम आया, जैसे कि इलस्ट्रेटर्स, कम्युनिकेटर्स, टेक्नोलॉजी वाले लोग, और रिपोर्टर्स. So it all really came together, and of course there are lots more examples, of this. And number two is because I feel that the Earthian program is giving, the students here, all of you, a very good set of tools. So this was built on pretty much the same tools that you have been using for your Earthian program. And we're using this in the field and we find it to be very, very helpful. So this is just to show you that, the tools that you're using have a lot of power. So that's something that we can definitely keep in mind going forth. But of course, our results, to condense it, you don't need to read all of this in detail, is that we found that it's largely because of sociological reasons, which means लोगों को एक साथ मिलना, coordination करना, उस चीज में थोड़ा सा दिक्कत आ रहा था. So one very interesting thing was something which is known as the sucker effect. So there were about 50 villages in 50 houses in a village, and 48 of them said, yes, we will go ahead and we will maintain this fence because it protects our crops and all of that. But 2 people said, I don't spend that much time in the village. I'm spending a lot of time in the city, so I will not participate in this. So then the other people said, what? Why? How can you not do it? And the other people, for whom it still makes sense, it hardly takes half an hour every week, just to maintain the fence, go around. Yet they said, कि नहीं, हम नहीं करेंगे. As you can see here. See, why should I do it? If the elephant comes into our village, it can break your house also and break my house also. We'll see. So this just goes to show, I think it's more representative of how, simple logic doesn't always work and human relationships are very complex. So keeping that in mind when we're designing conservation things is very helpful and very exciting also. So that's something that I think we can really take from this. And now, anyway, long story short, these things are now in practice and we are working to make these interventions and make these projects better for people and elephants and the landscape. But there's one question that still remains unanswered. Why are elephants coming out into these human areas, which are very stressful situations? People are chasing them, they are being pelted at with stones, of course, because people want to protect their crops. So why are they coming out in the first place? So for this, there are, as I'm guessing, people have already alluded to, ki jungle nahi hai, that kind of stuff. There are 2 broad reasons. One is very intuitive. So this is some satellite imagery from the area from 1984. This is 1993, 1999. And if you can see the dark green patches, they're slowly receding and they've gone. By the early 2000s, they're finished. So this region saw a drop of 65% in habitat for the elephants at that time. So people believe, and the region that I showed here is also where Bano has worked when this deforestation was going on as well. So maybe she can tell us more about that, or you can ask questions at that point of time. So this of course leads people to think, including scientists, to say that there isn't enough habitat for the elephants and therefore they have no option but to come out into these stressful situations, which probably is true and is part of the reason. But there is also another reason, which is that since at least 4,000 years, maybe more, humans have been cultivating crops to be more and more tasty, more and more nutritious. So over time, these crops are also very tasty. And that is what can be an attractant. So pulling elephants out of these forests into these stressful situations, because they say, this is a little bit of a tough spot, but the benefit is so much. So how I think of it is, when I was younger and, well, actually even now, I jump into my neighbor's garden and sometimes people's houses, I don't know, when the lychee trees are fruiting. क्योंकि मुझे लीची बहुत पसंद है. तो from a evolutionary ecological standpoint मुझे ये करना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि घर पे खाना मिलता है, मेरा न्यूट्रिशन मिल जाता है. पर तब भी मुझे लीची बहुत पसंद है, तो फिर मैं चोरी करता हूँ. ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए, खरीदना चाहिए, but anyway. So ये चीज को समझने के लिए कि what degree is it because of ecological reasons and what degree is it because of lack of resources And to what degree is it because elephants just like, paddy, rice, dhan, chawal, which is grown over here? The Assam Forest Department and WWF India came together and decided to understand how these elephants are moving in the landscape. How are they using this space? Is there enough to eat? What is there in the forest? Where are they spending time? Because these were all things that are very difficult to find out when you're just looking at elephants at one point of time. So to do this, we used a very simple device called a simple device in theory, very difficult to put in practice, called a GPS radio collar. So everybody has used Google Maps on their phones. So it's the same technology embedded into a collar. And then you sedate an elephant, and then this GPS speaks to the satellite, which then communicates to you. So you can get an idea of where the elephant is at every certain interval. Now, this will give us a very good idea of where the elephants are, how they're using the space. So this is Tara, the first elephant that was radio collared in Northeast India, and we've been tracking her for a long time since. And surprisingly, as you can see, she's been using some very highly populated areas, human populated areas. This region has about 500 people per square kilometer. And we were completely amazed. Each point here you see is a data point, so that's a location of hers. And if this is striking, wait till you see the next slides. So this is like right through a village, right? And you can actually see these worn down marks, this little whitish bit where that pin is, that's elephant footprints that you can see from satellite imagery. So I asked some of the people at the houses in between these two, on the north side, the little white dot over there. So, I obviously had this data, so I went there and I asked them, "Acha, yahan pe hathi वगैरह आते हैं क्या?" They say, "Yeah, हाथी आते हैं. कभी कभार 5-7 हाथी जाते आते हैं." Well, in reality, I knew that there were at least 28 elephants going there up and down every single night, and they had no idea. So that's to say that these large 5,000 kilo animals have adapted to use these human areas to a great degree. And they can do it like phantoms. They're there one moment and then they're not, So it's fantastic to understand how such large animals can get by unnoticed and without any untoward incidents. Generally, you would imagine that, if there is such a big animal, it's so powerful, it can, break a bone in a matter of seconds. Well, there would be many more such things. But after looking at this, we realized that that's probably not true. And, long story short, I think that it's going to be very difficult for humans and elephants to always to share spaces without any untoward incidences. But armed with these kind of findings, this kind of science, and a desire and the enthusiasm, motivation, and and the drive that I see with all of you today in the interactions that we've had, it is possible. And one of the people whom we work with has also said this in these words over here. Now that the elephants don't enter their village and cause any damage, she really enjoys looking at these elephants with their small, small babies and their long, long trunks. So, that's to say that this can happen. Right. Thank you.
Yes.
Super. Hi everyone, good afternoon. Clearly afternoon. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. But before I start this, I want to know, when I say Mumbai, Bombay, what are the words that come to your mind? Vada pav. What else? Traffic. Hey, Bangalore people can't say traffic. Yeah. But I agree, traffic. What else? Sorry? Fast life. Yes. Hey, you can't say marine because you're watching the screen. Bollywood. Yes, best Bollywood. One of my favorite things. Sanjay Gandhi. Wow. Yes, Sanjay Gandhi National Park. Usually, some of those words make appearances more than others, right? When you think of Bombay, you think of a fast life, you think of traffic, you think of pollution, yes? There's so much talk about waste today. And usually after monsoon, if you walk on a Bombay shore or after Ganpati, then you will see the ocean has vomited its insides back at us. And that's the idea we have of Bombay. When I was in Bangalore, I lived in Bangalore for 2 years when I was the editor of a magazine called Nature in Focus. And the only reason I wrote about something that's called the intertidal zone, I'll come to that, is because I was in Bangalore and I'd started hearing, how journalists get stories, right? You hear about things, you read about things. And they said, Sejal, there is this group in Bombay called Marine Life of Mumbai. And they are saying that they are documenting wildlife on Mumbai's shores. So I've been a Bombay girl my whole life. I've grown up in Bombay. So all my journalism, cynicism, questions, all came like rushing, and Vasanthi and Bano will agree to this. Immediately skeptical that Bombay shores, आप अगर देखोगे तो आपको प्लास्टिक और बहुत सारी चीजें जिसमें आपको पैर ना डालना हो वो बहुत मिलेगा. So I was thinking, no self-respecting wildlife is ever going to be there. If you go to Juhu Beach on Sunday, there are more people there than like a Beyonce's concert or something. Like there are always people on Bombay's shores. So I said, क्या बकवास ही कर रहे हैं? ऐसे कोई थोड़े crabs में over excite हो गए हैं ये लोग. It's not possible. But of course, again, as a journalist, we are intrigued. So when I went back home to meet my family, I said, chalo, I contacted them and I said, मुझे ले चलो, दिखाओ ये कौन से animals हैं. And as they say in English, that phrase है ना, वो humble pie, it tastes very bad. And I had to eat a lot of humble pie that day because I walked on Bombay's shores, and along with the people, the traffic, the waste, the pollution, I found a civilization of animals that is beyond anything that I had ever experienced, seen, and they were all largely invisible. Now, as a writer, what attracts you? You want to tell stories, but you also want to tell stories that you also don't know. Writing is also about self-change, right? You want to write about things that you are also learning about. So why, and does anyone here know what an intertidal zone is? Oh, before I start, I'm going to ask you this question at the end. If you had a superpower, if you had access to a superpower, you have to think about what you would pick. Okay? Yes? Awesome. This is Bombay's bandstand. Now, what is an intertidal zone? Does anyone know what an intertidal zone is? What is a coastal zone? Anyone? Aapko high tide pata hai? Yeah, we all go to the ocean when the tide is high. We like a full beach. Pani aise aa raha hai, you're enjoying yourself. But when the tide retreats, when it goes back, low tide kehte hain jise, that stretch of land that opens only during low tide, that is called intertidal zone. It literally means between the tides. So between two tides is this ecosystem that had formed the basis of the last 4 years of my life. So obviously people thought I'm mad. They're like, why are you spending so much time on this weird space? If you see that's bandstand, it's also one of the busiest shores in the city. At any given point, there are people doing various things on the coast. And that's us looking at a tide pool. जब पानी वापस जाता है, it deposits some water, no? It doesn't take everything back. थोड़े-थोड़े tide pools में जो पानी रह जाता है, वहाँ पे there are animals. And these animals are very special. There is a reason I called superpowers on the shore. Why are they so special? What makes them so special? Now, Aarti, consider this for your house. Okay, you live in a house where imagine full day there is harsh sunlight. At night, there is very cold moonlight. There is fear of desiccation. Desiccation means sunlight say you will get dried up. Then imagine you're a wild animal, so always something's eating you. There are predators from the deep, from the shallows, water say, and there are predators from the land also. So it's tough. And the last thing which we all know, जब tide आता है, a crab is building a house. What happens to that house? Water comes in, it's gone. It builds it again. Water comes in, it's gone. It builds it again. So you live, Aarti, in an endless cycle of impermanence, right? It's a harsh place. It's a tough life. So then I was thinking, before I wrote this book, I was very fascinated by all of these things. And I thought, yaar, if the place is so difficult, so harsh, and nowhere else, mind you, nowhere else does this happen. Because if you think about it, deep sea mein to sunlight nahi hai. If you go to the forests, there's no saline water doing this ebb and flow twice a day or thrice a day, wherever, depending where you live. So nowhere else does this very specific conditions occur. So I was thinking, yaar, if this is so specific, तो यहाँ जो animals रहते होंगे, they also must be fairly unique. And that's how I started looking at all these animals. And I discovered that they have superpowers that I could not even imagine. And that's how I started writing about them. Because the thing is, for a non-scientist, I like stories. If कोई story बता दे animal की, तो I am interested. Otherwise, it's tough for me to pay attention. As I'm sure is a lot of, that's usually the problem we have. We cannot read much science because we don't understand it. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about these creatures that are found in Bombay. Thode hi hain. I have not even scraped the surface really of what actually exists when the tide retreats. But I'll tell you a little bit about their powers so that you go back home thinking, knowing today that Bombay mein yaar plastic se zyada bhi kuch hai shores pe. I'll start. First stop. Superpowers mein I learned invisibility. That is the most, by the way, every time I do this survey, which is very unscientific in a way, I just ask people what their superpower would be, and most people will choose invisibility, right? It's a very powerful thing, which in wildlife we know as camouflage, right? Animals who suddenly hide when you try to find them. Now, there is a very strange creature on the intertidal zone. It's called a decorator crab, okay? You all know what Velcro is? Apne shoes pe hota hai, sometimes you tie shoes like that, you put your shoes. Everybody knows what Velcro is? Guys, say yes louder, no? Otherwise I'll be awesome, superb. So then, this animal has hair-like extensions on its back. Okay, it has Velcro-like things on its back. Now with this amazing thing, what it does is, apne hi neighborhood mein, it goes around and it cuts things from other living animals and plants, like algae, like snails. It's not very fussy. Jo milega, it will take. And using all this, it will stick it on its back and it will pretend to be something else, like a really exaggerated costume party. And by this virtue, it becomes invisible. And I'm going to show you how much it works. Somewhere here is a crab. You can't see it. And the first time I saw this crab, like I said, not a scientist, took me time. First time I saw this crab, everybody was very excited. All the marine biologists, they were like, Sage, look. I said, yeah, but where? And they said, you're looking right at it. See, it's moving from side to side. And I was like, bro, it's a tide pool. Everything is moving from side to side. It's water. But if you pay attention, of course, you'll see it. I'm just gonna. You see it? Because I have taken a zoom in. That's why you can see it. It's this creature there which is waving its arms. Aise kar raha hai wo. That is a decorator. Sorry, I'm not a great videographer, but that is a decorator crab. Using this little life skill, it becomes invisible on the shore. Now, when you think about it, aise to it's quite a scary thing, right? Imagine if it were a human and it was going around and cutting off arms and legs of people and putting it on itself, hum usko jail mein dal dete. But when we see it on an animal, we are like, oh, that's cute. This is blatant favoritism, right? But we are allowed because they are cute creatures. But having said favoritism, if the universe had a favorite, it made no attempt to hide it. Can you guys see? Are the lights okay? You guys can see properly? Yes? Superb. Can you see that that's an octopus? Now this octopus is in Worli, in Bombay, in plain sight of skyscrapers, of people, of fishing nets, of poachers maybe, of everyone. It hides in plain sight. Then that's a squid. Anyone know how an octopus camouflages? What does it have inside it? Sorry? It has it has many amazing things. It can, make itself itna chotu sa, it can make itself from this big. It can go through like small little holes. It has many powers. That's why I said if the universe had a favorite, it made no attempt to hide it. Usko sab de diya hai. But one amazing thing is its power to camouflage. And it does it by 4 things. Okay, most animals have only one. So first is chromatophores, which we see in many creatures when they try to camouflage. They are little like dots. I think I might have a video, I'll show you later. That's chromatophores. So that takes care of color. The second is iridophores, which takes care of according to which depth it is at. Wo light, sometimes you see oil puddle and you see that rainbow on the oil puddle. It's using that same thing to do reflection in the water. It uses light. Third thing is papillae. Sometimes if you see an octopus video on the internet, any octopus video on the internet, you'll suddenly see that it hides stone jaisa dikhta hai. It becomes like a stone. That's because of the third thing, papillae. It's using these projections on its body and it hides and looks like a rock. And the fourth thing is luciophores. Again, use of light at depth. It uses these 4 things and uses the most sophisticated camouflage known to man. There are some labs now in the US which are now trying to use that power to make humans invisible, which is a really bad idea because we've all seen movies and to know why this is a terrible idea. Humans should not have these powers. We won't use them well. So I'm going to show you, I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Ye Juhu Beach hai. Juhu Beach, again, one of the most crowded shores in Bombay. There we were walking and we just randomly saw this creature at low tide. Towards the end of this clip, you're going to see it camouflage. So just pay attention. Now, so it used brown of the rocks and sand around it. It's gone. Yeah, and suddenly it's invisible. Does anyone watch movies of superheroes? Yahan pe? Do you know who this is? Who's it? Deadpool. What is Deadpool's power? Regeneration. You cut off anything, it will grow it back. So we think this is really cool, right? We think, oh wow, Deadpool. On the intertidal zone, there are creatures who do this way better than Deadpool. Sea stars, as we all know, most of us know that sea stars can grow back one arm. What I did not know until I wrote this book is that agar uska beach ka oral tissue is left na, little, from just one arm, it can grow back a sea star. So not only can it grow an arm, out of just the arm, it can grow back a whole new animal. I mean, that's ridiculously cool. And then there's a brittle star, also with similar things. And niche you see, and that's a porcelain crab. Uska agar pincer, if it breaks, it can regrow. Some unfortunate incidents when people come to know about this is that they break it and see if it regrows it. Don't do that, guys. It takes time and effort to grow back anything for creatures. Let's leave them, like, let's not mess with them and try to see if they can do it or not. It's a painful process, I'm sure. But they can do, and worms actually, there are some worms on the intertidal that if you cut them up into many pieces, please don't. They can grow back full bodies from that. So they have amazing powers of regeneration. Who's this guy? Hawkeye. So Hawkeye, for those people who don't know, Hawkeye he's one of the Marvel heroes and he has a quiver of arrows and he supposedly never runs out. That little creature next to Hawkeye, by the way, the illustrations are made by this beautiful designer called Jessica Lewis, who has done the illustrations for my book. So that's a cone snail. If a Hawkeye and a cone snail have a conversation, the cone snail will say, "Uncle, aap baith jaiye." You may have a quiver that has an arrow supply. But this creature, which it looks like this, is one of the most amazing creatures on the intertidal. I can actually sometimes go and visit it like at Juhu Beach. Juhu Beach is like 10 minutes from my house. And why this is crazy is that how the octopus ke liye itna sara cheese de diya hai, right? The cone snail has a proboscis kehte hain na, jaise butterflies has proboscis. The cone snail has a proboscis. Now within that proboscis, it has a tiny harpoon. Harpoon, everyone knows? It's like a pointed edge thing which it can throw. and can reel it back like a fishing bait in some ways. So this harpoon, so you think, wow, that's so cool. It can throw an harpoon and reel in a fish and eat it. But the universe is like, wait, we'll give it more powers. So the harpoon is laced with venom. So when it throws it at an animal, it paralyzes it, reels it, and eats it up. We thought, wow, so cool. But the universe was like, wait, let's give it more. Yeah, it's insane. And this, so once this, you know, you've seen a bottle factory where bottles are being made. Ek aise gaya, it goes, another one comes in its place, it goes, it's like a conveyor belt. So this thing, a lot of sea snails can actually regrow their teeth, but this one, ek jaise harpoon it throws, another one, laced with venom, takes its place, ready to fire. It never runs out of quiver of arrows like Marvel, but far more amazing. So you think, wow, this is great. But again, there's more. So this guy is a little scientist, okay? He has a little laboratory in his head. So say, for example, आपका नाम क्या है? The first one? Rita. Now, if I wanted to attack Rita, Rita would be able to make some little potion of venom just to save her from me. So as a defense, she could make something that's just for defense. And if she wanted to attack me, then she could make a little bit quickly, just to attack me. So she can make a venom based on what she wants, which makes this snail really scary. But also, there are now, when you think about it, there are 500 different types of cone snails. There are 500 different types of neurotoxins that it uses. Now, when you think about it, that's 250,000 permutations and combinations of neurotoxins that it uses, which is why there is no known antidote for this thing. Thankfully, it does not attack humans. It's very small. But even so, don't wrestle with it, because as cone snail scientists will tell you, if you see a cone, you leave it alone. This is a sea. Have you all seen Finding Nemo? Finding Nemo में वो जहाँ रहता है वो prime real estate उसका beautiful house with tentacles. That's an anemone. And we find anemones on our shores as well. They are also called sea anemones only. They come in different varieties. One of this anemone's amazing superpowers, apart from other things, is that when it wants to reproduce, it can do it in multiple ways. One of these amazing ways is it can just cause a fission, niche the last slide, and it just becomes two separate anemones. So it's quite self-sustainable in that sense. This is a sea slug. What I also want to show you with these photos is that while they are macro, they're close-up shots. Itne sare animals are on Mumbai's shores. It's like a little mini forest. This is a sea slug called the cretina. And the cretina has this amazing superpower. You see that orange stuff on its back? So cretina feeds on something called hydroids. Hydroids are all stingers, okay? They have stinging cells. But what this cretina has managed to do is, they are orange. So wo jo khata hai hydroid ko, it eats the hydroids, but when it eats all the proteins and all, and the stingers of the hydroids, it uses for its own self. So it puts them on its back. So it looks like a dragon on the intertidal with this orange and white laced venom tip. So it not only eats the hydroid, it literally steals its defense thing and uses it for its own self. We've seen all these animals. Why should we bother? I've showed you all these things. Why bother to know our backyards? Why should we care? I'd attended a talk by this amazing naturalist called Ramit Singhal, and he talked about patch birding. You don't have to travel very far to see wildlife. He gave me this idea. He's like, aapke ghar ke aaju-baaju, pick a patch and start looking at it. Juhu Beach has become something of a patch for me. Bombay in its own self. Now think about if everybody has a patch. Like I have a patch, Banu has a patch, Arjun has a patch. You all go home today. It could be a plant on your windowsill. And you watch it through the year. And you suddenly care about it, right? Because when you understand something, you care about it. Empathy hota hai. And you suddenly start to want ke ye theek rahe. Let me not litter. Let me not throw garbage. Let me not make this ocean so unlivable that these things can't live. It strikes empathy. That is why we should know our backyards. The intertidal scale of wildlife, which is itna. You know, Bombay is a city of high-rises. And in a city of high-rises, the intertidal scale of wildlife has brought me to my knees. quite literally. Because when you see something, आप perspective में जाओ. Now, you see these things I'm looking at? From a distance, they look like this. They're zoanthids. They are from the same group as jellyfish. So when you see them one way, you look like this. You go closer, they look like this. And when water flows over them, they look like this. So your understanding changes. आपको perspective सीखने को मिलता है. When you see things that are around you. When you see something like this, you'll think they are flowers. You go closer. Do you see those white things? They're actually eggs of a sea snail. Now, each of this patch has hundreds of eggs. Now, imagine how many things there are on your shore that are alive, that are living while you just walk past. When you see backyard things, you also see seasonal visitors. This is a porpita porpita. To use a line from Madagascar, name so nice, you say it twice. Porpita porpita is also a cousin of the jellyfish. It comes to our shores every year. When you watch wildlife over a year, you understand that this season aaya hai, let me go and meet this creature. And when press mein actually, whenever these animals come, this is a Portuguese man of war. Again, a stinger. It has actually stung many people if you step on it. But it allows you to break misinformation. When you study wildlife, when you see wildlife around you and somebody says, "Arey, jellyfish have come to the shore," you can say, "Bhai, ek to it's not jellyfish. Secondly, it will not sting you. Relax. See it from a distance. Appreciate it." That's called the Bombayana slug. Now its name is slightly different. But it was seen in public record after 76 years in Bombay. It's actually named after the city. When you see backyard things, this is what you get to know. You know your city a little more closer. This is Pradeep sir. He founded Marine Life of Mumbai. He's one of those people who will have a wealth of information because it's also about the history of things, right? You have to document. I just want to ask you to tell me what you think this creature is. Okay, guesses from you guys. Wait for it. What is it? Any guesses? What do you think it is? Anybody? Kuch bhi chalega. Any answers are okay. Is it a flower? What is? Yeah, it's an animal. What is it? This is a worm. It's called a feather duster worm. It's actually the worm is inside the tube. And it opens its crown like this. Its fancy headdress is actually something that it eats with. These are the wonders that you see when you visit wildlife that's right in your backyard. This is cuttlefish eggs. They are in a bunch like this. They look like black grapes. Inside there are babies. This is at Juhu Beach. Again, one of the most crowded places. And it's like that, there are like 50. So once a year, squids and octopuses and cuttlefish, they take this as a nursery. It becomes like a creche. When you learn wildlife, when you look at wildlife in your backyard, you kind of become, it's a jigsaw puzzle, you know, as Nirupa also talked about. It puts things together. It gives you a comprehensive picture of where you stay. And it reminds you of one very important thing. Do you know how a cheetah hunts? What does it use? Speed? A tiger will use what? Ambush, because it's not light as a cheetah, it can't hunt as fast. Now, if the deer, what does it use when it's attacked? Speed again, right? It has the gift of speed. All these animals have specific arsenals, equipment that the universe has given it. If a tiger tried to hunt like a cheetah, it would fail. If a deer tried to confront a tiger, it would fail. Like that, I feel like when you visit wildlife often, it reminds you of arsenals. It reminds you of your own powers. If you see this crab, it lives on the ocean's edge. It lives on the rocks where water comes at the rocks with great speed. And see, there is a little moment of what it does to protect itself from being swept away. Just see it. It's going to know, you see that movement? It went closer to the coast, it just kind of hunched in. And it has these pointy pincers which it holds on. But it knows when the water is going to come. It's its arsenal. We all have our powers. I think sometimes in wanting so many things, I think there's so many things to learn from nature. that हमें सब दिया है. I think we just have to engage with it. And the last thing is the tide. When I've learned the most from the tide. Because what happens when you think about the tide, it's solid, it's fluid, it's reliable, right? It comes every single day. Kuch bhi ho jaye, the tide will never stop coming in. And that is something that's comforting. You feel comforted that the tide will keep coming in. But you also, one last thing that the tide does. What happens when it meets rocks? Obstacles aate hain, so what does the tide do? It flows over them. It flows through crevices. It makes its way. Over a long time, when tides do this, what is it doing? It's molding a coastline according to what it wants. So there's no confrontation there. It's using this tactic to make a coastline what it is today. So when you live in something like Bombay, you see some of these rocks are 65 million years old, 62 million years old. All that time, all through that time, the tide has continued to shape all our coastal areas with this very action. And I think that's really powerful. And that's something that it also tells you, you go with the flow, right? And when you think about what the tide has been able to achieve over years and years, you think, maybe that's not bad advice. Thank you. That's all.
So with Sejal, Arjun and Bano, now these three people together have done, oh God, made our lives very difficult. Because next time we see Mumbai, we'll have to imagine all those marine lives. You know, we go to, come. She's calling Mumbai. It's anyway, utna zyada to log wahan rehte nahi hai. You know, it's a very sparsely populated place. We could do, you know, with more people power. And of course, the elephants that Arjun showed us and Bano took us right into Nagaland, the heart of it. Do you think these people just deserve some kind of hands to come together like that? For opening our eyes to things we just didn't know existed around us. So, as with all things in life, just like time and tide, as Sejal says, you know, waits for no man or child. This too is running short on time. Otherwise, we could have opened the next 45 minutes for Q&A. However, since I'm a very generous person, बहुत बड़ा दिल है मेरा, therefore, I shall allow one question each to one speaker. The rest of it, you will have to probably hold it deep within your hearts till you meet them again in some place. Well, can we have just 3 questions in total? So in case you have one each. Okay, I'm also missing one person here, right? The kursi is khali. Do you think we should call somebody who draws trees? Let's just call her, man. Like, why is she sitting in the audience? Nirupa! So, since you saw 4 great presentations, let me put it this way, that therefore, your 3 questions that come from this thing, you can put your hands up and I'll see, who to reach out to. Whether you want to ask about the elephant or, yeah, I think I see teachers here, but in case, yeah, teachers ke hands, of course. And then you're going to go back into your classrooms and educate more people. But first preference for 5th standard, 6th, 7th, mein se koi jo, you want to put up your hand, and what did you like very, very much? Kya bahut pasand aaya? You can even start from that. Okay? 3 questions we're going to have. But meanwhile, I'll let the teacher, because you put out your hand first, sir. Aap pooch sakte hain. Yes.
My name is Nanda. I'm from Goa. Sir has highlighted the animal and man conflict. So what is the role of, as a human being, what we can do in order to, there should be not conflict between the man and animal. So what we can do?
Am I audible? Yes. Yeah, thanks for that question. I think that's a fantastic question. I'll just keep it brief for now. But I feel that as all of us are here, at least as conservation, people trying to make change and reduce these kind of conflicts in the country, one of the most important bits is that of political will. We need we need the support of the state. Individually, again, that's something we spoke of earlier in the day, but, that's something we can do. But with this political will, we can do a lot. So in that effort, I think there is nobody better suited than, people like us in this room who can make these questions and, make our voices heard. And there are two very quick examples that come to mind. One is from Northeast India, the Italian dam, which was supposed to, submerge thousands, lakhs of trees and, destroy a lot of culture and a lot of ecology. People came together, raised their voice, and in fact, a lot of student-led movements. So that was one big one. And closer to home for you, I think, sir, and your people, your students, is Goa, the Molle campaign. Again, that is run to protect this patch of forest from being, fragmented by railway lines and the coal industry. So again, that is being led and sustained by volunteers, students, all of that. And it is already having a much greater traction than would have been thought. So that's something that we can do. So to make our opinion heard by taking to the streets, by writing, by doing whatever we can. Thanks.
Arjun, ने आपके इस सवाल का जवाब तो दिया. What I would love to hear from him, because I have heard from sources that you were attacked. There was an elephant attack. Would you have a quick time to say that?
Yeah, while I was working in the forest on the Indo-Nepal border, at that time I was working on tigers.
Which year was this, Arjun?
2017. So that's when, out of the blue, an elephant, she came and she threw me in the air and she stepped on me 3 times. So I broke a lot of bones, but fortunately I'm here today. So
Are you made out of some loha? Are you the Loha Purush? History goes.
Well, the human can regenerate some of these bones. My teeth, unfortunately, were not able to regenerate. So I wish I am like the starfish, So those are fake. But the rest of that is, that was just, wrong place, wrong time. And I think it's also reflective of the entire conservation question at all, which is somebody else might have bothered an elephant somewhere else, and I just happen to be there, which is like conservation. Somebody else has has these impacts on the globe, and somebody else suffers the consequences. So it's just wrong place, wrong time, nothing more than that.
Yeah, हाथी ने 3 बार पटका, फिर भी Arjun, has risen to tell us more about elephant world and doing such great work. Okay, yeah. Absolutely deserves that applause. Time for 2 last questions. Okay, here.
Hi, my name is Dorj Namgyal. I'm from Sir Tashi Namgyal Senior Secondary School, Gangtok, Sikkim. I have a question for Sir Arjun, and that is, you said earlier that elephants, they move at night, and they move in a herd of around 27 elephants, and people, they are usually unaware that these elephants move, and they usually only see 7 or 8 elephants moving a day. And I was wondering if these elephants, they are intelligent. I was wondering if they are actually aware that moving at night poses less of a threat as opposed to moving during daytime. And I was also curious if you could suggest some good advice so that we may help these elephants in their migratory processes. That's all.
Right. Thanks. That's a very interesting question. And yes, they are. I'll again keep this brief because I'm sure there are other questions as well. But so when I started work on elephants, I was told by the people who lived there that, hathi to aadmi se bhi zyada gyani hai. And I always thought that to be metaphorical. Like people, say elephants are so smart. But after working with them for so many years now, I realized that maybe there is a lot more to that statement than I had given merit at that point of time. So elephants are incredibly sharp. And to answer your question very quickly, yes, I'm 100% certain that they know that moving at night means that they are less, that their detection, people are less able to detect them for 2 reasons. One is when that there's this one herd of elephants that, we interact very often. So sometimes when, and this is typically at dusk, about 6:30 once it's gotten dark and the stars are out because, like Sikkim, Northeast India gets dark earlier. and I can, I get a signal because I have that GPS tracker. So I know that they're somewhere around, and then I switch my torch on, and they're moving. But the moment my light hits them, they all stand like statues. So that's one. And exactly, and number two is that when it's raining. So when it's raining, as I'm guessing in Sikkim, a lot of the roofs are made of tin, right? So the rain hitting the roof is really loud. You can't hear anything. So we've seen that there is a disproportionate number of elephants coming out into human areas when it's raining. So again, I guess, and they're coming closer to human houses during that time. So they most certainly do know this, and yeah, like with the other question also, there's a lot that we can do. And number one is to let the state know that there are people that are looking out for these elephants and for these. So, to make our voices heard. Like, for instance, recently there was an amendment in the Wildlife Protection Act, which goes back 50 years, to say that now elephants can be traded, which doesn't make sense at all. So, to raise our voices against that and say, hey, this doesn't make sense. It goes against all that we know about, the trade and elephants and all of that. So long story short, there is a lot that can be done in these ways. And of course, if you're living in a landscape where there are elephants, there are of course more local solutions, but maybe we can get to that some other time. Thanks.
Any other questions? Any other questions that we have? Probably time for one last one.
I have a question for Nirupama ma'am and Sejal ma'am. You said that we too can go to, if there's a nearby beach, you can go and check the intertidal spaces for biodiversity. But I was wondering that we all know that human influence on creatures is very bad and we should not disturb them. And also, are you ever worried about your own safety while doing this? Because you can always get stung by something. So how can we keep ourselves and the biodiversity safe?
Yeah, I think that the little girl who asked the question, even about tourism, right? Like when we go into these areas, we tend to leave a lot of stuff behind. So we only go in like very small groups. I never go like with a big group of people, so that our footprint is kept as small as possible. And I also never extract anything from the jungle. Like even if I want to paint a particular plant, I don't take it back with me. I'll do some sketches on site, I'll take some photos, and I'll always paint only when I come back, so to make sure that I'm not spending unnecessary amount of time there to disturb any animals or the landscape at all. And also that I'm not even a seed. That's why the little girl in the movie, she just leaves the seed behind. I don't even take that much. Even from a beach, if you take shells behind back with you, it seems like a harmless action, but maybe a crab wants to stay inside there for some time. So I mean, not any creature might want to go inside. So we have to be as light as possible when we enter these places. And again, I would never go alone. I would always go with someone who knows the landscape very well. There's always a possibility of something happening, as even with someone who knows it so well, you can still, accidents do happen, but you can get hit by a car on the road. So, that's life.
Yeah.
So that's actually a marvelous thought as well, because in shared spaces like intertidal zones, they're mostly shared spaces unless it's really a remote place or pristine islands or something like that. And even then, I think they are shared spaces. So in somewhere like Bombay, for example, or a city, I think they're used to a lot of human interference already. Like in Malvan, I was shocked to see that in Malvan, actually the world unfolds at the beach. Like people drive onto the beach. There's an auction for fish that happens at the beach. There's an ice factory for the fish community at the beach. So a lot is happening, and there is marvelous intertidal life as well. So am I saying that no, it is not a problem? No, it is definitely a problem, but I also see that shared spaces are slightly different. Like I think they are very different than protected areas in that sense, because animal and human both are aware that, and I am actually somebody who constantly tells people to go and see beach intertidal creatures, because two things. One, like I said, empathy unlocks. So whenever people come for shore walks also, I never say to them, ye dekho plastic pada hai. Never. But we will take them to see the fiddler crabs. And what the fiddler crabs are doing is they are using that area, which is such a plastic dump that it breaks your heart, but they are using it. and around them they are living within it, and you see that, arey yaar, it's so dirty. So you are immediately in your mind, something has formed that, oh, fiddlers live here, they use this area, I must be careful. She said something so important about the snails. Like, I'm so strict on the beach with people, I'll say, don't take this, don't put this back. Because it's like, imagine तुम्हारे घर पे कोई आ रहा है and they take your coffee table just because you're not using it at the minute. You're like, put it down. I'm going to use it later. So hermit crabs actually use snails, shells that are abandoned by snails and all that as their houses. Like, if they don't get those, they'll die. And I have actually seen hermit crabs in Bombay at least using, half of tennis balls, plastic caps of distillery things as shells. They are, so in a way, it's also to see that, yaar, kitni band bajayenge hum sabki, like how much are we going to do? And the other part of it is also on the other, it's an extreme to say, it's empathy that you can't get from travel, because it's like we are living in the same place. When you go to Bombay and you see the beach, crab ke ghar ke bahar bhi garbage hi hai, mere ghar ke bahar bhi there is garbage. The crab is also breathing this air and I'm also breathing the same air. So you feel a certain time of kinship that happens. Tumhari bhi band baji hai, meri bhi band baji hai. Let's we'll try and live together. And that is very powerful. So powerful, in fact, that using what Arjun was talking about, public action. In Bombay, there is a large infrastructure project that's coming up, right? The coastal road is on its way. It is already in this thing. So, and we don't know, frankly speaking, what will happen, what will not happen. But what I did see is that a lot of people who had become acquainted with the coastline and its creatures, they had this protest, which I found very endearing, that Bombay, which has no time to breathe, we have no time to know how our neighbors are. But a city like Bombay had all these people carrying placards with photos of these creatures. Some of them are smaller than your fingernail, on Worli, and saying, take care of this biodiversity, the road will kill it, this, that, and the other. This is collective action that happens. And it, of course, the road has come. But in the High Court, a lot of this data that activists put forward was accepted. And they did say that there is a serious lacuna in the decision-making process. So while you may think that road to aa gaya, but there was a lot that happened in the process of it, which kind of, it's such an invisible thing, right? When you think of an intertidal zone, kaun hi dekhta hai? Like, I didn't know half these things existed till I actually started walking. Even that to me is a win. That even if now, to me, this is also a win. When you will go home and you will say, yaar, wo cone snail and hawkeye are the same. It's very powerful, because somewhere, sometimes it will come back. When you have something, maybe you will grow up to be a policymaker. And you remember that there was a cone snail that harpoons things at a beach, and we must try and protect it.
Sometime you will come back. I think that's a great kind of note to end on. Because I think just to kind of summarize what people have been saying, for those who are not able to follow, let's say, Sejal and Nirupa were saying that what you see in the forest, you leave it behind in the forest or on the coast. You don't take these things back. கடலோரத்தில் நீங்க என்ன பாக்குறீங்க அது அங்க விட்டுட்டு போறது தான் நல்லது. You don't pick it up and make it your souvenir. I know that we are absolutely running short of time, but one quick question to you, Bano, which is that, what is your, let's say, wish or dream for the Amur Falcons? Because you've been working so closely. I know it's tough to put that, but, since we all come from a television background, within the next 40 seconds, tell us your dream for the Naga conservation that you're very closely working with and the Falcons.
Yeah, okay. Oh, gosh, it's a tough one. But Amur falcons are very mysterious creatures, and they are probably the only birds, animals that cross so many landscapes. They cover the mountains, they cover oceans, they cover the plains, land, and they are trans-equatorial. And so this facet, this quality of the Amur falcon is something which is cyclical, it's eternal. And my wish is sincerely that, this becomes more and more a mascot for conservation, not only for Nagaland, but for everyone who's working in the field of conservation, that we are all linked, we are all interdependent. And I think it's been said again and again the whole day that that we are all, we should learn to see that we are all a part of nature. not apart from nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. May I invite, if Suhail and Vishwanath are here, Vishwanath Srikanthaya is here, may I invite you to please give tokens of gratitude for our special guests. I think Suhail has stepped out. Yeah, is he? Oh, I'm so sorry. It's all the blinding light, Suhail. And I was looking this way. So I'm really happy that we have both Suhail as well as Vishwa to... Yes. This first for Nirupa, for making art classes from now on filled with trees and pictures. May I now request Suhail to give it to Banu Haralu. Thank you so much, Banu. Vishwa, if you could give it for the man who survived the elephants and still continues to love the elephants and make us love them. Suhail, if we may have you give this to Sejal. You can continue this talk with them and amongst yourselves and making those new friends and whatever you wish to do. But in 43 minutes, you have to finish your lunch and come back. Is that a promise? हाँ, मतलब 45 कहा था मुझसे आरती ने, but 2 minutes गए. We have already taken up that much time. So maybe have a quick lunch. And then, of course, there's a lot of food for thought anyway that we have gotten. Please enjoy your lunch. Come back. There's music, there's quiz, there's much more that awaits us on the Wipro Earthian Awards program. Today is certainly your day. See you very soon. 40 minutes, 40 nimisham, remember. Check, 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 check. Who will sing along with me? Yeah, let's try this. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. पीछे कोई AR रहमान की टीम वाले नहीं हैं. Okay, this is going to be only by you. Check, 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 check. Okay, now we have, because we have musicians in the room, you know, there's one sitting in the last row. His name is Jishnu. I can see, or has he? All right. I think they're going to be there anytime soon, but we can do a quick practice because we're going to be starting very, very soon. I think in about 5 minutes, Aarti. 5 minutes. Okay. So in 5 minutes, who's going to say who made the maximum number of dost, friends? Gelayuru, Nanbargal. How many friends did you make new in Bangalore? Who wants to say new people you became friends with? Not even one person made a friend. You did? Okay, yeah. Is there a person who can give mics to people? Is there anybody from the team, please? Yeah, we have about 3.5 minutes more. Yeah, you can stand up and say, she made a new friend. How many people made at least one new friend in Bangalore? That's it. Suddenly, some people are putting up their hands. You can't have made friends in 3 seconds just now. Make up your mind. Decide, have you made any new friend in Bangalore? अरे कम से कम मैं तो बनी friend. भूल गए? So quickly you forgot. This is what happens. And I was thinking, here I am, since morning I'm talking to you. I am your friend. I'm going to hear, Vasanthi, you are our best friend. Not one person has said this. I'm deeply hurt. Yeah, so one person who's made a friend, yeah, please stand up and call out your friend's name. Why? Your friend is shy. Friend, you just took photo with that friend and you didn't ask their name. Brilliant friendship. You couldn't remember her name. You know each other. Can you please stand up, both of you? Yeah, say your name to her and which school, which state.
She's from Ladakh.
She is from Ladakh. Are you talking about?
Friend.
Oh, it's another friend. I thought you both are friends. No. Okay, yeah. Say, what's your name first of all?
I'm Satvika
From?
Andhra Pradesh.
Guntur.
Yeah.
Kada? నాకు తెలిసిపోయింది. Okay, Satvika from Guntur has made friends with somebody from Ladakh. Yeah. Where is the Ladakh team? Where is the Ladakh team? There they are. Can you just do an about turn and say, who is your friend, Satvika? Yeah, please stand up, Satvika's friend.
Yeah, both of them.
Both. Can both of Satvika's friends please stand up? All right. So now we are going to have a live friendship news. Please tell your names. Say your names. Please pass the mic. We need to know Satvika's friends. Lloyd, I know you're like waiting, but 3 minutes you and I have to wait. Go for it.
My name is Tenzin Yangdol.
Okay. Tenzin?
Yangdol.
Yamgol.
Yangdol.
Okay. What does your name mean?
Yes.
What is the meaning of your name? That's okay. You don't need to have meanings. You can just say, it's much cooler than that. Can we have a second friend? What's your name? Satvika. So now you have to listen carefully because they are your friends, no? New friends.
My name is Sonam Narayan.
Okay. Can somebody help me with what her name is?
Her name is Sonam Ladon. Sonam means it's a kind of blessing.
Oh, beautiful.
In your lifetime, whatever you collect as a punya in Hindi, it's called Sonam in
That's why you have Sonam Wangchuk.
Yes.
Right.
So, you'll be getting if you are talking about 1 kilometer, you'll be getting 10 to 12 Sonam over there.
10 to 12 Sonams within 1 kilometer.
Yes.
In Zanskar, but there's only one Sonam and we love that Sonam. Can we have a round of applause for Sonam, Satvika and Yangdol?
Yangdol.
All
Yangdol.
right. Yes. Great. So we have now 3 people who have become friends. This side. कौन नया दोस्त बना? अच्छा आप खड़े हो जाइए. बताइए अपने दोस्त का नाम. And tell me your friend's date of birth.
I didn't ask them actually, but all
Doesn't
those guys
matter.
from Sikkim.
All the girls from Sikkim.
Guys.
Okay.
उसी जगह सूखा पड़ा है और कहीं नहीं.
But what's your name? Where are you from?
Sahyog Sarki from St. Paul's, Aizawl.
Aizawl. Wow, look at the geography range, right? Yeah. So Aizawl to Sikkim, Gangtok. Are they all from Gangtok?
Yeah. Like similar language.
Okay. Super. So what will, once you make a new friend, what do you do? Like, do you keep in touch? What's the plan?
Shared contacts.
Share contacts. Follow each other on Instagram and stuff?
Maybe.
No? You're not going to do that?
They didn't give me that yet, so.
Matlab, friendship, like the small little print goes, no? Limited offer only. No, but maybe by and by they will. Thank you so much. Who wants to quickly say, because we may have about 2-3 more minutes. 1 minute more is what I'm told. So the most happening friendship, we have seen one between Andhra and Ladakh. We have seen Aizawl connect with Gangtok. Who else has made a new friend? Arjun, did you make a new friend? Who it is? Aarti? And she's standing right next to you. Matlab, ye dosti with Aarti. Okay, 40 seconds more. Quickly, who wants to say new friend's name? I'm really thinking you all are refusing to tell me who your friend is. Okay, Assam से अभी सोचा जा रहा है. Because I can see Ma'am Binita Singh. It's okay, say. It's okay. I will not steal your friend. Promise. I see. Between which, Guwahati to which place? I see. No, but not very far. Which place? Gangtok. Yeah, Gangtok wale are making new friends lots. Are getting new friends in Bangalore. Yeah? Okay, anyway. See, we still have 3 hours left. We have some very awesome music. And music makes definitely new bonds. Before which there's a quiz. And quiz ka to पूछे ही मत. मतलब एक question mark रहेगा friendship पे. Yeah? So all that's going to happen. This is the second session of Wipro Earthian. Are you liking it? Or are you loving it? Okay, yeah, go ahead and, clap. I mean, I'm not stopping you. If you are liking, totally loving it being here, that's the whole idea. Because people who are, any function, if you see people standing at the back, no, just murke dekho, there are people standing. Just turn back. Those are the most hardworking people. And there will be some more hardworking people who are not even in the room. Because they don't have time to come. They're just working away for this program to happen. Right? So those who are visible, invisibly working, to all of them, we say our thanks as we start the second half, which is even more fun-packed. And my name is? Okay. Aarti, it's been worth it coming. Some 10 people know my name in this auditorium. Okay, my name is Vasanthi Hari Prakash. If it's too long, just call me V-double-E. Yeah? So, happy being here. I've told you my own thing about being a podcaster and patrakar. And lovely seeing each of you and clicking pictures of so many wide varieties. I have announcements to make. And that is it. Have you been to the photo booth? I hope you clicked some pictures, took your t-shirts. And we are almost at the end of this award ceremony. But not quite. Not before we get you one more exciting event which we call the Wipro Sustainability Quiz. Quiz को हिंदी में क्या कहते हैं? Ma'am? प्रश्न और उत्तर. प्रश्नोत्तरी. मैंने पूछ तो लिया, but I didn't know the answer. Thank God teacher is there in the audience and I'm like, yeah, I got saved. If anyone knows what quiz is in Tamil, Kannada, Telugu, Ladakhi, Sikkimese, please let me know. Meanwhile, we are about to witness the finale. And, this quiz that you all are going to see, a quiz is always exciting. Okay, whoever is going to be still talking when I'm talking, they'll come on stage. And they'll be the anchor for the next 2 hours. जिसको भी मैं बात करते हुए देखूंगी, I'm going to like that guy. वो friend जो बने थे ना, आप आएंगे अभी stage पे मेरे साथ. I'm adopting your techniques. Okay, there'll be only one speaker in this room, and that is me. Yeah, for the next 1 minute, till of course the man with the mic will come up, the quiz master himself. So I want to tell you that this is the only, sirf, ekmatra, keval, college quiz in the country that is dedicated to sustainability, which is Tirtha. We've spoken about that, the environment. And it was started in 2015 as an initiative to increase the basic knowledge quotient and enthusiasm in understanding what this theme is. All the quiz rounds till the finals were conducted online. In fact, the last 2 years, Lloyd, I think you and I were in that green room in Vipul's studio in Indranagar. And now it's so fantastic to have it back, in real terms. So we had more than 2,000 students participate. And today we feature the 4 finalists who have made it this far. 4 finalists. Now, after 5 rounds of high-intensity quizzing for, I'm told, a month, here is the time you will join me in welcoming the guy who will now take over and will dazzle us with his quizzing brilliance as a quiz master. He's a seasoned one, known for his very educative, insightful, and entertaining questions. And of course, I can vouch for that. And with an experience of over 2 decades, he has presented over 500 shows across India, UAE, Oman, and the United Kingdom. And that guy's name is called Lloyd Saldanha. Please put your hands together to welcome Woohoo!
Check. Thank you. I was about to. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. Jesus Christ, you all just had lunch. I need better than that. Good afternoon, guys. Much better. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Wipro earthian Sustainability Quiz. It's the 8th edition. It's the national finale. And before I get started, can I hear a nice round of applause for Vasanthi, please? Where did she go? Oh. Easy, easy. Yes, please. It takes quite a lot to entertain an audience. I know that. I've been doing this for the last almost 2 decades. And that's something that she does with aplomb. So thank you so much. Okay, moving on to my quiz and my finalists. Before that, almost 4,000 plus. Where's Aarti? Vipul, Aarti, anyone? What is the preliminary numbers? 5,000? Yeah? Almost 5,000 people taking part in the first round of the prelims. From there, we moved on to a shorter version, which we brought down the numbers into half. From there, we had the pre-quarterfinals, quarterfinals, 2 absolutely sensational semi-finals, and here we are to the national finale. And I promise you, all 4 of them, you can read the names already. I will introduce them one by one coming up now. But all 4 of them are worthy to be in the national finale in their own right. Very, very good quizzes. A round of applause. Yes, please. And without further ado, let me begin by introducing to you. Sorry. Okay. Let's start off with the introductions to the final 4. Here we go. On table number 1, audio on my laptop, please, is Syed Mohammad, 7th edition national champion, and he's qualified here with 125. Best of luck. A bigger round of applause. Come on, guys. A little tidbit about him. Doesn't get too nervous. Is always fastest on the buzzer. And one of the things which I've enjoyed, yet I've always felt could be detrimental sometime, is he gets a little nervous when he goes on that 50-50 questions. So watch out. If he has that expression on his face where he's 50-50, then he's not sure. But he will tell you he is sure of the answer. That's a different story altogether. But best of luck, Syed. I know you're prepared for this, so hope you do really, really well. Another round of applause for him. From Syed, we'll move on to our second participant, Kavi Priyan. Kavi Priyan S from RMK Engineering College. A round of applause for Kavi Priyan. Don't worry about these highest scores. These highest scores were in their quarterfinals. How well they did was all that it indicates, because after that we've had semi-finals and here we are in the national finale. Kavi Priyan, first time national final. Nervous? Not so much. Your mics are there, right? Everybody? Yeah. Okay. Lovely. Just one request, guys. Whatever happens, where are y'all? Rishi and Murtaza, do not spill the water on my buzzers. Okay, I have other quizzes to do. Do not spill the water on my buzzers. So that is Kavi Priyan. Another round of applause for Kavi Priyan, please. From Kavi Priyan, I'll move on to Rishi Mishra, our third participant. Yes. 45 could be a very small score compared to the other 2. But you need to remember one thing about Rishi, which I've enjoyed over the years also with him. Extremely confident quizzer. Never takes unnecessary risks. And one amazing thing about him, he's a very, very wily character. And I do not mean that in a negative way. I mean that in a positive way. He knows how to score his points. He knows when not to take risks and also knows when to take risks. From IIM Ahmedabad, Rishi Mishra, our third participant. Put your hands together in the national finale. Last but definitely not the least, first time national finalist, Dr. Murtaza Hasmi, Deccan College of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad. A round of applause. I promise you that applause is not enough because this man has a busy time in his own right. You're doing your MD in radiology, right?
Yes.
MD in radiology. So has enough and more time to spend with work, practice and medicine that he does take his time off to actually come and take part in a sustainability quiz and does very, very well. And he's here this time in the national finale. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Murtaza Hashmi, Dr. Murtaza Hashmi. And one more time, can I have a round of applause for all 4 of my finalists, please? Okay. Next slide, please. I will, couple of things I need to tell you guys, and then we'll go on to the quiz. One of the most important things about this national finale is since we've already overshot on time, I'm not going to be too lenient with you guys. I'm going to be a little more stricter with you all. Next slide, please. Okay, let's just look at what's coming up for us here. Five rounds of quizzing. On the next slide is what you get to see what those 5 rounds are. We're doing 5 rounds here today for the national finale. Slightly different from the usual national finale, at least Syed, if you can remember from last year what those rounds were. We always opened with a crossword. I decided not to do a crossword this year because we've been doing crossword almost every year. Round 1 is Earthian Sustainability, which is a mixed bag of 12 questions from the world of sustainability. Plus 10 if you get it right, minus 5 if you get it wrong. Only one person gets a chance to answer the question. Syed asked me this question, so I'm going to explain it here. It is the national finale. It is the best of the best, so it's still 1 chance and not 2 chances. Second round onwards, I have a little specific explanations to go into. So when I get into those rounds, I'll explain them to you. Especially round 2 and round 5, I have very, very specific explanations to give. Round 3 is Earthian Connect, a lateral thinking round, simple and easy. 4 different elements, you need to add them together, give me a final story. Round 4 is Earthian Blocks, is the missed blocks that you've always seen, so you know what that round is. Round 2, which is Earthian Formula, and round 5, Earthian Countdown. I will explain those rounds when I get to those rounds. Keep your pen and paper handy. We need that for round 2 at least. We start off with the first of my rounds. It's called Earthian Sustainability. But before that, one request to the audience. You would have always known that when you're sitting together and you're thinking, answers come out better as compared to when you're individually there and all the focus and attention of everybody in this auditorium is on them. So if you know the answer, please do not discuss it loudly. I cannot change my questions. All my questions are programmed into my presentation, so I cannot change my questions. If you know the answer, discuss it very, very softly. If nobody answers on stage, I will come to you. You can raise your hands. Give me the right answer. I'll give you a prize. Okay? But if you give me a wrong answer, maybe I'll make you do jumping jacks. I don't know. Depends. Depends on my mood. But for now, let's start with the first of my rounds. It's called Earthian Sustainability, and here it comes. Okay, 12 questions, all of them on the buzzer, plus 10, minus 5. Do you want to check the buzzer one more time? Yeah? Sir, can you check the buzzers? Yes. Syed, can you start with you? Kavi, okay. Richie, and Murtaza. Okay. Can I have one round of applause for pressing the buzzers correctly? Come on, guys, put your hands together. Any encouragement is good encouragement. Kavi, Syed, I am noticing a tad bit of nervousness creeping into both of you. Smile a little. Endorphins are needed. Richie, you too. No seriousness. Answer the question seriously, but otherwise chill. Question number 1. Here we go. It's a visual question. Identify this logo. Simple and easy. Okay, Syed.
So this is Eco Mark.
Okay.
It is by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency Standard.
And what else about it?
It basically gives products sustainability certifications and standards. Eco Mark.
Okay. And why is there a pot?
What?
Why is there a pot?
I don't know. Earthian pot.
Plus 10. All that question was identify this label and eco mark. This is a label by the Bureau of Indian Standards for products which are ecologically safe and adhere to standards prescribed in the BIS. Believe it or not, it was first issued in 1991, way back in 1991. Question number 2. Let's move on from that. Nice one to start with. Question number 2. It's another visual. What is the claim to flame in the renewable sector by Spanish startup Solum, Solum. Richie this time, yes.
I'm just taking a guess. So maybe they run on renewable energy in the form of solar energy.
Yeah. I need a little more than that. It's a national final. I can't give it to you on a generic answer. I need something more specific.
Maybe while they're on their way, these seem like a solar charging station, something to do with solar energy. And that's
Solar charging stations is right. Something to do on the way is right. Can you put it together and give me a proper answer?
so
Because I can't give you a negative. You're on the right track, but I can't give you points either. Quickly.
So while on the sunlight, well, people are like, this is some kind of an e-scooter. So when people are riding, so it gets charged by the solar energy as well.
I'm only going to give you 5 on that. Can't give you 10 on that. The idea is, you said it almost there. The idea is their solar energy recharge pods are size independent. You can create them in whatever size you want. And they are in pavements all across Spain. They are exclusively meant for mini electrical vehicles, like the scooter. It's not for the cars. So you didn't give me a full answer, so I'll still give you 5 on that. A round of applause for him. Good answer on that. Micro-mobility vehicles. To be the exact term is micro-mobility vehicles. Number 3. Here we go. Read the question out. Fill in the blanks. Using the MLCO2 impact calculator, we can estimate Dash's daily carbon footprint to 23.04 kgs carbon E. The average Dane is responsible for emitting 11 tons of carbon dioxide per year. So the daily carbon footprint of Dash is roughly 0.2% of the annual carbon footprint of a Dane. If Dash ran for a year, its carbon footprint would be 365 into 23.04, which is 8.4 tons, or roughly 76% of the annual carbon footprint of a Danish person. This study was done in Denmark, so that's where it comes from. Fill in the blanks, all I need you to do. Something very current affairs, something in the news, something making lots of news. All 3 of them is the same answer. All 3 fill in the blanks is the same answer. It is the Wipro earthian national final. This was a study published in Towards Data Science, if that helps. Murtaza is going for this.
I'm going to guess Google.
-5. -5. Not Google. Anybody else in the audience wants to try? What is the word that has been missing? Fill in the blank. Okay, guys, you want to try? No points?
Is it Bitcoin?
No, not. Good try. Yes, sir. Chat GPT. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Lovely answer. What's your name, sir? Uchinta Sharma. And where are you from? I'm from Bangalore. Okay. Can I have a prize for him? Yeah, we'll get that sorted out for you. Another round of applause for Mr. Uchinta Sharma. Good answer. Very, very good answer. Good. One went on Bitcoin, one went on, but it was, like I said, it's something very, very current. I wanted to have a question on that. Moving on to the next one. Slightly long question, but very easy answer, so don't trip on the question. Here we go. This was launched in March 2019 by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. It provides a 20-year perspective and outlines actions needed. The plan seeks to reduce cooling demand across sectors by 20 to 25% by 37-38, reduce refrigerant demand by 25% to 30% by 37-38. Someone's on the buzzer. Murtaza, yes.
The National Climate Action Program.
I need a better answer. Come on, Murtaza.
The national mission by the government on climate change. National action on climate change. I think it's something on that sort.
I'll give you another try. You're on the track, you're not giving me the right answer.
The National Climate Action Program.
-5. Syed, you wanted to try? No? Anybody else wants to try? Really? I thought this was too easy. Yes. No. Sorry. Mission life? No. Read the question again. Your answer is there in the question. Yeah. India Cooling Action Plan. Answers there in the question. I told you don't trip on this question. Can I have a round of applause for this young man? Which class are you in? 9th. And your name is? Atharv. Good answer, Atharv. Very, very good answer. It's the India Cooling Action Plan. The answer, I told you, the answer, it's an easy question. Next one. Again, please read the question. Don't trip on the question. Here we go. In May 1997, as a part of the negotiations of the Kyoto Protocol, Brazil's proposal included a formula to set differentiated emissions reduction targets for parties based on the cumulative impact of parties on the global average surface temperature. What are the missing two words? It's a very intelligent way of balancing. It is a balancing effect on a lot of ways. Brazil wanted to bring in a balancing effect by introducing this particular plan. Didn't go as per their way in a lot of ways. But a lot of critics believe this would have worked very well had it gone through. What are the two missing words? Cumulative impact of parties. It's S apostrophe, not apostrophe S. National finale is getting a little tough. Okay, no buzzers. Anyone in the audience? Not carbon emission. Good thinking. Okay, let me give you the answer and move on. I'm still on question 5. Parties' historic emissions. Cumulative impact of historic emissions, because they believe that there was a huge part of this world which is has progressed countries and developing countries. The way to balance the two would be to take into account historic emissions. That's when things would work out better. But unfortunately, it didn't really work in their favor. Okay, I'm not going to jinx it by saying easy question, tough question. I've done it too many times, so I'm just going to play the question out. Let's play the question out. It's one part of India's ambitious river linking plan. This link would join River X to River Y to the west. Theoretically, X has water to spare and would donate it to Y so that irrigation water could be pulled onto thirsty fields in the region of Bundelkhand. X and Y. Wait. Maybe we need to introduce family member helping. I know some part to it in the quiz. No buzzers? Are you guys serious? Okay, no buzzers. Ken Betwa link. I mean, come on, guys. Can I have a round of applause for this young man? And you are? Mustafa Hashmi, right? And younger brother, of course. He knew the answer. I mean, come on. But can I have another round of applause for him? Good answer. Okay. Next question. Question number 7. Here we go. Let's take a look at the visual. This is also known as the butterfly diagram. It illustrates the continuous flow of materials. What is this diagram about? I'm looking at a simple two-word answer. This illustrates the continuous flow of materials where? I can even put it that way, yeah.
I'm going to go with circular economy.
You've already taken 2 negatives, but this time, it's a +10. Put your hands together for him. That's a good one, +10. He comes back to a score where he can start working, going up from there. Number 8, question number 8. Give me the story behind this. There is playing for the planet. There's green game jam. I've tried to keep my research as diverse as possible because it is the national finale. What is the story behind this? The who makes it too easy. I'm not giving points on who is behind this because that is too easy. I want to know what. It is national finale, so you need to explain that to me. Rishi, don't play it too safe, my boy. Start going on the buzzer. Kavi, you too. You need to start scoring. Okay, no buzzers. Anybody? Any? Yes, sir.
Food, forest and future.
Food, forest and future. Logic being?
अगर जमीन पौधे होंगे, फॉरेस्ट होगा, तो फॉरेस्ट एंड फ्यूचर, तो वहाँ पर हम फूड ही प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं और हमारा जो फ्यूचर होगा वो बेटर होगा.
सर, आपने जेनेरिक वाला आंसर दे दिया, लेकिन perfect wala generic answer de diya. Put your hands together for him. Good answer on this. Okay, there's a better round of applause. Come on. Sir, aapka naam kya hai? Doctor? Dr. Manoj Vashni, a better round of applause. Come on, put your hands together. Let me explain this to you. The who would have been easy. That's why I didn't ask the who. That is the UNEP. Who is UNEP? UNEP is the one behind it. The idea is they wanted to bring into account gaming companies. All the gaming companies in the world wanted to move towards working towards sustainability and environmental practices. They have created a concept called Playing for the Planet, under which they have something called Green Game Jam, where children take part in games online, where according to the Green Game Jam, they want to change the eating habits of 1 million children who are part of the Green Game Jam contest. The theme, which Sir got very, very right, is food, forest, and, sorry sir, तीसरा वाला क्या बोले थे?
Food, forest and future.
Food, forest, and future. Thank you. मैं ही भूल गया. Food, forest, and future is the theme of it. So can I have another round of applause for Sir, please? Moving on, next one. Okay, 20 minutes for 9 questions. I'm going really slow. Okay, let's just move on then. Number 9, here we go. What is being showcased here? It's literally a 2-word answer. I mean, you don't even need to explain. No, sir, wait for it. Okay. No, I thought you were raising your hand to answer the question. No? No one risking it, okay? Okay, too much risk. Or have I just pegged this final a little too tough today? Sir, you want to try? Go on. No, nobody. Okay, one hand I saw. Yes. Yes, sir.
Water is being collected from the air.
Yeah, but I need a...
arid reason. I'm not exactly sure, but in...
Very, very good thinking, but you're not giving me those 2 answers. I heard your answer. I'll come back to you. You got it right also. I'll just come back to you. This kid wanted to answer. Yes. 2-word answer. Turning a fog into drinking water, collection of air from the air. Sir also said fog collection. Put your hands together for all 3 of them. This is simple fog collection. Okay, before I go to question number 10, all 4 of you, can you take a deep breath and exhale? This is way too much stress on stage. Way too much stress. And knowing all 4 of you, you all are good quizzers. I don't know what you all are getting stressed off. Or is it that you need more lights on me? You can't see me and there's a voice popping out and that's scaring you. I don't know what's happening here. Okay. Long question, short answer on your screen. What is the name of a technique developed by a Japanese botanist where trees grow faster, are maintenance free, and for the first 2 to 3 years can be created on sites as small as 3 square meters, which was implemented by a group of environmentalists in Mumbai very recently in 2019. What is this technique called? Okay, I've definitely pegged this final way too tougher than what it's supposed to be. Which basically means I have too much hope in you guys, so it's not my fault. So it's not technically my fault. No buzzers. Oh wait, I'll come to you. Yes, the hand right behind. Sorry? And what does Miyawaki stand for? It sounds like sushi to me. Can you explain that? Name of the person. Akira Miyawaki is the Japanese botanist who created it. Can I have a round of applause for her? I'm going to go on question number 11. Here we go. This is an Israeli startup called Zohar Clean Tech. What is the whole idea of this device that they have created? It's a patented device. US patent number 10646879. Zohar Clean Tech. No? Okay. Rishi, yes.
Just taking a guess. So unsorted waste would translate to 3 types of basically. One would be recyclable, other would be plastic, and third would be our biodegradable material from which basically the organic matter from which we'll get the syngas. And using IoT, they'll segregate this and generate energy.
So what is the basic idea of your answer?
I think generating energy from waste.
Generating energy from waste. As simple as that.
Yeah.
Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Good answer. I think you guys are complicating it. My questions are not that tough. Good answer, Rishi. Last one of this round. Do not spoil my buzzers because I believe everybody will go on the buzzer on this. Okay, I'm not jinxing it. Take a look at the visual and give me an answer. Simple. Here we go. Okay, I personally want to come on stage and beat you up if nobody's going on the buzzer. Yes, thank you, Syed. Yes.
Okay. So I can see Doha there.
Uh-huh.
So I think this is the making of the stadium, sustainable stadium in Qatar for Qatar FIFA World Cup. which
Okay,
happened.
what about the stadium?
So it is basically, it's called the 1964 stadium. It is sustainable, and after the FIFA ended, it got dismantled. And
They removed everything out of the stadium.
yeah, so it
It's
got
not the
dismantled.
1964 stadium, it's the 974 stadium.
Yeah, 974 stadium. Yeah.
Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Okay, since I'm done with that round, I will quickly ask an audience question based on this. It was called Stadium 974, and you're not allowed to answer. Sir, आपने भी आंसर दे दिया 1 minute. बच्चों के लिए only people below. How old are you guys? Okay, below 17. Only those below 17. Nobody above that. They have the stadium is called the 974 stadium. Okay, this was for the FIFA World Cup, and the entire stadium gets dismantled and gets taken away after the World Cup. The answer to my question is not 974 because there were 974 freight carriers inside. That's not the answer. My question is, why was it called 974? Stadium 974 was the name of the stadium. Why did they name it? It's logic. It's pure logic. You don't need to know sustainability for this. Think about it. Sir, I will come back to you, but not right now. Oh, let me rephrase that. Do I need to call you doctor? You are doctor. No, you're not a doctor. Who's the doctor? Doctor's here. Okay, sorry. Anyone else? But below 17. No adults allowed. Yes. No, not 974 because people can sit. Like I said, that is not the answer. It's not because it's 974 containers is after the fact. But why did they arrive at that number 974? Think. Oh, no one. Yes, sir.
Is the ISD code of
ISD code of Qatar is plus 974. Put your hands together for him. Good answer, sir. Okay, end of first round, and it looks something like this. 20 to Syed. Oh yeah, we have the scoreboard. 20 to Syed. Kavipriyan yet to open his account. Rishi on 15. Murtaza. Thank God for that plus 10 finally. It's just early days. Lots more questions to go. Let's get into our second round. It's called Earthian Formula. Here we go. Okay, before I explain this round, one of the first thoughts that came to my head when I realized who the 4 finalists are going to be is this final has to be tough. Because I've known them as quizzers for a very, very long time. And all 4 of them, okay, Kavipriyan I've only met this year, but the other 3 are really, really good quizzers. I don't know if it's performance anxiety. Are the 2 of you worried because you have family sitting in front? Sir, ma'am, no pressure. Huh? Please don't put any pressure. But otherwise, I believe this final had to be a tough finale and not an easy one. So I wanted to complicate a round. How do you complicate an easy round? The second round was supposed to be a rapid fire round where I would ask 8 questions and they would press the buzzer and give me an answer. I said, let's go about complicating it. So I'll show you how I've complicated this round. Let's go to the next slide, please. There's an example so you understand how this round gets played. You will get an overall formula. I love Syed's expression on this. This is a very, very annoying round. But I love this round. You get an overall formula. In the meantime, you will get asked, for the example purposes, there are only 4 questions, but overall, there are 8 questions in this round. 8 questions plus 10 minus 5 is 80 points that is available. Use the formula per every answer that you get and arrive at a final answer. Plus 20 if you give me the final answer. Any doubts? Kavipriyan, Rishi? Individual answers plus 10 minus 5. But if you're going on the buzzer and telling me you know the final answer, you get it wrong, it's plus 20 minus 10. There is a negative to that too. You didn't understand. I'll explain. So it's an attempt to remove carbon dioxide. I asked this question. The answer is carbon capture. Then I asked the second question, common name. Sorry?
The questions come one by one?
One by one. They won't come like this. I will ask them individually. That's like playing a regular rapid fire round. You need to note down the answers, put down the formula that I give you next, and figure out what the word is, overall word is.
There are two such words.
Just one word.
No, in one 8-letter word.
One 8-letter word. Simple. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't give you that. One long 8-letter word. Plus 20 if you get that right, and that you can answer immediately after the first question. You can pick to answer whenever you want. You individually get only one chance to answer it. So after the second word, if somebody, like for example, Murtaza, no, I don't want to jinx you. Who's got no negatives? Yes, Kavi. Since you have not got negatives, you go on the buzzer after the second word and give me a wrong answer. You get a minus 10, and you are not allowed to try for the overall connect. You can answer the other 6 questions. All good? Any other doubts? Sure? Okay. Let's take a look. Don't get complicated. We'll play the round out so you can understand how this works. Let's go with the overall formula. Let's take a look at the overall formula. This is the overall formula. Please note it down.
It will be written on every slide?
It'll come also on every slide, but for practical purposes, note it down. And on every slide, whichever formula is relevant to that answer, that becomes bigger. So even that should help you. I'm seeing a lot of faces confused. Don't get confused. I just love to make things tough. Everyone's got the overall formula down? Question number 1, best of luck. Here we go. Launched in 2000. Yes.
Yeah. Green star.
Plus 10 to you. Plus 10 to you on Green Star. Your formula on Green Star is G plus 2. A round of applause. Come on. You're going for it.
Yes.
Minus 10 if you get it wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
I think this is the green star. The first letter would be E.
Okay.
So I'm guessing the 8-letter word is earthian.
On the first question.
Yes.
It could be ecology.
Yes, but I'm going with the word earthian because of the quiz.
Because the quiz's name is Earthian. You're going with Earthian. Put your hands together for him. Oh! Wow. Absolutely well done. Earthian is the final answer on this. I just want, at least could have let me play with a couple of questions and then answered that. I would have felt good about myself, but thank you so much. I think he deserves a better round of applause. Come on. Put your hands together. 8-letter word. Oh, well done. Okay, from here on, there's no overall, just the single individual connects. And if you look below, yeah, Murtaza needs to get plus 20. One more. Yes. Okay, if you look below, on every answer, there's a hint on how many words it is and how many letters it is. So if that could also help you guys. Question number 2. The SiteRight tool from which organization in India is created to help select locations for solar and wind projects that can help meet India's renewable energy goals while avoiding adverse impacts to environment and people? 3-word answer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, no buzzers. I'll give the answer and move on. This is the Nature Conservancy India. That would have been the organization. Moving on to the next one, number 3. Originally published in 1992.
So the book's name is, the book by David Coleman is called Spillover.
Plus 10 to you. Oh, this is getting interesting. 30 to Syed, 30 to Murtaza. Rishi, you know what happens when both of them start scoring. Kavi, don't let that happen to you. They run away with quizzes. Don't let them do that. Number 4. These are a set of principles focused on waste prevention that encourages the redesign of resource life cycles so that all products are reused. Why are my easy questions tanking today? Okay, Murtaza.
Zero waste.
You were just tied with Syed on 30. Now you go with a lead at 40. Put your hands together. That's a good one. Zero waste is a good answer. Number 5. Oh, this is getting faster. Founder of the Voluntary Architects Network. This architect has applied his extensive knowledge of recyclable material for constructing high-quality, low-cost shelters for victims of disaster across the world. 2 words. Very, very big name. Very famous. 3-letter second word. So think. That becomes... No? Okay. No buzzers? No buzzers. I actually changed this question yesterday. I had some other question, but remember I was telling you guys I'm doing an architecture quiz. Found this question in an architecture quiz. That's why I put it here. Yeah.
Is this IMPI?
How would IMPI?
No, it's the third letter. The second word is PEI, so 3 letters.
But then it would become IM. That would be 2 other words, right? Good try though. Anyone else? Quickly. Okay. Shigeru Ban. Shigeru Ban is the architect behind the Voluntary Architects Network. Okay. Moving on. Next one. Question number 6. With which international organization would you associate the motto United for Life? Rishi, yes.
Taking a guess. So first IN and IUCN.
Good answer. Intelligently worked out. Put your hands together for him. IUCN. Nicely worked. Okay. Number 7. This wind farm tops in... Oh. Yes, Syed. You've gone on the buzzer.
I think it's called the Jaisalmer Wind Park. Jaisalmer Wind Park. I'm guessing.
But why are you so nervous?
Jaisalmer Wind Park.
30 to 40 and 40 and 40. Oh, this is getting close. Nice. Okay. My honest suggestion on the next one, be careful. Be careful of the next question. Don't trip on it. Here we go. This initiative launched by the UNFCCC in 2015 is based on a mandate to promote the voluntary use of carbon market mechanics recognized under the convention. An organization can become a participant to this initiative if they follow the 3 steps of measure, reduce, contribute, and reporting on its actions and achievements annually. What is this initiative called? 3 words. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No buzzers? Anyone wants to try? Okay. The beauty of the Earthian quiz is you get to learn something new. And this initiative is called Climate Neutral Now. Climate Neutral Now is the initiative. I told you I wanted to complicate an easy round, and this is how I complicated it. But Murtaza, absolutely well worked out. Very, very good reasoning. Can I have another round of applause for him? I'm just so happy that final answer got cracked. Okay, let's go on to the next round. It's lateral thinking, or the connections round, as we always call. Round number 3 on your screen. Here we go. +10, -5, 4 questions, 40 points available. I only need the final answer. You don't need to give me the explanation as to everything. But my request to you, please take a look at all the elements. Don't jump just looking at one element, okay? Because there is a negative. Here we go. Question number 1. There's Climate Race, Sustainable Markets Initiative, Coca-Cola, and a gentleman who I don't want to name because life gets too easy if I name him. At the national finale of the Wipro earthian quiz, something globally relevant though. Anyone risking it? Rishi? Oh, hey, wait, I hope I didn't force you into it.
I'm taking a risk. I think this guy was the head of COP27, so something to do with that.
So you're saying the answer is COP27.
Yeah.
Put your hands together for him. Good answer. Good answer. But did you press the buzzer because I said your name out? No. You had decided, right? So that's not on me. Okay. That is Egyptian Minister of Foreign Affairs Shameh Shoukry, who was the president of COP27, very rightly said. Coca-Cola sponsored it. Of course, a lot of people called it greenwashing, but Coca-Cola did sponsor it. Climate Trace is an independent website that was created for COP27 and released. Sustainable Markets Initiative. Hey, this is a good one. Do I have time? Yes, I do have time. So I'll quickly ask this question. Who would you associate the Sustainable Markets Initiative with? With which person in the world? Very, very famous person in the world. Terracotta is the organization that he has created, and Sustainable Markets Initiative is a part of Terracotta. He's a very, very famous person. It's not Elon Musk. Before you all start saying Elon Musk, no. He's a slightly older person, does a lot of work towards the climate. Bill Gates, no. Warren Buffett, no. Arnold Schwarzenegger and climate, okay. He does, sir? I'm going to... Was governor of. Yes, anyone? Al Gore, no. Not Bezos. So what is he now? He is King Charles. He's King. Former Prince of Wales, he's King Charles. Put your hands together for that young lady there. King Charles is the one who runs Terracotta. What is your name? From Pune. Okay. Have you forgotten the name of your school already? No. A round of applause for you. Come on, put your hands together. Next one. I'm looking at a person. Okay. Person is the answer. Here we go. Green Economy Initiative, UN Environmental Program Goodwill Ambassador, WWF, Tyler Prize. I thought Tyler Prize was a giveaway. No, yes. Okay, no buzzers. I'm a little sad, but that's okay, that's on me. Anybody else? Who is this person? No? You guys want to try? No points either ways.
Is this Wangari Maathai?
No. Good. But doesn't fit into the Green Economy Initiative. Hers would be the Green Belt Organization. Anybody else? Guess? Yeah, has to be an Indian.
Is this Vidyatraya?
Pawan Sukhdev, the 2020 Tyler Prize winner. I thought this was easy. Next one. Again, think Indian. Think not person, but think Indian. Here we go. Jeez, guys. Are you serious? All my hard work of doing research and you all guys are disappointing me. No buzzers? Anyone? Yeah, guess, yeah. No, not Sonam Wangchud. No, anyone else? Go on. Want to try? No points.
I had the same guess.
Same guess. Hey. This is the Indian Seed Vault. Indian Seed Vault. The man there is Vijay Jardari, the man behind the Beach Bajao Andolan. In Ladakh is where you'll find it. DRDO supervises it, and NBPGR is responsible for it. Indian Seed Vault. Come on, guys. This is... Any more questions that don't get buzzed, I'm going to personally take offense. And considering I know you guys and I know the kind of preparation you all do, I'm very disappointed. Here we go. Last one. Yes.
You need a person or
I need an answer.
Okay. So my answer is appropriate technology.
Explain.
So-
Hey, go back.
So Small is Beautiful by E.F. Schumacher.
Uh-huh.
E.F. Schumacher was the one who gave the term appropriate technology.
Okay.
And one of the early pioneers of appropriate technology is Mahatma Gandhi. That's all I know.
What is OSAT?
Appropriate technology, OS, I don't know.
open source appropriate technology, and that is the solar cooker. Put your hands together for him. Lovely answer. And I promise you, of my 4 questions, I thought this was the toughest one. I really thought this was the toughest one. The other 3 were easy, according to me, but never mind you guys. Let's quickly go into the next round. Let me catch up on time. Move into earthen blocks. Here it comes. Okay, earthen blocks it is. You know how this round gets played, right? There's a question, boxes below, letters thrown in. Give me a right answer, +10. Give me a wrong answer, -5. Simple and easy. Question number 1, here we go. Name this environmentally conscious material that is made from woody core of the cannabis plant and a formulated lime mix. It is carbon negative, with more carbon taken out of the atmosphere by the growth of the plant than emitted by its production. What is this material called? Okay, I need to stop looking at my answers. Okay, no buzzers, guys. Anyone else? But I'm proud of you. किसी ने Google भी नहीं किया अभी तक. वाह वाह, अच्छे बच्चे हैं सारे.
This,
Yeah, it is. It is hempcrete. H-E-M-P. Come on, why are you guys doing this to me? Moving on, next one. And can I have a round of applause for him? He got that right. Next one, number 2. This term appeared first in Murtaza.
Eco-urbanism.
+10. 50-50. Okay, having known me all these years, I understand that at least the 3 of you know I hate tiebreakers. So don't make me do a tiebreaker. Make sure one of you wins, okay? Too much work doing a tiebreaker. Next one, number 3. This Indian environmentalist concerned with preserving trees in Uttarakhand has been awarded the highest award for women in India, the Nari Shakti Puraskar in 2016. Shh. I heard the answer. Please don't. Come on. Sorry? No. I need the whole thing. I'm not giving you points on the last line. Wow. Come on. Seriously? Danno, the horse would have felt bad in life, but... Yeah.
Tulsi Devi, something like that. Tulsi Devi, something like that.
What did I just say? I said, Danno, the horse would have felt bad.
Oh, Basanti Devi.
Yes, but you gave me the wrong answer. -5. -5. I even give you a clue. Why would you do this to yourself? At least can I give him a round of applause for coming up with a creative answer, if not the right one. Last one on this round. Hedonistic sustainability was first coined in 2011 with the basic idea that sustainability can and should be pleasurable by this very famous Danish architect. I changed this question yesterday, so. No. Either of you? No? Anyone else? Okay, no buzzers. Anyone else? Ah, man. Okay. I think from next time, I just need to stick to not what my assumption of your intelligence is, but just regular quizzing standards of mine. This is Bjarke Ingles. Bjarke Ingels. He's the man who came up with hedonistic sustainability. I've got one more round to go. Let's quickly take a look at the overall scores. Oh no. Anyways, I know the overall scores. 35, 45, 50, if I'm right. Correct? That's what it is. You can still score. It's not over because this round, according to me, has got 10 plus 4. 10 into 4 is 40. 40 plus 20 is 60 points are still available on this round. So let me explain this round by, let's start, go to the next. Yes, this is how this round gets played out. You get 4 answers, okay? Text-based, visual, whatever will keep coming one after the other. All text-based, one text-based, one visual, 3 text-based questions. Each of them has an answer. All 4 of them connect to a final answer. As soon as the first answer is done, if you can tell me what the final answer is, you get plus 20. So after the second answer, it's plus 15. Third answer is plus 10. Fourth answer is plus 5. The catch, negative will be equal to positive. On the bonuses, plus 20 minus 20, plus 15 minus 15, plus 10, and plus 5 minus 5. The 4 questions are valued at same plus 10 minus 5. That does not change. It's up to you when you want to go for the bonus. My suggestion, not for you, 3 of you, because you take a risk anytime, the 3 of you, wait till the second clue comes in. Unless you're superbly confident that you can answer it on the first clue. My suggestion, don't go on the first. Yeah. How many connects are there? Oh, just one. Okay, so 4 questions, that's 40 points. If anybody can go on the plus 20, that's 60 points. So totally 4 questions left in the quiz. Before I start the final round, it's been a tough day today. It is the national finale after all. But can I have a huge round of applause for all these 4 guys? Best of luck. Number 1, here we go. At the 5th Magdeburg Environment Forum held in 2008 in Magdeburg, Germany, X and car manufacturer Daimler AG called for the establishment of infrastructure for electric vehicles. At this international conference, 250 politicians and representatives of non-government organizations discussed future road transportation under the motto, Sustainable Mobility, the post-2012 carbon dioxide agenda or CO2 agenda. Who is X? 35, 45, 50. Who is risking it? Who is risking it? Which of you is risking it? Syed says no.
Are you giving clues?
Are you feeling close?
Are you giving clues?
Clues? No way. Come on. Last round. No way. Not giving clues on this. Okay, no buzzers. No buzzers. Let's take a look at what the answer is. Next slide, please. Next slide. Not Elon Musk. UNEP would have been the answer to that. UNEP and Daimler Motors are the ones who wanted to have that post-2012 carbon agenda. Anybody willing to go at the final answer? No? It's a plus 20, but it can be a minus 20. Okay, next question. Question number 2. The answer to B.
So this is the UN's decade of ecosystem restoration, which is from 2021 to 2030. UN's decade of ecosystem restoration.
Who created it?
UN.
No, as in specifically which person?
No idea.
What was my question?
Identify the logo.
Did I say that?
No.
You went on the buzzer. So it can be a negative. But it's a plus 10. Plus 10. Plus 10. Put your hands together. Plus 10. That is the right answer. And that would mean, let's take a look at what the overall looks like. You got 2 clues there. One is UNEP and one is United Nations Decade for Ecosystem Restoration. Anybody for 15 points wants to jump ship to tell me what's the final answer? Okay, let's go to the next one. This will be for 10 points now. Here we go. Economic forecasts consist of investment in factories, employment rates, growth. They never mention what's happening to the ecosystems. It really is urgent that we think about it now. This is a quote by which eminent Cambridge University economist. And just to help your cause thinking, there's UNEP, there's decade, and then there's this economist. What could the final answer be? You can still get a bonus of 10 points. But if you get it wrong, there's a minus 10. So careful. Who is this economist? No. Okay, no buzzers. No buzzers. Anybody wants to try? Yes, sir. Good try. Good try. No, not Amartya Sen. This is more recent. Yes. Good answer. Good answer. This is Partha Das Gupta. Can I have a better round of applause for her, please? So there is UN, there is a decade, and there is Sir Partha Das Gupta. Really? Nobody going on this one? On the secondary connect? No? Okay, last one. His first TV appearance came in 21st December 1954 in Zoo Quest, a global trotting series that introduced rap Britons to exotic creatures like orangutans and Rishi. Yes.
Just taking a guess. Just by Britain, maybe David Attenborough.
And what were the rest of you waiting for? Put your hands together for him. That's a plus 10. That means it is a tie, but let's take a look at the overall. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Let's take a look at the overall. Now anyone trying? 4-5 points only. Are you guys kidding me? Really?
There's a negative 5 also, right?
There is a negative 5.
Don't give negative, right?
Why not? Come on, this is straightforward, guys. There's UNEP, there's ecosystem restoration, there's Sir Partha Das Gupta, and there's Sir David Attenborough. Anyone trying? Rishi? Come on, no way I'm cancelling the negative. I don't want a tiebreaker. Shush. One of you. No? Okay, no buzzers. That base. Okay, what?
Champions of Earth.
Ma'am, do you have something I can hit him with? Why didn't you go for it? Can I have a round of applause? He only gets a round of applause. This is ridiculous. Why didn't you go for this? Come on. That basically means you're giving me more work. I don't like tiebreakers.
We love that.
Yeah, why not?
We like more questions.
यार आंसर कर देते एक इजी सवाल था that is of course champions of earth is the answer. That's the award given by UNEP. A part of the ecosystem restoration is a part of the theme this year. There's Partha Das Gupta, who's the champion of earth laureate for science and innovation in the year 2022, and Sir David Attenborough received the lifetime achievement prize. Come on, Murtaza. Okay, quickly let me do a tie. Can we go to the tiebreaker scenario? This is more of a sudden death, one question at a time. Get the buzzer, get it right, you are winner. Get the buzzer, get it wrong, the other person is the winner. Simple and easy. Because especially for you, for knowing the answer, not answering, I'm going to make it this way. What do I ask? Wait, let me make it a little more interesting to ask. Found something. Yeah. Conservationalist Carrie Fowler, Carry Fowler, in association with the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, that is CGIAR, started this way back in time. I don't want to give the year, it makes it too easy. Conservationalist Carrie Fowler, in association with the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, started this and is managed, okay, I'll add on to it, and is managed by a tripartite agreement between Norwegian government. Yes.
Just taking a guess, maybe the by Norway Svalbard seed vault, something to do with saving the seeds.
Norwegian government, the Crop Trust, and Nordic Generic Resource Center. This is the Svalbard Global Seed Vault. Put your hands together for him, +1. And that would mean champions of Earth. Champions of Earth. But ladies and gentlemen, that has been some outstanding quizzing. In this tiebreaker scenario, we missed out a very, very important part. This young man here did not take any risk. When he knew it, he went for it, and he made sure he got his 60 points. And he was the defending champion. He turns out to win this year too. Put your hands together for Syed Mohammed from Osmania Medical College with 60 points is our Arjun champion. Runner-up is Richie Mishra. When I started this quiz, I told you Richie never takes unnecessary risks. Unless Richie knows, there is no way he'll go on the buzzer. Very, very well done. Very well done. You caught up with him on that previous question with a guess. You got on to second place also with a guess. Can I have another round of applause for him, please? Murtaza Hashmi, Dr. Murtaza Hashmi, who's he's one of the most fun quizzers to have in a quiz. I've seen him for a long time now. Just didn't go on Champions of Earth, but finishing third, all India third for a doctor in a sustainability quiz is not the easiest thing. A round of applause for him. And I know Syed's itching because Syed is a doctor too. I don't focus too much on the fact that he's a doctor. And Kavipriyan, finishing in the top 4, I remember how you got through the quarterfinals and semifinals. Very confident display of quizzing. Congratulations to you two. Can I have one huge round of applause for all 4 of them, please? And it's been fun. I should say it's been fun, but I will stare at all 4 of you and say it's not been fun for me. But jokes aside, it's always fun being here and doing this quiz. I hope you got to learn something new, because the idea of Earthian is not only to test your knowledge, but also impart some of it while somebody else is showcasing their knowledge. I'm Lloyd Saldana and signing off. Thank you so much and hope to see you all next year. You want them on stage? I think so. When you're getting off stage.
I know we are severely running short on time, I think, but still, just so that you would take a good, proper look. They were all behind this, so that now you take a proper look at all the quizzers and all this thing, and many congratulations. Please, let's have a correct round of applause, a big one. Yeah, how do you all prepare? I mean, we got told about you being a radiologist and then, of course, a quizzer and this thing. How do you, मतलब ये समय कहाँ से मिलता है? Because that is of use to young people all over the country.
समय बनाना पड़ता है. So you have to make some time out for stuff like this, and then, and also I like taking part in quizzes. It is something I enjoy. So.
When did you start? What age each of you?
I'm quizzing since my school days, so high school.
I see. You, which age?
It would be 18 from college, undergrad.
Okay. You?
From my school days, like from 6th class, 7th class.
6th standard. Okay.
Also from college only.
College. Okay, so समय बनाना पड़ता है. That's quite a takeaway message. कितने wise words here? Yes, indeed. Okay, thank you so much for being here and making this quiz what it is. Thank you once again, and great innings ahead. Wish you fantastic more quizzes, and thanks. Let's also hear it for the quiz master. Where did he disappear, Lloyd? Yeah. I feel, Lloyd, that even I want to be a quiz master like you. Easy, you have all the answers. You just have the paper before you. Isn't it? But were you a quizzer yourself? That's what it takes. See, that's a trick. That's the trick part. You have to be a good quiz person yourself. But we've had this whole sustainability quiz that went through, and it's been really a great run. I'm sure you learned at least some 3 nice new things, right? About those logos, about those companies and those photographs. And I'm like, okay, which planet are they from? We have no clue. And then we learned. So that's the benefits of having a quiz program. I'm going to quickly check back whether the music band is ready to step up on stage. Give me a moment's time. Okay. Check. Okay, so we are going to make you have tea once again. So you can step out and step in within 14 minutes this time. Because that's, 1 minute to walk back. We have a 15-minute gap. Let's go out and have tea. Let's make more friends. I'm going to ask who all made new friends. Okay, we need to look beyond Sikkim, Ladakh and Guntur. So I want more people making more new friends and come back and tell me that. See you in 15. Kannada. ಬೇಗ ಬೇಗ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಟೈಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕೇಶಾಹ. ಕೊಂಕಣಿ ಕೇಶಾಹ. तेगिनिया, बेगिनिया. Oh, बस बस I had. You know, Marathi, Konkani, Telugu, Kannada, सबसे बुलवा लिया, but people have still not come into the hall. Marathi people आ गए? Marathi people आ गए? Telugu వాళ్ళు వచ్చారా? तमिल कारंगला वंदाचा? Okay. ये सारे के सारे हिंदी वाले आ गए? हमारे लद्दाख के मित्र नहीं आए? Okay, yes, there you are. What about Bangla Bondhu? Aschi. Ahomia. Okay, quickly, who can teach me secretly one line in Ahomia? Begay aha. See how many languages you're getting to learn in one Wipro earthian program. Thank you, I am your language teacher. I just learned it 10 seconds back. So, we are going to take about a few seconds to settle down, but that's all, because we're severely running short of time. And there's a great band waiting to perform. Please settle down. I'm guessing everyone has entered the room, and therefore, tada tada tada, we are going to be calling in the music makers, before which I just have one announcement to make. Okay, settle down, otherwise you know the rules. If I see someone talking, they're going to come on stage and take the mic and be the host for the rest of the program. If I see one person talking in this room, I have to become a teacher, man. Next I have a blackboard there. Okay, swagat hai sabhi ka. Welcome, Kesha Aha. Now, one thing which I need to tell you is that we are towards the wrap of this program, meaning this is going to be the last session. But it's not over. Tomorrow, many of you are going to watch a documentary film, are going to even stay around, do more beautiful things. But today, as we come to the end of a program, of a day of fantastic things that were lined up for you, discussions, talks, panels, prizes, music, and a quiz, all that. I know कि आप लोग काफ़ी सारी यादें यहाँ से ले जाएंगे और काफ़ी सारे नए contacts भी on your friend list. मेरा नाम वासंती हरि प्रकाश है, and I have had the absolute honor of being your, host and presenter. Before we get into this session, and I tell you who's coming here, I must say that the quiz hosted by Lloyd and the finale that you saw, we would like to congratulate all the winners. And the winner, the prize money, the people who took it all, winner 2 lakh rupees, first runner-up 1 lakh, second runner-up, and the third runner-up shared, or rather got 50,000 rupees each. And those prizes will be sent. और हम सब साक्षी थे. We were all eyewitness. And I hope there are many more quizzers. I hope many more girls become, quiz enthusiasts. I would love to see girls up there. In 10 years, I've seen probably just once. Right? So please take that message back home. All right. So now, to get to the music part. This is a band that has got music quite literally in its soul. Why do I say that? Because their name is Swar and Atma. It's so ruhani. It's so deep. And this is a band that has made all of us music lovers of India and Bangalore so proud that I have to give them a rousing welcome. Please put your hands together to welcome Swaratma. And as they come in, from which direction I'm not sure, but they will make their appearance, I would like to tell you about the song that they are likely to begin with. स्वरात्मा जो कि हमारे सामने पेश करने वाले हैं अपने संगीत को. The good thing that I love about them, and I have been a sort of a friend of Swaratma. I say this because they premiered on my radio show when I used to be an RJ of a radio show called Good Morning Bangalore. And they won that battle of the bands. They won the Radio City Live that year, and they have gone on from strength to strength. But one khas wajah why I love Swaratma even more is that they wed social causes into their music. They have had so many, political corruption, about governance, about child abuse. They have had so many themes. And I have a feeling that this evening, Swaratma is going to present and begin their music with a song called Pyasi. And that song, as you can imagine, has to do with water. Vasu Dikshit, who is the founder, one of the founders of Swaratma, and you'll recognize him when he comes. बहुत छोटे बाल हैं वासु दीक्षित के. You'll see Vasu when he comes in. And he tells us that he was overhearing a conversation between an elderly lady and people in a train compartment who were fighting over water. That was the cause of a rift between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. शायद आप लोग बहुत ही, आप में से कई तो, you may have been real small kids. There was a sort of a big riot. It's called the Kaveri water riots. Very unfortunate. कि पानी कौन से राज्य को जाएगा. And at that time, people who were discussing water, that no, our state should get more water. This side said, no, we should. She's, the नदी जो है वो हमारे यहाँ से उसका जन्म होता है तो हमारा ज़्यादा हक है. And then there was this lady who said, it's all fine for both of you to fight, but did you ask a river what she feels? And that was the seed of the song Pyasi. I have a feeling that that's what they're going to begin the show with. So let's wait for Swaratma to come in with their music and this track, Pyasi.
तुमको पिला के थक गई हूँ, मोड़ों पे रुक के प्यासी हूँ मैं, तुमको पिला के थक गई हूँ, मोड़ों पे रुक के अश्क तो बहने दो, पानी हूँ पानी रहने दो। कहाँ से आई कहाँ से आई, कहाँ है जाना, किसी की बोली बोलना है अब। कहाँ से आई, कहाँ है जाना, किसकी बोली बोलना है अब। किसने खेल रचाया, पुतला बना के तुमको नचाया रे। प्यासी हूँ मैं, तुमको पिला के थक गई हूँ, मोड़ों पे रुक के। मेघा तू भी मेघा तू भी लौट जा रे, हर समंदर भूल गई। मेघा तू भी लौट जा रे, कर समंदर भूल गई हूँ। रात को मुझ में बहाया, टूटे किनारों पे क्यों झुकाया सर। प्यासी हूँ मैं, तुमको पिला के थक गई हूँ, मोड़ों पे रुक के। प्यासी हूँ मैं, तुमको पिला के थक गई हूँ, मोड़ों पे रुक के। अश्क तो बहने दो, पानी हूँ पानी रहने प्यासी तुमको पिला के प्यासी
विप्रो earthian में आए देश के हर कोने से जो कल के सुपरस्टार्स हैं, उन सबको स्वरात्मा बैंड का हाय हेलो नमस्कार. कैन यू हियर मी? मेक सम नॉइज. भाई इतने से तो नहीं होगा. मेक सम नॉइज. अब हुई ना रॉक शो वाली बात. दिस नेक्स्ट सॉन्ग इज अबाउट द प्राइस यू पे फॉर डेवलपमेंट. कि जहां पे बचपन में हम खेला करते थे, उसी मैदान में अभी खड़ी हो गई है मॉल, खड़ा हो गया है मल्टीप्लेक्स, खड़े हो गए हैं तरह तरह के प्रगति के निशान. लेकिन वो आंगन जहां पे आप खेलते थे, वो आपसे क्या कह रहा है? गाने का नाम है पत्ते सारे. All right, Wipro earthian, if you can hear me, put your hands in the air and clap.
कहती है क्या तुझको बढ़ती दीवारें, कहती है क्या तुझको बढ़ती दीवारें, आईने में दिखते चेहरे अनजाने, जड़ से कटा हुआ पेड़ है तू, उड़ जाएंगे तूफान में पत्ते सारे. कहती है क्या तुझको बढ़ती दीवारें, आईने में दिखते चेहरे अनजाने, जड़ से कटा हुआ पेड़ है तू, उड़ जाएंगे तूफान में पत्ते सारे. खेला जिस आंगन में तू, खेला जिस आंगन में तू, हो गया पराया वो क्यों? खेला जिस आंगन में तू, हो गया पराया वो क्यों? पूछे तुझसे अपनी वो पहचान, क्यों थे खामोश और हुए अनजान, जड़ से कटा हुआ पेड़ है तू, उड़ जाएंगे तूफान में पत्ते सारे. झूला रे जिस डाली से डाली से झूला जिस डाली से तू फांसी का फंदा वो क्यों झूला जिस डाली से तू फांसी का फंदा वो क्यों जिस मिट्टी को तू नहीं सींचा क्यों वो रूठी रंग है क्यों फीका तेरे से कटा हुआ मेरे है तू उड़ जाएगे पत्ते सारे कहती है क्या तुझको बढ़ती दीवारें आईने में तेरे चेहरे अनजाने कहती है क्या तुझको बढ़ती दीवारें आईने में तेरे चेहरे अनजाने तेरे से कटा हुआ मेरे है तू उड़ जाएंगे तूफान में पत्ते सारे
अभी सूचना के लिए रेडी हो जाइए। ये है माता पिता के जनरेशन से बच्चों के जनरेशन के लिए एक छोटा सा संदेश कि संदेश यह है कि बेटा पढ़ाई में ध्यान दो। बेटा क्या होगा ये सब मोबाइल पे गेम खेल करके, क्या होगा ये सब टीवी देखते नेटफ्लिक्स वगैरह चला के। बेटा पढ़ाई पे ध्यान दो। बेटा बाहर बहुत ठंड है, दुनिया जालिम है। जीते रहो बेटिया, इसके तरह बनो। देखो कितना बड़ा स्टार है आज। अरे हमारे शर्मा जी के जो बेटे हैं कितना कहां तक आगे पहुंच गए। बेटा तुम भी कुछ करो। बेटा स्वेटर पहनो।
स्वेटर पहनो नहीं तो लगेगी सर्दी। बेटा स्वेटर पहनो नहीं तो लगेगी सर्दी। ये सीखो वो भी सीखो, डालो स्कूल की वर्दी। तूने ये कैसे सोचा अपने मन की गाएगा। हम जो बोले वो तू कर ले वरना कुछ ना हो पाएगा। ना 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 हो पाएगा। स्वेटर पहनो नहीं तो रहेगी कड़की। बेटा स्वेटर पहनो नहीं तो रहेगी कड़की। बंद हो जाएगी मुंह पे तेरे फ्यूचर की खिड़की। सड़कों पे धूल उड़ा के बस में धक्के खाएगा। हम जो बोले वो तू कर ले वरना कुछ ना हो पाएगा। ना, 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 क्या समझे, तेरा अच्छा हम जाने, जाने क्या तेरा होगा, होगी बस खाली थाली, थाली में चेहरा होगा, मन को अपनी समझा ले। बेटा स्वेटर पहनो नहीं तो बचेगी सीटी, बेटा स्वेटर पहनो नहीं तो बचेगी सीटी, वो वाली कविता पढ़ लो गिर गिर के चढ़ी थी चीटी, क्या तू अब मेरी इज्जत दुनिया में लुटवाएगा, हम जो बोले वो तू कर ले वरना कुछ ना हो पाएगा, ना ना हो पाएगा, ना ना हो पाएगा, ना ना हो पाएगा। मेरे अंकल के बच्चे बच्चों के नंबर ऊंचे, ऊंची है उनकी इज्जत, इज्जत को तू क्या समझे, तेरा अच्छा हम जाने, जाने क्या तेरा होगा, होगी बस खाली थाली, थाली में चेहरा होगा, तेरे अंकल के बच्चे बच्चों के नंबर ऊंचे, ऊंची है उनकी इज्जत, इज्जत को तू क्या समझे, तेरा अच्छा हम जाने, जाने क्या तेरा होगा, होगी बस खाली थाली, थाली में चेहरा होगा, मन को अपनी समझा ले।
अरे युवा मोर्चा में आए सारे हमारे पार्टी के सपोर्टरों को हम नेताजी आपको नमस्ते करते हैं। अरे बहुत हो गया ये सब बकार बकार, सुबह से सुन रहे हैं, मस्ती चल रही है। अरे देश के बारे में भी सोचिए युवा पीढ़ी, ऐसे थोड़ी चलेगा। अरे आप जब हम हमारी बात सुन ही रहे हैं तो याद रखिए कि कुछ ही साल का बात है जब आपके हार्ट में आ जाएगा वही वाली चीज जिसके लिए सब पॉलिटिकल पार्टी आपके पीछे पड़ जाएंगे, और वो है वोटर आईडी कार्ड। जब वो आपके हाथ में आ जाएगा आप इस देश के भविष्य को अपने मुट्ठी में ले लेंगे, और तब हमारा याद जरूर करिएगा, क्योंकि हम ही हैं नेता, हम ही हैं आपके अपने। तो इसलिए हम जैसे नेता लोगों को ही वोट दीजिए, ना कि इन जैसे नेताओं को जो आपको लूटने के लिए रेडी है।
My dear friends, you all know what the party of ours is given to the society.
अरे क्या दिया है भाई?
We have given society अरे have you seen the road?
अरे कौन से रोड?
अरे जहां पे आप चलेंगे तो लगेगा कि चांद पे चल रहे हो।
चलिए, गड्ढे ही गड्ढे हैं।
अरे ऐसा कोई मौका दिया है तुम्हें जमीन पे रहते हुए चांद का तुम आनंद ले रहे हो? अरे देखो, हमने रोड पे स्विमिंग पूल बनाए हैं।
अरे आप ही की देन है ये, आप ही की।
वही तो, तुम अपना स्विमिंग चड्डी रेडी रखना बस।
चलो यार।
अरे हमारा पार्टी है जो हमेशा पार्टी करता रहता है। अरे हमारा पार्टी है आफ्टर पार्टी। अरे व्हाट आई वांट टू टेल कि हमारा पार्टी आपको आसमान की तरफ लेके जाएगा। आई मीन टू से वी विल टेक यू टू द स्काई। ऐसे पिच्छू संभाल ले, हाथों को तू जोड़े, खरीद ले घोड़े। यही तो राजनीति है भैया, बोले तेरी मैया। झुक के तू पैरों को छू ले, पर अपना पिच्छू संभाल ले। यही तो राजनीति है भैया, बोले तेरी मैया। हंसे तो और हंसाए, रोए तो और रुलाए। सर पे हाथ डाले, थाली पे मारे ओ। सर पे हाथ डाले, थाली पे मारे टोपी वाले। मत्थे पे लाल टीका, खून वही है काला। सालों के नोटों को छापे, चिपकाते हैं जो दिलों पे। नीति का मैला उजाला, अंधा किए साला। मत्थे पे लाल टीका, खून वही है काला। नीति का मैला उजाला, अंधा किए साला। चन्ना हुए चन्ना, झंडे का है बंटवारा, खेल वही पुराना। सर पे हाथ डाले, थाली पे मारे ओ। सर पे हाथ डाले, थाली पे मारे ओ। सर पे हाथ डाले, थाली पे मारे टोपी वाले। I have one request, all of you. If you are taking videos, take for 30 seconds for Instagram reel. And tag us also. Rest of the time, please watch us. including teachers. This is our classroom.
Speaking of teachers, this is a song dedicated to every teacher present here. Teachers, can you raise your hands? This song is for the people who make this earth a paradise, and we dedicate this to every teacher that has made this earthian event possible. Students, give it up for your teachers!
ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು, ಈ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು. ಈ ಭೂಮಿ ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಆಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡು, ಈ ಭೂಮಿ ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಆಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡು. ಸ್ನೇಹ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು, ಈ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು. ಹಕ್ಕಿಯಂತ ನೀನು ಹಾರಿ ನಗುವಾಗಲೇ ನಿನ್ನ ದಾರಿ, ಹಕ್ಕಿಯಂತ ನೀನು ಹಾರಿ ನಗುವಾಗಲೇ ನಿನ್ನ ದಾರಿ. ಚಿಟ್ಟೆ ಬಣ್ಣ ಶ್ರುತಿಯಾಗಲಿ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹಗಲು, ನಾಳೆಯ ಚಿಂತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಂದಿರುವ ರುಚಿಯ ಬೆಲ್ಲ, ನಾಳೆಯ ಚಿಂತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಂದಿರುವ ರುಚಿಯ ಬೆಲ್ಲ, ನಾಳೆಯ ಚಿಂತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. Okay, how many Kannada students here? Kannada students? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 students. 6. Today they will teach you some Kannada. All the non-Kannadigas, you will learn some Kannada today. I'm gonna say "Ee bhumi swarga" and you'll say "Agutide nodu." Right? 1, 2, 3, go. "Ee bhumi swarga, bhumi swarga, agutide nodu." You got it? Rest of you, let's try. 1, 2, 3, go. "Ee bhumi swarga, agu tide nodu, agutide nodu." Right? "Ee bhumi swarga, ee bhumi swarga." One last time for love and earth. "Ee bhumi swarga, ee bhumi swarga." ಈ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು, ಈ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು. ಮಾತಾಗಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕವನ, ಪ್ರತಿಸಿರು ಪುನಃ ಜನನ. ಮಾತಾಗಲಿ ದ್ವೇಷಕ್ಕೆ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲ ಅಸೂಯೆಗಿಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಾನವಿಲ್ಲ ದ್ವೇಷಕ್ಕೆ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲ ಅಸೂಯೆಗಿಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಾನವಿಲ್ಲ ದ್ವೇಷಕ್ಕೆ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವಿಲ್ಲ ಭೂಮಿ ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಆಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡು ಈ ಭೂಮಿ ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಆಗುತ್ತಿದೆ ನೋಡು ಸ್ನೇಹ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು ಸ್ನೇಹ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಹಾರೈಸುವಂತೆ ಹಾಡು Come on, Earthians! Let me hear you scream!
All those people having difficulty getting up early morning, raise your hand.
Arey, forget early morning. Our gentleman here is not able to keep his eyes open even now in this afternoon.
Hey, good morning,
Sleeping
good
now.
morning, everybody. If your hand is raised, kindly make it into pillow with two hands. This is not namaste, it is pillow. Now, good night. Because this song is about 10 minutes more sleep in the morning. 10 minutes more. गाने का नाम है 10 मिनट और सोने दे.
मुझे 10 मिनट और सोने दे देर होती है तो होने दे आए 10 मिनट और सोने दे कहते हैं सुनते पर करते नहीं सहते ही रहते हैं हम तो यहीं जिनेगा सवेरा जब अपनी कभी बनेगा जरा सा फिर खुद पर यकीन 10 मिनट और सोने दे भाई मेरे 10 मिनट और सोने दे रात तो है सुन की दिन मेहनत पसीने की बात तो सही है प्यारे जल्दी सबको जाने की नींद को भगाने की पर नींद से सभी है हारे रात तो है सुन की दिन मेहनत पसीने की बात तो सही है प्यारे जल्दी सबको जाने की नींद को भगाने की पर नींद से सभी है हारे जीना है जाना है चलना है आगे सपनों की दुनिया से उठ के भागे पाना है बढ़ना है नींद से तो जागे 10 मिनट और सोने दे 10 मिनट और सोने दे होना है जो भी होने दे आए 10 मिनट और सोने दे कोई सुबह से निकला है कोई रात का चेला है हर कहीं जमाने में बस यही झमेला है कैसी मनमानी है आखिर कौन किसको समझा है अपने खाते के हिसाब करवटों में गिनता है हर किसी को चिंता है कौन किसकी सुनता है सब तो अपने धुन में है पड़े रास्तों को चुनता है फासलों को गिनता है मंजिलों का कोई क्या करे जीना है जाना है चलना है आगे सपनों की मिनट और सोने दे, ये 10 मिनट और सोने दे, ख्वाबों में खोने दे मुझे, ये 10 मिनट और सोने।
10 मिनट और सोने के बाद जनता जागी है कि नहीं? Are you having fun? Are you ready to have more fun? All right. This next song is a special dedication to our 5 dancing friends. This song is for you. Now, if you want to dance, you don't necessarily have to dance on the sides. You can dance right in front, you know. This is not a class. This is a rock show! This is the title track of our album, Rah-e-Fakira. And this is a dedication to the spirit of earthian, the spirit of sustainability. May events like this show us the path. And may you show the path to the world that we shall all take together. Gaane ka naam hai Rah-e-Fakira. Are you ready? Hands up, hands up!
जग रंगीला सब रंगीला तन रंगीला मस्त है अब छबीला करके लीला मन कबीला मस्त है दिल का डमरू बज रहा है रूप के पैगाम पे झूम करके देखो बंदा चल पड़ा है राह पे राह फकीरा राह फकीरा राह फकीरा राह फकीरा वही कलंदर वही कबीरा जिसके अंदर राह फकीरा रारी 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 रे मन के अंदर मैं जो डूबा दर्द मेरा धुल गया चकली थोड़ी सी फकीरी प्रेम मुझ में धुल गया उड़ रहा हूँ अकल वाले कायदों को तोड़ के मुझको खुद से ही मिली है अपने मन के मोड़ पे राह फकीरा राह फकीरा राह फकीरा राह फकीरा मैं हूँ कलंदर मैं हूँ कबीरा मेरे ही अंदर राह फकीरा
earthian के पब्लिक मजा आ रहा कि नहीं? तो ये अगला गाना गाना नहीं कहानी है, कहानी के साथ नाचने के लिए तैयार? अरे सबसे पहले सलाम करेंगे नॉर्थ ईस्ट से जो आए हैं, नागालैंड एंड ऑल द सराउंडिंग areas, the beautiful northeast, the people, raise your hand. And our friends from the very far north, Zanskar, represent. ये गाने का नाम है प्यार के रंग और आपके बीचों बीच आने वाले हैं हमारे वासु जी। तो चौंकिएगा नहीं, नाचिएगा जरूर। बबुआ तनिक बजाई के मनोरंजन शुरू करो।
सुनो रे सुनो सारे है राजा और राज दुलारे, सुनो रे सुनो सारे है राजा और राज दुलारे, जन्नत है प्यार के द्वारे, प्यार के रंग है सुहाने। सुनो रे सारे, सुनो रे सारे राजा और राज दुलारे, प्यार के रंग है सुहाने, जन्नत है प्यार के द्वारे, प्यार के रंग है सुहाने। इधर आओ बेटी, तुम्हारा नाम क्या है?
श्रीभद्रा में।
श्रीभद्रा, कहाँ से आप? वेयर आर यू फ्रॉम?
കേരള വയനാട്।
കേരള വെളിയാട്, എന്റെ മലയാളി കുട്ടിയാണ്। अरे कोई तो बताए इसको कि दाना है कहाँ? नजरों का तीर खोले दिल का झरोका, नजरों का तीर खोले दिल का झरोका, नजरों का तीर खोले दिल का झरोका, प्यार का झोंका है या माया धोखा, प्यार का झोंका है या माया धोखा, कोई तो दिखाए इसको। अरे आप टीचर हैं? आप नाचते हुए लगते नहीं कि आप टीचर हैं। ओहो हो, भैया ये जोक नहीं था, ये फैक्ट था, फैक्ट। आप बताइए, आप अगर बच्चे सारे क्लासरूम में शोर मचा रहे हैं तो आप कैसे उन पर नजर रखते हैं?
नहीं, हम भी उसका साथ, I mean, I'll also get together with them.
ओहो हो, जोरदार तालियां।
I'll join in with them and have them their little, I mean, some time of fun, and then I'll get back to my lesson again. And they are so happy to be in the lesson.
अरे कोई तो दिखाए इसको नजारा है कहाँ? जुल्फों में खुशबू, गाल पे दिल था, हाय हाय गुरु, दाहिने गाल पे की बात है, बाल पे दिल था, पहली नजर में हाल दिल था, पहली नजर में हाल दिल था, कोई तो बताए मुझको। अरे टीचर जी, आप टीचर है कि पेरेंट है, स्टूडेंट है क्या?
Teacher.
And you believe that every student is also a teacher?
Yes.
And every teacher is a student? तो भेदभाव क्यों बैठे हो, क्यों उठो थोड़ा नाचो। अरे टीचर जी के लिए जोरदार तालियां। अरे कोई तो बताए इसको कहाँ है जाने जा। सुनो रे सुनो सारे राजा और राज दुलारे, सुनो रे सुनो सारे राजा और राज दुलारे, जन्नत प्यार के द्वारे, प्यार के रंग है सुहाने। सुनो रे सारे, सुनो रे सारे राजा और राज दुलारे, प्यार के रंग है सुहाने, जन्नत है प्यार के द्वारे, प्यार के रंग है सुहाने। गुनगुना 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 रे प्यार के रंग जन्नत है इसका संग गुनगुना रे भाई, जन्नत है इन बच्चों के संग रे। हाँ गुनगुना रे, हाँ गुनगुना रे, हाँ गुनगुना रे भाई रे। Come on, audience, let me hear you scream.
All right, all you people, it is now time to engage in a scientific experiment. Are you ready for that? We are going to test the foundations of this Wipro building. Are you ready for that? To do that, we have to stand. We have to stand up and use M where M is body weight and jump on this ground with as much force as you can. And who are we jumping for? We are jumping for the people, the crew members who put this show together, the team from Even Flow, the team from Wipro, the catering staff, the security staff, and all the people who work night and day to make this happen. Are you ready to jump for them? This is a song called Nane Dari. It means I am my way.
ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ಕಾಣುವೆ, ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ತುದಿಯಿಂದ ಕೂಗಿ ಹಾಡುವೆ. ಈ ದೇಹದ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ಕಾಣುವೆ, ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ತುದಿಯಿಂದ ಕೂಗಿ ಹಾಡುವೆ. ಆಗಸಧಾರೆಯ ಒಂದಾಗಿ ಮಾಡುವೆ, ಮಾತಾಡ ತಿನ್ನ ಚಿಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡುವೆ. ಆಗಸಧಾರೆಯ ಒಂದಾಗಿ ಮಾಡುವೆ, ಮಾತಾಡ ತಿನ್ನ ಚಿಮ್ಮಿ ಮಾಡುವೆ. ಸೋಲಲ್ಲೂ ಗೆಲುವಿನ ಪಾಠವ ಅರಿತೆನು, ಭಯದಲ್ಲೂ ಮೋಜಿನ ರಂಜನೆ ಕಂಡೆನು. ನನ್ನ ಉಸಿರೇ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತನು, ಹರುಷದಿಂದ ಜಗವನ ಗೆದ್ದನು. ನನಗೆ ನಾನೇ ದಾರಿ. Jump! All the teachers, are you having fun? All the students, are you having fun? Okay, put your hands on the shoulder of the person next to you. Put your hands on the shoulder of the person next to you. Even teachers, everyone. Everybody. ಯಾರಿದ್ದರೇನು ನನಗೆ, ನೆನ್ನೆಯ ಮಾತು ನಿನ್ನೆಗೆ, ಇದು ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನ. ಆಡಿದೆ ಯೌವನ, ಕುಣಿಯುವೆ ನವಿನ ಹಾಗೆ, ಹಿಗಿಯುವೆ ಜಿಂಕೆ ಹಾಗೆ. ಈ ಮಣ್ಣೆ ಚಂದನ, ನನಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧನ. ಕನಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಕನಸುಗಳು ಚಿಗುರಿವೆ, ಬಣ್ಣದ ಅಲೆಗಳು ಜೀವನವ ತುಂಬಿವೆ. ಮನಸ್ಸು ಅರಳಿ ಕನಸುಗಳು ಚಿಗುರಿವೆ, ಬಣ್ಣದ ಅಲೆಗಳು ಜೀವನವ ತುಂಬಿವೆ. ಧೈರ್ಯದಿಂದ ನನ್ನನ ಕಂಡನು, ಹರುಷದಿಂದ ಜಗವನ ಗೆದ್ದನು. ನನಗೆ ನಾನೇ ದಾರಿ. ಈ ದೇಹದ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ಕಾಣುವೆ, ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ತುದಿಯಿಂದ ಕೂಗಿ ಹಾಡುವೆ. ಈ ದೇಹದ ಗುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳಕನ್ನು ಕಾಣುವೆ, ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ತುದಿಯಿಂದ ಕೂಗಿ ಹಾಡುವೆ. ಆಗಸಧಾರೆಯ ಒಂದಾಗಿ ಮಾಡುವೆ, ಮಾತಾಡದಿಂದ ಚಿಮ್ಮಿ ಬರುವೆ. ಆಗಸಧಾರೆಯ ಒಂದಾಗಿ ಮಾಡುವೆ, ಮಾತಾಡದಿಂದ ಚಿಮ್ಮಿ ಬರುವೆ. Come on, audience! Let me hear you scream one last time! Ladies and gentlemen, on the bass guitar, Jishnu Das Gupta. On the percussions, Pavan Kumar. Myself, Vasu Dikshit, on the vocals and guitars. On the violin, Sanjeev Nayak. On the guitar, Varun. On the drums, Vinay.
Boys and girls, on the visuals, give it up for Harish. On the sound, give it up for Samuel Amulraj. And tour management, give it up for Pavan Bhatt. Boys and girls, we are Swaratma. And before we hand it over back to Vasanti, our dear friend, give it up for Vasanti. You can see these logos. We are up on YouTube, Instagram, Spotify, Facebook, and wherever else. Let us never end this beautiful friendship. This is Swaratma signing off tonight with hearts full of love. And before we do that, let's hear some noise! Thank you, Wipro earthian. This is Swaratma signing off. Thank you and good night.
And on the house. And on the house for the rock stars of this day and Wipro earthian. Give it up once more to Swaratma. You know, I have never seen teachers dance so well. I think teachers today, you have stolen the show. I was really tracking. I have now videographic evidence. And this will be played out in your classrooms. It will be sent by the Wipro earthian teams to all your classes. Teachers make for such good dancers. And it's been one hell of a fantastic Wipro earthian program. Okay, people have some 5 girls have a complaint against me. They just might file a police complaint. They said, Vasanti, you did not talk Malayalam. Yenda mole. Athar madiyale. We are screaming a lot. Now scream. Woo! That's the kind of energy that can generate electricity to keep the Wipro earthian show for one full day long. That's the kind of energy that you all bring. It's been such a fantastic day and such an apt note to have Swaratma really bring down the ceiling of this fantastic auditorium. And this is what they do every time. And this is what makes it all the more enjoyable. Now, thank you. Please go home. Tata, bye-bye. No? Okay, fine. Okay, let's now start the day. For the next 8 hours, you'll be inside this auditorium now. I think Vasu, Varun, Sanjeev, everybody, Jishnu, they are still not going home. You are the one who said, beta sweater pehano. And even without sweater, these people are like this only.
First class people, first class.
First class. Yes. So on that first class note, let's say namaskar and then adab arz hai. Bye-bye. Until we meet again next time on the Wipro earthian. Yes, sir? Acha, Ram Ram, Ram Ram. Ram Ram, sir, Ram Ram. Jule, Jule, Jule. And Johar. Johar. I have met some wonderful Adivasi leaders, communities across India, Jamshedpur, Todas, Bheels, Ho, और उनके यहाँ कहते हैं Johar as a mark of respect to the other person. We say Namaskara, Hog Bani, bye. Yeah? And like I said, make yourself new friends. I think, Aarti, tomorrow they again have some programs. Yeah? Tell me later because I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I'm going to wait for आप लोग मेरे लिए खत लिखेंगे ना letter. प्रिय वसंती, ऐसा रहा हमारा दूसरा दिन. That's what you will do. Tell me what I missed and have yourself, of course, a very great year ahead, doing even more great things. What you took away, इसके बारे में लिखो यार. लिखो, ऐसे ही भूल मत जाना. फिर उसके बाद इसी का नींव रखे और ऑसम थिंग्स करते जाओ और विप्रो अर्थियन में आते रहना. हाँ, बैंगलोर हमें याद रखना. And then of course, nothing more left to say. I have run out of all words. I now want a nice big cup of tea, which Aarti and I are going to have. Okay? Bye. Keep in touch. It's Vasanti Hari Prakash on whatever, Instagram and Facebook. Yes, we shall stay in touch. Namaskar. Bye-bye.